Hello, good morning everybody, and a very warm welcome to Trent Bridge Live, the home of live ball-by-ball coverage of every non-televised Notts home game throughout this 2024 campaign. Now, today is day 3 in this Vitality County Championship fixture between Worcestershire and Nottinghamshire. But yesterday on day 2, we saw a lot of runs, we saw some wickets taken, and we saw some amazing catches. Let's relive all the best bits from day 2, and that is through the day 2 highlights.
Leach bowls again, and again 2 full, and this time driven on the offside, but there is a deep cover who gets round, and that's a big applause around Trent Bridge, because that does bring up Lyndon James's half century, his 50 not out.
Unbelievable that the game was called off. Nice looking shot through mid-wicket for 4 by Calvin Harrison. Timed that one away.
A square behind and a square in front as Finch is in, and this is back for length and played very cleverly by Lyndon James as he just dabs it to that vacant third man area.
Could go either way, that one, as Holder is in again, driven, it's full this time, and it's beaten D'Oliveira at mid-off. That's going to go away for 4. Lovely drive. Holder on his way back in then, and it's a little bit fuller this time, just driven down the ground. Lovely shot, that's going to go all the way. Sprawling dive isn't enough to stop it, finding the fence. Short of this time, and it is taken on, just helped last time round against Essex. This would be very impressive as Holder comes in again. This is just on his toes. Harrison just pushes that into the offside, picks up his single, and there's his 50. And it's a very, very good 50 as well. Little bit of everything.
Patterson wide, Luke Fletcher, Dylan Parkinson to come. This is it, up in the air, cries of catch, and it's been held. And Baker gets a second wicket, and Calvin Harrison has gone.
He's run in again, and he's wrapped on the pad. Big appeal, and he's gone. D'Oliveira has struck. 2 wickets in 2 overs, and Patterson White has to depart.
As in comes Josh Baker, and this is full and
Sure.
swiped at by Luke Fletcher.
Argue that that's probably not the be-all and end-all of cricket, you know?
Baker in again full, and Fletcher takes a big, quick single. It looks like he should be ran out with a direct hit, and he is ran out. A slightly reckless bit of running from Luke Fletcher as he runs himself out.
As Finch bowls to him, and he's gone to pull this away on the leg side. It's up in the air, and he's gone. He's hit it to mid-wicket. And Lyndon James has got to go. They're just asking if that was above waist height. Worcestershire is celebrating. I think Lyndon James felt that was too high, but that is going to count as a wicket.
And it's Gareth Roderick to face. And he's wrapped on the pads, big shout, and it's an early wicket. Roderick's gone, and it's that man Fletcher.
Just to keep the strike, Pennington in again from the broad end edge. Caught! What a catch! Harrison can catch pigeons, but he's caught Libby. Super dive away to his right, and Pennington strikes early.
Lyndon James in, catching mid-wicket in play, and that's a glorious shot, driven straight back past the bowler, and it will race away for a boundary.
Towards him though, in comes Pennington, and it's just soft hands there, edged away through the vacant third man area. That's going to run away for 4.
Throughout the day, a bit of sunshine on it now as well. Down the track comes Kashif Ali. Shot, says Jim, and he's absolutely right. Launched down to the far end, one bounce into the round road.
Keep applying themselves here. Pennington in again, still round the wicket, and again he's gone for a big swipe, and he's got a big top edge on it. And round the wicket again, Pennington. Kashif waits. He swats this away. It's going to be trouble here. He's going to be out, and it's taken. And Kashif, if we're honest, has not made a great decision there. He backed towards leg and fancied taking it on. I think he fancied smearing that away towards the offside.
Somebody else may get the last over.
Harrison in, and this is full and turned into the leg side and races away for 4. Adam Hose's first boundary.
In comes Harrison then, and that's just swept away. Good shot, and that's going to be 4.
Play all that often at Kiddick. One to go and watch as Rob Jones just cuts this away down to third man, and that's Rob Jones' 50. A battling innings from Jones.
Ben Duckett in slip, and Jack Haynes in short leg as Calvin Harrison's in. It's a low full toss, and it's hoiked away to mid-wicket, and Matthew Montgomery can't get round.
Harrison in again, and that's too short, but he's cued that up in the air. This is going to be caught and bowled, and is a miscue the delivery before. This one was shorter, and Hose looked to dispatch it away to the deep mid-wicket boundary.
156 for 4, the next ball. And this is pulled away on the leg side for 4. That was short. That was the one that got the wicket in the last over, but Rob Jones has played this better than Adam Hose, as Harrison bowls on the other end, and this is dropped on the leg side. There was many moons. There's a caught and bowl from Harrison, pushed back to him by Rob Jones, who's got to go. Harrison has dived forward, scooped underneath it. Jones hanging about here now. This is one of these where they've just got to check with the umpires, and he's been given out.
2 catches back in front of square as this one's cut away and could have gone to hand to Lyndon James, but ended up being about 5 yards wide of him. Not convincing by Smith, but a boundary nonetheless.
Just enough going on today. Last ball in then. And
White.
no shot offered at all. Hits the pad, massive appeal from one man who didn't realise it pitched outside leg, and the bat goes under D'Oliveira's arm and he marches off. It's actually a very good innings from D'Oliveira.
So that was the main action from yesterday on day 2, and as you saw there in the highlights, Lyndon James had a very important innings. Let's just remind you of some of the shots that got him to his 96. He was at the crease for just over 4 hours and just missed out on that 100, but it was a crucial innings from Lyndon James, and it was his 11th 50 for Nottinghamshire. Ollie Mooney caught up with LJ at the end of day 2. Here's what he had to say.
The first half an hour or so of the morning session was going to be quite an important sort of defining factor in how this first innings might go and how the match might go as overall. You know, what were you thinking heading out into the crease with Calvin alongside you?
Just carrying on what we did last night, to be honest. Just keep building that partnership. We knew if we got through that first kind of half hour, there'd be a few tired legs, try and cash in a bit later on. So yeah, we didn't really change too much from what we thought about the night before, really.
And credit to Calvin as well. He's got his first class best with the bat, and he's grabbed 3 wickets after that as well. He's had a terrific day, isn't he?
Yeah, he's obviously an incredibly talented all-round cricketer. Thought he batted beautifully, as I said, and then first his slip catch today was obviously incredible, one of the best I've seen actually. And then obviously to come away with 3 wickets, thought he bowled beautifully. He was unlucky. I think Rob Jones played him really well at the start, but once he got into his rhythm, he bowled beautifully and deserved 3 wickets.
How much of an asset is Calvin proving to be? He can do it with the bat, he can do it with the ball, and he can do it in the slips. He's proving incredibly useful to the team, isn't he?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, we've seen it for a while now. He trains incredibly hard, and the fact that he can contribute across all 3 facets of the game, obviously a great kind of thing for us to have in our locker, I guess. A multi-format player as well, so long may it continue.
And the game definitely swung in a few different directions over the course of today, but how happy can you be with where the team have left it on the end of day 2?
Yeah, happy. I mean, 180 odd ahead, 6 down. Hopefully, try and get those 4 wickets as quickly as we can in the morning. It's starting to spin a little bit more, so hopefully Calvin and Liam can really work the magic later on in the game. Yeah, we've got to pitch up in the morning. Can't just expect it to happen. Make sure we come in hard and make sure we get those 4 wickets as quick as we can and go from there.
Do you think that wicket might prove particularly useful for the bowling lineup that we've got in this match?
Yeah, I think so. I think, me, myself, Fletch and Dill probably have to go hard with the new ball. It's definitely a new ball pitch for the seamers, I think. I think once it gets past the 15 odd over mark, especially with the Kookaburra, not as much for us there. I thought Dylan bowled beautifully, actually used his pace and bounce very well. To get Kashif Ali out at that point was crucial, and obviously great to have Fletch back, his energy, and great to see him get a pole so early. But we know our role. We've just got to do a job as early as we can, I guess, with the newish ball, and then if it has to be bowling bumpers to the long side, whatever it might be, you've got to be ready to do it. So, as I said, hopefully it's starting to spin a little bit more, so hopefully the spinners can come into the game later on.
The thoughts of Lyndon James there. Now, another player that was part of the action yesterday and made a massive impact on day 2 was Nottinghamshire's Calvin Harrison.
Broad end edge, caught! What a catch! Harrison can catch pigeons, but he's caught Libby. Super dive away to his right, and Pennington strikes early. Worcestershire 4 for 2, moment of the game by far.
Yes, he made a massive impact on the game yesterday. Congratulations to Calvin Harrison on his maiden first-class 50. But what about that catch as well? 3 wickets for him as well. And you've got that funny feeling that he might not be finished there. Right, the players are about ready. We're just waiting for the umpires, but it's time to hand you over to your commentary team. And that is, of course, led by the Sheriff of Newark, the one and only Dave Bracegirdle.
In their warm-ups, I have to say the overhead conditions still very, very nice indeed, but a little bit of cloud rolling in here as we await the arrival of the 2 umpires on their way out to the middle. So very good morning. Thanks to those of you that have been watching Trent Bridge live, the highlights of yesterday's play, listening to Aaron, the interview there with Lyndon James. Many thanks to Aaron for setting the day up so beautifully. If you are just finding us via the BBC Sport website and app, you can actually follow the game. We do have pictures for you via the Trent Bridge website, or the Nottinghamshire County Cricket Club website, trentbridge.co.uk. If you go on there, you'll be able to follow the links and look at the pictures. You can enjoy or mute our commentary, such as your choice, as our 2 umpires, Ben Debenham and Alex Wharf, make the journey from the pavilion at the far end of the ground out to the middle. I'm Dave Bracegirdle from BBC Radio Nottingham. Cast of thousands as always here to hopefully entertain you. Grace Ballinger from The Blaze is with us again, and kicking us off this morning. Well rested, well fed this morning, looking absolutely chipper. A very good morning to Jim Dale.
Good morning. What a stand-up that is. Thank you very much. Yes, I had the luxury of 8 hours sleep for the first time since about 2019. And as is always the way, for context, my young family are back in Worcester, and it means that I don't get a lot of sleep. And of course, as soon as my head hit the pillow, did I fall asleep? No, I just really missed my family. The so-and-sos, that's what they do to you, don't they? But I am well rested, and we should be in for a good day's cricket as well. And Worcestershire will resume on 220 for 6. Nathan Smith and Brett Dolliver are doing a very good job in the last half hour or so last night, just to steady the ship. But they've got a bit of work to do to avoid the follow-on. And it looks like we're going to see leg spin first up. He's had a very, very good match. Very good day yesterday. Calvin Harrison, 52 with the bat. Several wickets and an absolute perler of a catch to get rid of Jake Libby. which Dave Bracegirdle could not hide his excitement, and quite rightly so. It was a wonderful grab. And I have to say that D'Oliveira and Smith last night, they looked pretty comfortable actually, but then that's been the story of the Worcestershire innings yesterday really, is that everyone looked pretty comfortable until they were out.
Well, we're ready to start, and then the clock ticks on to 11 o'clock, and then we're not, as the two umpires meet to discuss things. It was only a short chatter. About 63 overs, Jim, so played for about an hour, and then a second new ball will become available. Grace and I was just watching Dylan Pennington and Lyndon James going through their paces, bowling to the bowling coach Kevin Shine. We presumed they would open the bowling, but now they've gone back to yesterday's most successful bowler, Calvin Harrison. What Notts would do with a cluster of quick wickets this morning?
Well, it's Nathan Smith on strike, 2 slips and a short cover, and that's short under, pushed away through extra cover. That's going to go for 4. Just dragged that one down, very much a loosener, but dispatched by Nathan Smith. He's a bowling all-rounder, but he still can bat. It's a very elegant shot from the New Zealander.
Yes, as I said, we watched the two seamers loosening up and bowling. Maybe Calvin Harrison needed just to have a little bit more practice, because that was dropped down short. Can always happen, of course, with the leg spinner, but that was a little bit of a gift for Nathan Smith. There'll be an update for Radio Nottingham, then we'll bring Jim and Grace back in. And we've started on time. We've actually had one delivery this morning. That's already been smacked away to the ropes by the Worcestershire all-rounder Nathan Smith. Nottinghamshire in a good position. They lead by 174 runs. They do need to polish off this Worcestershire tail. The visitors, we've just started, 225 for 6.
Well, Worcestershire captain Brett D'Oliveira taking guard. Change in the field immediately. Lots of tinkering in the field, as you'd expect, really. As people trying to find a way to eke out wickets with this Kookaburra ball. Just the one slip, Ben duck it in, and you've got the man under the helmet on the offside, and that's just pushed back tentatively past that man in close, which is Jack Haynes. So he's got Joe Clark keeping wicket up to the stumps, Jack Haynes right in his ear hole. Old friends reuniting. Harrison in again. That's a lovely length as well. That's just beaten the outside of the edge of the bat. He was playing at that D'Oliveira. And Hasib Hamid likes what he sees. Plenty of encouragement from him. An extra cover. In again. And just pushed into the leg side. Very watchful from the Worcestershire skipper. But after that loosener from Harrison, he is bang on it. It's a probing line in length, this. Harrison in again. And it's just pulled away. It was a short arm jab, really, and a tumbling Fletcher. Rather inelegant, but effective nonetheless, prevents a run being scored. So 225 for 6.
Big cheer from the Fletcher fan club to start the day. Very good morning to Grace Ballinger. Sunday morning here.
Yeah, quite a start for me, isn't it? I've just been watching the first over of Calvin Harrison, enjoyed watching him bowl yesterday, and looks like we'll see Dylan Pennington, I think, for the first time bowling from the Redcliffe Road end in this match, if I'm correct.
Did he have a little spell yesterday? I have a funny feeling he did.
He did, yeah, he did. That was
get
when
no ball.
He came round the wicket, didn't he, from this end? He got Kashif with the bouncers.
Oh, he actually bowled loads from this end, didn't he, yesterday? So
they switched him up a bit, didn't they? He bowled from the Stuart Broad end and looked really quick early on that first spell, and then as Dave was mentioning yesterday, they kind of gave him that enforcer role and started trying to ping rib cages.
He had 7 on the leg side, didn't he, at that stage?
Yeah.
Different sort of field for him this morning. Couple of slips, Grace. You'd imagine just want to go via a conventional route to start with. See if that works.
Well, we'll see. As Dylan Pennington, number 18 on his shirt, in for his first ball of the day, and it's certainly full, and it's driven nicely by Smith, but Liam Patterson-White gets round at cover. No run can be taken. Dylan Pennington has a little look at the pitch. He was following through a bit straight yesterday, had a couple tellings off from the umpire, but I think that was more to do with the condition of the pitch and his feet maybe slipping.
Already the umpire is being attracted by where Pennington's feet were landing, and Brett D'Oliveira also quick to point out he's at the non-striker's end. He was just sort of making a point in the umpire's ear.
This one's a better length by Pennington, and just a little bit of bounce. Surprises Smith slightly. A good delivery, quick delivery early on in his spell today. He's already bowled 12 overs yesterday. Gavin Harrison 19 overs. Relatively busy. A few fans in early, particularly that members area, and some that we can't see on this side as Pennington charging in again. 2 slips in play, and this is short and pulled away nicely by Smith. It won't race away for 4 though. There is protection out there, the fine leg boundary, but he will get back for 2. Timing it well this morning, Nathan Smith. Lyndon James out there, I think, doing the fielding. Field anywhere, can't he, Lyndon James?
Yeah.
It's a modern cricketer, isn't it? There were times when you wouldn't have your quick bowlers diving around all over the place, risking their knees, their hips and their elbows. You James Anderson fielding the slips sometimes, don't you?
It's Pennington bowls, and this is straight and fuller and turned off middle stump out to fine leg once again.
It's a pleasant looking morning, and there is a little bit of sun out there if you just happen to be sat in the right seat, but there is a chilly breeze around as well. I think spectators today have sort of come along covering both options. There were lots of coats and blankets and flasks and scarves, but a little bit of Sunday cricket. I think the cricket watching public in particular like to come along and spend the day at the cricket on a Sunday.
D'Oliveira awaits Pennington, and this is a play and a miss outside off. I think he left it in the end. He thought about it though. D'Oliveira, he's 29 not out, Smith 23 not out. Partnership just building here between the pair. Nottinghamshire will want to break this early and rattle through the Worcester lower order.
It's not easy to get to the cricket if you hold down a regular Monday to Friday job. Do rely upon the fixture schedulers giving a decent proportion of weekend cricket, and I think these first 7-8 rounds, all beginning on a Friday, they offer that.
Pennington in and pushed off the back foot by D'Oliveira. No run into the offside. End of the over. Worcestershire 228 for 6. They trail by 171.
65 overs gone in the innings. 2 this morning. We should have a 96 over day. Thankfully we haven't lost any time at all over days 1 and 2, so unlike last weekend we were almost continually making up time for the overs lost on the opening day. We've not been forced off yet, and plenty of overs of spin, Jim. We've just about got through on time most days. We didn't go on too long yesterday, which was good.
Well, both sides have got multiple spinning options in their side. And given that wickets have been taken by the slowies, it seems selections by both sides have been pretty bob on, as Harrison comes in again to Nathan Smith, and that's just prodded back, just presented the bat there. Not much in the way of footwork, but very keenly watched. As these two, yes, Grace, you're right, 42 these two have put on. Worcestershire were wobbling at 186 for 6. In comes Harrison again, and that's a more positive stroke there from Smith, trying to get on the front foot and drive that, but not time. Just found its way to Liam Patterson-White at mid-off. Harrison in once more, and again it's a good length, and Smith not sure whether to go back or forward, but he just sticks a bat on that. Timed it nicely. The over before from Pennington was an interesting one. He tested the middle of the pitch, had a look to see if Smith fancied playing a short one, which he did quite comfortably. Went back to a more conventional length. So Harrison's in again. A little bit shorter this time, punched off the back foot, but there's a man out at deep cover point. It's Lyndon James. He's seen plenty of the ball already in the field, and they'll pick up a single.
Had a natter this morning to the two scorers, Roger Marshall for Notts, Sue Drinkwater for Worcestershire, very much enjoying her once-a-year visit to Trent Bridge.
Harrison in again, plenty on that genuine edge there. Soft hands though, so it's all along the deck. And Montgomery does the fielding, but as we saw in the first over there, D'Oliveira not quite getting the length of this. Tentative prod forward. Rattled through shorter this time, and then cut away in front of square. Lyndon James will do the fielding again. Quick across the outfield, pinged in, another single. And that brings the total to 230 for 6. 169 runs is the deficit. But as is the way with county cricket, what makes it so interesting, these little games within games, and it looks like Worcestershire are without tempting too much fate, looking comfortable to avoiding following on. But we don't feel like they're probably going to. No. They wouldn't have enforced it anyway, would they?
No, it's going to be, I think, down to Notts to get these 4 wickets, obviously, and then probably trying to set the pace for the rest of today. They'd love to be in a position where they were far enough in front by stumps tonight that they could not worry about any more batting tomorrow. Just would the weather forecast is a little bit iffy for tomorrow. Would the weather hold throughout the day long enough for them to try and get 10 Worcestershire wickets? But all that speculation as Pennington comes in from our end of the ground bowls and D'Oliveira defends. Yes, we often think we're tied to the desk, to the microphone for the full session, but of course the scorers, they literally are, aren't they? They can't afford to miss a bowl. But lovely to catch up with Roger and Sue this morning on their wander around the ground.
That takes a lot of concentration that I don't think I could muster. I'd be missing all sorts there, I think. No, more power to them.
There's the traditional old pen and paper stuff as well, but they'll have to log it on the computers as well now as Pennington in once more. Short pulled onto the leg side. Hamid will drop on this one, and D'Oliveira scampers through for a single. D'Oliveira moves on to 31. Ran out Luke Fletcher yesterday with a direct hit. One or two people last night said they'd had a little look at the run out and weren't entirely sure whether Fletcher might have been a little unlucky. From here, impossible to tell. It happened in a blur, but first instinct was that Fletcher was short of his ground. Certainly didn't make anything of it. There's a really good bit of fielding from Brett D'Oliveira. 2:31 for 6 here on BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC Hereford and Worcester, and on the live stream. The pictures brought to you by Trent Bridge Live as Dylan Pennington, former Worcestershire quick, comes in fair-haired, bowls to Nathan Smith, who's got 24, and he drops this on the leg side. Love to hear from you on the old Twittery thing, or X if you prefer, at Brace Cricket, at Grace Ballinger 2, at James F. Dale. Let us know what you're up to, any thoughts you've got on the future of this game. Is it going to be a handshake sometime tomorrow tea time? Or one side or the other be able to force things as Pennington steers this into the offside. Liam Patterson-White does the fielding. 2:31 for 6. Hoping to be joined by the Notts assistant coach Paul Franks, who's going to come up and join us about midday. So if you've got any questions for Franksy, then get them in ample time. As ever, it's pretty much an open door here in the commentary box, and you never know who's going to pop up and join us. But just had a message from Paul to say he'll wander across and share half an hour with us as this one's pulled away onto the leg side. That's a fine looking shot from Smith. Looks a very, very good pick-up to me by Worcestershire. I think without sort of going overboard, I guess the Worcestershire supporters would have thought Nathan Who when he was signed. Saw one or two comments underneath the club's official announcement of the signing, but leading wicket taker in the last domestic season in New Zealand, and certainly knows which end of a bat to hold. And as Andre Adams quite rightly sent a message on day one on the morning, he's a jet, said Andre. Terrific player, I think were his words. 2:35 for 6. He's a jet. He's on 28. This partnership one shy of 50 as Dylan Pennington bowls to the jet and pushes it back to the former pair. 2-3-5 for 6 and 67 overs in the innings. We had 4 this morning in Worcestershire so far. Reasonably good progress.
Yep, 2 pull shots in that over, and it felt a little bit like they were just waiting for it as well. Just sat up, bit of a tennis ball bounce. But yes, Nathan Smith, I have to say, I knew the name, but I didn't know anything about him. It's one of those cricketers that goes under the radar, and as a good friend of mine, Pete, always says, you can never go wrong with a Kiwi as an overseas player. And from a Worcestershire perspective, that's probably fair enough, but he's been excellent.
Lots have got their own Kiwi. Flying in any time now is supposedly going to be available for selection for Taunton on Friday. Will Young got married last week. Saw the nice pictures of him and his bride Elise over the last few days.
Harrison then to continue from the Stuart Broad end, just tucked into the leg side. Think about a quick single. Both batsmen go, then think better of it. It's Harrison's quick over the ground, fields off his own bowling.
Saw a bit of Will Young last year. In fact, couldn't have made a better impression. Scored a century on debut at the Oval.
In comes Harris again. Good 12 from him, and it's just prodded to that man under the helmet on the offside by D'Oliveira.
May well have got another one as well. He was out in the 80s as Notts were pushing to declare. I think they declared as soon as he was out, but there was another one on the cards for him.
Short this time, but completely clothed by D'Oliveira. Looking to send that away over to the leg side. But just dropped 10 feet from the bat. So he's having a bit of difficulty picking up Harrison here. And the leggy will continue. And he comes again. Cut this time, though, in front of square. Gives an indication of the base of the pitch. And Lyndon James does the fielding out in that sweep position. And that's the 50 partnership for these two. And Nathan Smith has done the lion's share of the work of it. 28 of them coming from the New Zealanders' bat. But a really important, again, just when you felt like Worcestershire were wobbling, as another partnership just to steady the ship. 2 slips in place. And that's just uppish, wasn't it? Back to Harrison, just for a moment there. There was a little bit of interest, a couple of yelps. As Fletcher's sent back to the deep backward square boundary. Last ball of this Harrison over then. He's short again. Pushed to mid-on. Not quite where he intended, no run taken. And that completes Harrison's 21st over. So it's no surprise, actually. Harrison and Pennington account for 5 of the 6 wickets that have fallen. And it'll be Pennington to continue.
Just quickly before Grace picks up, they're playing in all the other games at the moment. The batting sides, Kent 252 for 2 against Essex, Lancashire 236 for 4 against Hampshire, Surrey 364 for 6 against Somerset, and Durham 188 for 3 against Warwickshire. That's in Division 1. In Division 2, the most advanced game of the lot is at Cardiff. In their second innings, Glamorgan are 84 for 4, leading Derbyshire by 123. Yorkshire 69 without loss in their second innings against Gloucestershire. Sussex 300 for 6 against Leicestershire batting. Middlesex 131 for 1 against Northants. There you go. All the scores on the BBC Sport website and app.
Pennington in. Just the one slip in play now as this is straight and pushed into the onside by D'Oliveira. Change of field, as we say. Only one slip now. One of those slips has come into a second kind of mid-wicket position. So we've got a square mid-wicket. A silly square catching on the onside, and the skipper, Hamid, mid-on as he chats to his bowler, Dylan Pennington. 2 out behind square on the leg side. Pennington then turns into the end of his mark. Bowls as a short delivery taken on, and it's an attempt at a diving catch forward by Hamid, but doesn't quite carry to him. He tries to take it on D'Oliveira and just doesn't quite time it.
Yeah, it's well short of Hamid, but great attempt, great enthusiasm from the Notts captain. He's always dying in front of him. His flannels, crikey, they don't know if they were clean on this morning or they are the remnants of yesterday's battles out there, but already his flannels are smeared with the greeny grass stains on both knees.
As Pennington bowls, and this time Fuller, and turned nicely to fine leg for a single by D'Oliveira. Interesting to see if the second slip will go back in for Nathan Smith or if he'll continue with this slightly more leg side field, and it looks like he will.
Looks a very accomplished player actually, Smith, doesn't he? Notts this morning began with more pressure on Smith. They eased the field back a little bit for D'Oliveira, but Smith looks a fine player.
As Pennington bowls and short and taken on and hit nicely by Pennington. A slight misfield by Ben Duckett means a single can be taken.
We're still waiting for Ben Duckett this season. He's had 3 innings so far, 3 low scores for Duckett. Maybe today, if there's a need to really play positive from the off, get out there and push on, it might be Duckett's day. Don't rule that out. I think he'd be disappointed if he got another low score, 4 in a row. 21, 5 and 9 so far his 3 innings this season.
As Pennington again straight and again turned into the leg side. D'Oliveira thinks of trying to get back for a second, but cannot. It's Matthew Montgomery out there at deep square leg.
That's assuming Notts do get the chance to bat today. Of course, Worcestershire could confound us all, and this pair could still be going after tea. Certainly no evidence of any real difficulties out there, as we've seen through the first match and a half here with this Kookaburra ball. If you can't do damage early on, it's going to be tough going for the bowlers.
Pennington bound again and short ball and chipped up, and a good ball from Pennington, and Smith tries to play it well, catches it on the outside edge and it just loops up, but even Calvin Harrison can't get to that one. And another aggressive over from Pennington. He's looked very good form this test match, and I think he'd like to play a test match this 4-day game, and Worcestershire had a little bit of luck on their side this morning, it'd be fair to say.
Yes, I think he said one of the reasons he wants to come to Trent Bridge is to challenge himself at this stage of his career, work under fast bowling coach Kevin Shine here, of course, worked with the England bowlers for a long time whilst he was employed as the ECB fast bowling lead. So Pennington at the moment is tapping into all that knowledge from Kevin Shine. Does have aspirations to play international cricket. He's running in this game with great purpose against his old side. Bowled very well indeed.
More from Calvin Harrison then from the Stuart Broad end. Man under the helmet's gone to the leg side rather than off. It's full again. And D'Oliveira just in a little bit of a sticky patch here. He's not quite timing things. He's not quite getting to the pitch of the ball either. And it's we saw that last ball of the Pennington over where Smith just got squared up and the ball reared up in the air and it could have been a chance. And there's a tentative push into the offside. Hamid does the fielding nicely, but they pick up a quick single nonetheless. Manages to take the stump out of the ground as well. D'Oliveira well in his ground though.
Yeah, loves his fielding, Asib Hamid. You've only had to watch him for 5 minutes. You can see that. And it doesn't matter how good a batter or how good a bowler you are. Most of your time on a cricket field is spent as a fielder.
Nice drive from Smith for a single through. Very big gap there at cover.
I often say to youngsters coming into club cricket, initially if they're coming in just sort of to make up the numbers, we all know about village cricket, and you just drag somebody in to make up the numbers. You can almost tell if it's going to be a game for them. If they don't enjoy fielding, then cricket's not the sport for them.
Full, and it's locked up, and then Jack Haynes thinks he likes it. Umpire unmoved. Bat and pad close together. Just spooned up, easy take in the end at short leg, but
Yeah, I mean,
Nothing doing.
Ben Duckett was one of the most animated, and if those who are watching the live stream now look at Duckett's position at slip, he would have had no idea if it was off the bat face.
Just goes back here, Nathan Smith, and pushes that into the offside, and the aforementioned Hamid does the fielding.
You've got to support your bowler, haven't you? But I think they were hoping rather than believing they might have been bat and pad.
D'Oliveira to face then. In comes Harrison. Short, cut away. Behind square. There's a chase on here. And he's going to cut it off just inside the boundary. Good slide by Lyndon James. And they'll get back for 3 though. That's cracking running. And it just takes a little bit of pressure off there. Good over by Harrison up until that point. But Worcestershire now just a handful of runs short of that follow-on target. 244 for 6.
Yes, one big hit away from saving the follow-on, and also 6 runs away from a batting bonus point. They're actually nicely poised here, Grace, aren't they? Going along nicely. They just need to carry on doing what they're doing and get that 250, get the first point, save the follow-on, and then reset, go again.
Absolutely, yeah. Looked in a spot of bother, didn't they? With those 2 quick wickets in the afternoon session yesterday, but these 2 have rebuilt as Lyndon James and Calvin Harrison did so nicely for Nottinghamshire, similar, and it will be a change of bowling at the Redcliffe Road end. We'll see spin at this end as well. Liam Patterson-White, the slow left armer, will be having a go.
Yeah, 70 overs gone, so I guess they'll want to use Pennington in 40 minutes time or so. And that second new ball becomes due, so can't bowl him into the ground, can it?
No, and he worked hard yesterday, Dylan Pennington. He hit the deck hard and he kept running in, and he'll be needed again today later on, I'm sure, as Liam Patterson-White into the attack then. His first delivery brings forward D'Oliveira, who covers the ball nicely.
It's not something we get in the women's game, is it? Have a blow, Grace, we'll save you for the second new ball.
No, unfortunately not, only for the death spell, really. Obviously all short format cricket, as Patterson-White's in again, and again D'Oliveira on the front foot in defence.
A long old day, the 50 over cricket, I would imagine, after so long without playing it.
In comes Patterson-White, and this is full and 2 full, and it's down the leg side, and a good stop. I think it was by Ben Duckett at first slip, managed to get round. He's saved his team a few runs there. A loose delivery from Patterson-White. Yeah, our first 50 over games on Saturday, so just under a week to go till our season gets away as Patterson-White's in again, and this one's slightly shorter, but good lip delivery, and Hasib Hamid on it quickly to prevent any runs.
Just remind us again where you start.
Edgbaston on Saturday against Central Sparks, the Birmingham-based side. Or the West Midlands-based side, should I say, as Patterson-White gives this one a bit of flight, but not tempting D'Oliveira, who looks slightly more assured in his batting the last few balls after a difficult period. Patterson-White bowls this one, and much like the last, forcing forward D'Oliveira, he gets through his overs very quickly. He does Liam Patterson-White, and it's a maiden to start his first one of the day. Worcester 244 for 6.
And the lead up to that, how does the week look then?
We're travelling down to York tomorrow. We're playing there. York Cricket Club
up
on
to
Tuesday.
York even, yeah.
Yes, up to York. Not geography, not my strong point. Yep, up to York on Tuesday. I think we've got a middle practice on Thursday, and then we'll go down.
You've got a game on Tuesday?
Yeah.
And that's against?
Northern Diamonds.
Right. Just a friendly?
Yeah. Then we'll head to Birmingham on Friday.
Right then, 1 slip for Nathan Smith. He started positively this morning, so that's one of the close catches and out, but that one's just fizzed past the outside edge. Looking to get forward, Smith, but legitimate player missed it.
Broad Street Friday night then, is it?
If I was going to go anywhere in Birmingham, I don't think it'd be Broad Street, in all honesty.
In comes Harrison again then, and that's driven to the man at cover. quickly round there. He's much improved in the field as well. And always on the move, isn't he? Arms and legs going all the time. He's rubbing his hands right now at cover, trying to G up his team. Full bit of drift on that one, a bit of float as well. Again, watchful from Smith. They know they've got a bad time here. It's not really about the run rate, it's about reducing that deficit, taking time out of the game. And that's just pushed on the back foot out to that sweeper, Lyndon James, and they'll rotate the strike again as they creep a little bit closer towards that batting point.
It's about the only area of Birmingham I know, actually, Broad Street, as we're usually accommodated somewhere along there. Just pop out and get a meal or a drink.
Harrison again for this time, and it's just pushed into the offside, and Dolliver quickly sends Smith back. Smith clearly quite keen to get on strike. He's enjoying his batting as well he might. 31 not out at the moment. Dolliver at 38. In comes Harrison again. Last ball of the over, and it's a little shimmy down the wicket. Using his feet this time, Dolliver. More positive from him, but he can only push it back to the bowler, so there's no run taken. And that's 72 overs now gone, 245 for 6. And I spoke to Rob Jones last night, and he said he thought it was a good wicket, and there were plenty of runs out there, and there's a little bit of frustration that the batsman getting starts and not really capitalising. And he said they want a batsman to go big here, which is very doable, to really grab the game by the scruff of the neck. And I thought yesterday on commentary there might have been a bit of a bump ball, but he said that he stuck around just to be cheeky. It was always out. It's just a misjudgment, and he stuck about for ages. Did Rob Jones last night? But he's a character for sure.
Going to be Liam Patterson-White to bowl his second over of the morning. His overall figures are 16 overs, 1 maiden, none for 57. He's bowling to Nathan Smith, the Kiwi, who's on 31. Turns this general direction of the square leg umpire. Cut out by Nathan Pennington, and there's no run. Trent Bridge bathed in sunshine, lovely morning, a little chilly I guess if you sat out there without enough layers on, but pleasant enough for watching cricket as Patterson-White again bowls. Quicker ball, push that through. Smith from the crease just blocks it, and there's no run. One slip, one short leg, the two close to the wicket catchers. Not able really to take any liberties against Liam Patterson-White, who comes in again, and once more Smith just happy to block. They'll know that second new ball is just around the corner. 7 more overs. I'll sense that might be the next problem area for this partnership to negotiate. They won't want to get out before then. Certainly won't want to get out then. Single just dropped on the leg side, but it'll all be about protecting Josh Baker and Joe Leach and Adam Finch, who are the 3 that we've not yet seen on the field with the bat. 246 for 6. Worcestershire a boundary away from a batting bonus point. 4 runs away from saving the follow-on as Hamid again in he comes very quickly from extra cover, doing the fielding, denying a run.
Wonder how much slower order bat against the new board in training in red ball cricket. It's never anything I've thought about really.
246 for 6. Next ball is pushed through again by Patterson-White. Nice looking shot into the offside, but there's only a single. Also got protection with Ben Slater in front of the patrons in the Fox Road stand. End of the over. 247 for 6. D'Oliveira 39, Smith 32. Not seeing their overall advantage whittled away now. Worcestershire 152 behind at 247 for 6. It's a good point really. They'll go in the nets, won't they, for the 10 or 15 minutes a day or however long they need, but all the likelihood is it'll be just one of the old practice balls they'll net against.
Because it's so different, isn't it, facing a new ball to a used one, and a lot of the time the lower order gets exposed to it. In red ball cricket, obviously white ball very different, as Calvin Harrison is in and bowls, and this one just catches the outside edge of D'Oliveira's bat, runs away to short third, no run. I find fielding with a new ball to an old ball very different. I think that's something that's not really practiced enough in training, but
In what sense?
they're quite expensive, those balls, aren't they? As Harrison in again, and a good ball, little bit of turn, D'Oliveira forward. I find it a bit harder to field against a new ball because it's kind of shiny and the seams more protruded, kind of a bit more slippy. Always surprises you, really.
And this is the white ball, of course.
Yeah, white ball only, because no red ball in the women's game currently, as Jack Haynes now in on the offside short, and it's turned into that gap now left vacant with the change of field. Jack Haynes moving across and an easy single taken.
Are there any gaps in your schedule for any club cricket anywhere this summer now?
I don't think so. I'd like to, but I don't think I'll be able to find the time this year. Busy schedule, nearly double T20 fixtures this year as Harrison's in again, and another good delivery is getting a bit of turn here, Harrison, and Nathan Smith covers that one nicely.
Is the dissertation all finished now?
No, I wish it was. It's going to be...
Well, you said you'd only got 10,000 words to write, didn't you, last weekend when you left us? Did you not just knock them off on Monday morning?
That one... Good ball from Kevin Harrison. Didn't see it because Dave was in my ear, to be honest. No, I haven't had time. I've had a busy week. Been in here pretty much every day, so I only had one day to do my work, so no. Harrison again and full delivery. Smith strong in defence. Another good over, another quick over. Worcestershire 248 for 6.
Voice of Grace Ballinger, the Blaze new ball bowler. Left arm quick. Leading wicket taker last year for the Blaze?
Yeah, in the 50 over comp.
Yeah.
In the 50 over comp.
And your side for the start of the new campaign, you'll be missing the England girls, no doubt.
Yep, missing the England girls, missing the Bryce sisters are away for the first few games on international duty with Scotland. So yeah, we'll have a very different starting 11 actually, with a couple of injuries as well to what we had to start last year. But
is the captain available?
The captain's available, yeah.
You'll be all right then.
Skipper Kirsty Gordon, she'll be there, the old reliable.
So it'll be Patterson White then, left arm finger spinner, to D'Oliveira from the Radcliffe Road end. Just presents the full face of the bat there. A few ums and ahs, but still not a lot of turnout though. Still a bowling full here, but a little bit slower than yesterday. Re-firing them in yesterday, and you felt there was a lack of control and that too easy to take runs on the leg side. But it's just adjusted his pace here, Patterson White. A bit more air on that one as well, but D'Oliveira's equal to it. No run though, fielded by Hamid in the covers, so a much better second spell last night for Patterson White. Started well here this morning too. And looking to rock back on the back foot and cut that. Too close to cut really. Playing a dangerous game, and Joe Clark takes the ball behind the stumps. Not dissimilar actually how Joe Clark got out to Josh Baker after that excellent 100. And overs are rattling through thick and fast before we get the new ball here, and I don't think that's by accident. Short this time, and cut away in front of square. Work to do by the... it's a terrible misfield. He's overshot that somewhat, but Dolly won't mind at all. 4 more to the total. Worcestershire don't have to concern themselves with the follow-on. And not that we feel that Notts would have enforced it anyway. If there's one time you don't want to bat on this, it's almost certainly last with a potentially rain-affected day. But it means D'Oliveira moves on to 44. Both these batsmen looking set, but in comes Patterson White again. And that's just lofted down the ground. Beautiful shot, that's gone all the way. Well, he looked a little bit uncertain a couple of overs ago. But back-to-back boundaries, one of them a sumptuous 6, and D'Oliveira's got a 50. It's a captain's innings. And these two looking well set.
Lovely shot from Brett D'Oliveira, gets to his 50 from 89 balls, 4 fours and that 1 6. Partnership worth 72 now, and Worcestershire will be eyeing up more batting bonus points. 10 runs coming from the last 2 deliveries as the umpire at this end, Ben Debenham, just checks the ball after it had been rattled around amongst the seats and other paraphernalia down below us.
Patterson White then in for the last ball of the over. Again, a little bit short after I praised him. It's always the way, isn't it? Cut away. There's an easy single there out into the deep. So they'll take another single. Worcestershire 259 for 6 now. Partnership 73.
Looks like it'll be Calvin Harrison to continue into his 25th over here. Calvin, arguably the busiest man on the pitch the last couple of days, with bat, ball and in the field. Spectacular performance. He'll feel he's cemented himself into the side for a while as he is in, and that's back for length and cut nicely by D'Oliveira, but Lyndon James out there at cover point. Just a casual single for the Worcestershire pair. Ben Duckett remains in slip as he has been pretty contingent for the whole innings, and that's dragged out again, but this time can't get past Jack Haynes under the lid on the leg side. Mid-off sat quite wide as Harrison again down the track, and this will go all the way. That's a big shot. It's a short boundary, but he's cleared it by a mile over mid-wicket. It's just a change of intent against the spin here, and that's a big shot from Nathan Smith.
Do you think it is a case of we've got a second new ball to combat Fletcher and Pennington in a moment, so we might as well just try and cash in now?
Yeah, I mean, it wouldn't be a bad option, would it? And against the leg spinner Calvin Harrison, it's a short boundary out there against the spin, but he cleared it by a good 10 seats back maybe.
Hard hats needed in the crowd.
It's Harrison in again. He'll look to rectify that, as this one's a fuller delivery, pushed on a little bit by Harrison, you sense, and Smith strong in defence. He's 38 out, be looking to get that half century in Worcestershire colours as Harrison awaits once again and bowls this one and rocks back to Smith, but cannot pierce the lone cover fielder Nasib Hamid.
Well, they've had a good look at these two spinners, haven't they?
Yeah.
And there's not huge amounts of turn there. They've bowled well, but it's a case of trying to hit them off their line, isn't it? Hit them off their length.
Harrison in again in a full toss down leg side, and don't know if Smith got any bat on that. Actually, he tried to turn it round. We'll look to the umpire for a signal, and he does. He signals a leg by. So a good couple overs here for Worcestershire.
Yeah, Calvin Harrison's bowled now for getting on for 3/4 of an hour. No real reason not to give him 2 more overs. The second new ball is 4 overs away, but no real signs of any error forthcoming for Worcestershire. We saw Adam Hose yesterday play a shot I'm sure he'd like to revisit and go again, because that partnership between Hose and Jones was doing exactly what this partnership's doing, just frustrating knots until Hose gave it away, opened an end.
In comes Patterson White then. A little bit short, just went back in his crease there, Smith, to try and make it as short as he could, but his drive in front of square was fielded for no run. Yeah, 47 added by these two, in reasonably good time as well. It's been controlled aggression at times, and a couple of slightly hairier moments. Actually, Pennington I thought was very impressive this morning in that little mini spell. And we know at Worcestershire how good he is, but you're right, Grace. I think he looks that little bit sharper. I think he has added a half a yard. In comes Patterson White again. Again, it's short. Cut away behind square. Good fielding though. It would have been a tough ask for the sweeper to get behind that and stop it. Montgomery does a really good job of keeping that to a single. Smith moves on to 39. You kind of think maybe he's looking for his first Worcestershire 50 before that new ball. Because as you say, David, when that Kookaburra is fresh, it can be problematic. Patterson White in again. It's well bowled, but watchful. £131 now the deficit. The left armour is back in again. and pulled away too short. But it looks like Harrison's going to come round and cut this off. They've got 2. Will they think about 3? No, they won't take on the arm. Good decision. There's a couple more to the total.
Surprised they didn't race away for 4. He was short. He seemed to get it out the middle of the bat, and the ball only really made about 3/4 of the way to the fence. So clearly didn't get it as sweetly as initially it looked.
Full this time, wrapped on the pads, big appeal and gone! And that's the end of D'Oliveira's innings. He'll be bitterly disappointed with that. Just 3 and a bit overs before the new ball. And after a slightly shaky start, was looking in real good touch. He took a liking to Patterson White the over before. But he's played round a straight one, and the skipper's got to go. Key breakthrough for Nottinghamshire. And they've got an end open with a new ball due in just 10 minutes or so time.
D'Oliveira out LBW to LPW for 54. It's at the crease for an hour and 3/4, spread between the last part of yesterday and this morning. Faced 94 balls, 4 fours and the 6 that took him to his half century. Really good knock from Brett D'Oliveira. But at 270 for 7, I think Notts will breathe a sigh of relief. It's been a fairly dry 45 minutes as far as they're concerned. Not really created anything. Not been able to muster up any opportunities. Not able to really stem the flow of runs. But now they have got the breakthrough as Josh Baker comes out to join Nathan Smith. 270 for 7, and all of a sudden all eyes will be on the 3 wickets that Notts need. And from the Worcestershire perspective, that second new ball looming large, 30 runs away from a second batting bonus point. They'll want to get that at least, so they'll be looking for Josh Baker just to settle in nicely and make a decent contribution here, with only 2 more to come. Joe Leach, who we know can bat, and also Adam Finch. He's had 1 or 2 moments, hasn't he, with the bat. Did he win a game last year?
He did. He went full Carlos Brathwaite. He took 19 off the last over to beat Yorkshire. It was a game that Worcestershire were very much in control of, and then Yorkshire managed to wrestle it away from us. And 3 mammoth 6s. Not the most elegant of striking, but effective nonetheless. Big lag with long levers to get us home. So yes, he's no mug. Josh Baker certainly not either. He scored the runs that got us promoted last year. He's a high score of 75, and he's no mug by any stretch. But this will be a challenging circumstance for him. He's got 2 men in close, 1 at short leg, 1 at silly cover, both under the lid, 1 slip as well. Patterson White in. What last ball of the over, and that's just past the edge as well. Playing inside the line, but Patterson White feel better about life. He's finally contributed 0 with the bat, and no wickets to speak of in the first 18 and a half overs, but he has got that breakthrough. And this is I feel like this is a key moment in the match here. The next half hour or so, a new ball due in 3 overs time, and he's got plenty of 30s and 40s, Baker. He's a good cricketer all round, excellent slip fielder, but this will be a test of his mettle. Smith 11 shy of a maiden 50 for Worcestershire in his second game with the club, and there'll be more leg spin from Calvin Harrison from the Stuart Broad end.
It's going to be Calvin Harrison. T, one of our regulars, says a very good morning as Harrison bowls, and this one's cut by Smith into the offside straight to him. He said, "Thanks, Barrel. First wicket of the day." So it's cider time. Call Liam Patterson White Barrel, double barrel name, Patterson White. This is name within the club, Barrel. So this one's dropped on the leg side. Enjoy your cider tea. A little early for a cider for me, but
Early on a Sunday, that is.
yeah.
Cider's a fruit salad, you're okay.
One of your 5 a day. Next delivery is blocked on the leg side by Nathan Smith. Listening to live County Championship cricket as ever, brought to you by the BBC. Round 2 of the 14 matches each county will play. It's a Division 1 game, of course. This is cut to backward point, fielded by Montgomery. Both these sides over the last few years have fluttered up and down between Division 1 and Division 2. Notts promoted 2 years ago. This is their second year in the top flight in recent times, or post-Covid, as Mead does the fielding. Worcestershire came up with Durham last year, 270 for 7, but they seem to play each other fairly regularly. If they're in Division 1 together, they play each other. If they're in Division 2, as they have been, they play each other. Montgomery Fields at the end of the over, 270 for 78 overs bowled. Harrison's figures now 26 overs, 1 maiden. He's got the gallant, 3 for 100 brought up in that over. Liam Patterson-White, he'll be pleased to get his first wicket of the season. He's got 1 for 72 from 19 overs. 270 for 7. There's going to be Patterson-White to continue. Hands his cap to umpire Ben Debenham. At this end of the ground, the Radcliffe Road end, here at Trent Bridge. And we should slowly start to see Luke Fletcher begin to loosen up through the course of the over.
Patterson-White then, aggressive field for the new batsman. Josh Baker has his forward in defence, the fellow left arm spinner. He's got 2 catches in front of the bat, 1 on each side, and Ben Duckett remains in slip. Patterson-White in and turned into the onside, but Calvin Harris at mid-on. Not Calvin Harris, he's probably busy on tour somewhere in Ibiza. Calvin Harrison.
Do you know what? I've been thinking about that for a day and a half.
I do it every
it's
time.
It's so hard, isn't it?
I do it every time without fail. Patterson-White's back in and again turned into the onside, but Calvin Harrison can't quite get forward to catch that, just dropped short.
That's the closest I get to pop culture as well, to be honest. Get Jimmy's down with the kids. I'm not.
I've seen Calvin Harris, but I wouldn't know who he is. He did a spot before one of the NFL games a few years ago.
Patterson-White in again, and this one not convincing by Josh Baker. Brought into fence, catches the outside edge of his bat, but it does get him off the mark. What's a spot? Like a DJ set?
Yes, to entertain the crowd in the hour and a half before the match starts. I think they felt it just all added to the carnival atmosphere type thing of bringing the NFL to London, but
they know how to put on a show, don't they?
They do.
It's really annoying my friend Pete and Daz. They hate how much I talk about the NFL, Dave.
Get with it, Pete and Daz.
Yeah, what's wrong with you?
I've got no interest in the NFL, in fairness. This is turned into the onside quite comfortably by Smith. That brings him on to 40 as gets himself to the other end.
You've got a lot to learn, young Miss Ballinger. You really have. That's where it's at.
Maybe in America.
Anything that takes 4 hours that you can drink beer and eat pizza to me, that sounds dreamy as a sport. That's why I like cricket, to be fair. Although obviously no beer in the commentary box, that'd be deeply unprofessional.
I have to say, of all the sports I enjoy, the red zone on a Sunday evening is how sports should be. Just going from game to game to game as a side gets very close to scoring a touchdown is magnificent.
Patterson-White in again and pushed off the back foot by Baker. That was a slightly more comfortable looking shot. He finds the offside sweeper. Single off the last ball of the over. Worcestershire 273 for 7.
So we know you like your footy a little bit. Are there any other sports that you enjoy?
Yeah, darts is my favourite sport.
Of course.
Darts is my favourite sport.
Just won Pete and Daz back. They're huge dartists. There we go. It's not it's an audience of 2.
Have you been, Grace? Have you been?
Only at university, not to the proper ones. As Jim shows me some.
Luke the Nuke. That's Luke Littler dart flights that were given to me on Friday.
Gerwyn Price is my favourite. I've got his darts, I've got his t-shirt, I've got his flights. I love him. He's my favourite athlete all round.
Athlete? You go and dance as athlete? I love everything about that. So I was a league dart player. I'm rubbish now. I was rubbish when I played league darts. There we go. Is it a sport or is it a game, Grace? What are we saying?
It's a sport.
Of course it's a sport.
100% it's a sport.
If you wear trainers while you're doing it, it counts as a sport, right?
There's a lot of skill to it, I think. It's my post-cricket retirement plan, I think.
From one pro sport to another, like Gerwyn Price, but hopefully with a slightly better attitude. In comes Calvin Harrison then, pushed into the offside by Josh Baker, who was 2 to his name. First runs he scored for Worcestershire since clinching that promotion to the First Division. And what a pleasure it is to be in the First Division from a pairs perspective. Harrison in again. Full. Push back confidently. 273 for 7, as we are just a few balls away from that new ball and the likely return of Fletcher and Pennington. Harrison's good ball there. Just couldn't quite get to the pitch of that. And it was uppish, just past that man, on the offside, in close under the helmet. 4 catches in place. 3 balls to survive this. And then I imagine there'll be a hint of chin music coming their way. In comes Harrison again. That's a lovely delivery. And it beats Baker all ends up. One of those ones you just don't want to get a little feather on.
Out go the field. Look, Pennington, Fletcher and Lyndon James have just been dispatched to different postcodes.
4 close catches remain. In comes Harrison then. And then just pushed into the offside. Straight at that man. In close. Ben Slater it is, under the helmet on the offside.
Is Harrison giving him enough problems to give him another over here, or are you definitely taking a second
taking a new ball? There's plenty of time for Harrison to make a difference later if he wants. And that's just tucked off his hip there. A bit of bounce there. But it goes behind square. The man in close is just in front of square. And at that range it's going to be hard to pick up. So it's another run to Josh Baker. Not an entirely convincing over from the batsman's perspective, but safely negotiated nonetheless. Yeah, I would, with that fresh ball at your disposal. We saw what they managed to do to Jake Libby and first Gareth Roderick as well. Really impressive first half a dozen overs or so, wasn't it?
I'm just waiting for you to finish this sentence by saying,
oh my goodness.
although having reassessed my thoughts.
Well, they're sticking with the slow stuff.
Yes.
That makes sense to me.
As we always say, once you've taken it, you can't go back. There's nothing spoiling by just having another go, especially with the fact that Baker took a single from the last ball of the over. Just have another little go at him. They perhaps suspect he might be a little more vulnerable to... I don't know what the thinking is.
My thinking would always be, what would the batsman like the least? But we shall see. Patterson White in again.
He bowls now to Baker and he pushes it back to him. Well, maybe the analyst has come up with very good evidence to suggest that Josh Baker doesn't like spin. He's more comfortable with pace on the ball. Who knows? But once you've taken it, you can't go back. You can have another 2 or 3 overs here, and if then it doesn't work, then you can take the new ball. That's nicely fielded by Hamid, ensures that Baker stays on strike. 274 for 7 as we near midday. Started on time.
I suppose Patterson White may feel he's earned the right after getting rid of the captain as well.
It's in again, bowling to Baker. Plenty round the bat. Nicely negotiated by Josh Baker. Tall young man can get a decent stride in, but he's got to be careful of a little bit of bounce. Might just pop up to one of the fielders there waiting. Cuts this into the offside, through the offside. Luke Fletcher galloping after it. Ball might win that, and he does. And Luke Fletcher puts in a wasted dive, flung himself at the ball and picks himself up in pieces. Left elbow and right wrist bearing the brunt of the damage. So too the left knee. You can tell there's some moisture out there, can't you? Whenever a player puts a dive in, they get back up and their flannels are absolutely filthy.
Yeah, I mean, it's a really gallant effort from Luke Fletcher, but I don't want him diving for that ball, do you? I mean, that's for the sake of saving 1 run and doing an injury.
278 for 7. Made the ground shake. He's pushed into the offside, and I know him well enough, and he knows me well enough to know.
I know between you two, it's just flirting, isn't it? It's okay.
It's a right elbow. He keeps right arm, right elbow. There, he was just having a little look at and feeling. Patterson White in again. That wasn't part of the plan to go for 4, and now Baker's taken another single from the last ball of the over, and Notts won't mind that. At least they're keeping Smith away from the strike, and Calvin Harrison, he's grabbed the ball, he's kept the ball. Look, he's twirling it from arm to arm or hand to hand.
I imagine with a new ball, if you want to go back to the spinners, a harder ball with a bit more bounce. I don't know.
Everything you're saying makes sense, but Harrison's going to get another one.
They are professional folk, and I am, Well,
you can see 30 runs come from 3 overs with a second new ball on occasions when you watch matches around the country.
That's true.
I
yes.
don't disapprove of this. That they're exploring this option at the moment, Grace.
So Harrison's in, and that's a play and miss outside the off stump. An attempt at a drive, ambitious by Baker with 2 slips now in play.
You're fast bowlers union, aren't you? You want to see the quicks on.
Yeah, especially with the new ball. Even though I have enjoyed Harrison's leg spin today, and this is good solid defence this time by Baker.
Simon says, I hope the new ball's more effective than it was against Essex. Yeah, they went around the park a little bit, didn't they, Simon? But I'm sure that's been forgotten. It'll be the here and now that Hamid is thinking about.
Harrison's in and straighter, and Baker on the back foot punching into the offside, but cannot break the ring. Ball's getting driven, and nicely driven by Baker, but cannot get past Liam Patterson-White there at mid-off. Another dot ball.
Has appeared before magistrates charged with producing a Class B drug and remanded in custody to appear at Nottingham Crown Court next month.
Harrison back in again, and this time flighted up, and that's as easy as it comes for Calvin Harrison. A 4th wicket and a caught in bowled. Josh Baker just chipping it up.
And he joined me just as Nottinghamshire pick up another wicket. Worcestershire 279 for 8. Notts could have taken the second new ball. Instead, they've left Calvin Harrison, the spinner, on, and he has removed Josh Baker, a smart caught and bowled catch. Worcestershire 279 for 8, still trail by 120.
As I was saying, you just got to keep the spinners going, Dave, and hold off on the new ball for a bit.
He's a man that likes a caught and bowled, Calvin Harrison. That's his 3rd caught and bowl in this innings. All very different, but nicely pouched. He's got safe hands. Josh Baker has gone to 79 for 8, and if that was a nod to the analyst in that if Baker's out there, you want your spinners on against him, then we'll give the analyst an assist as Joe Leach makes his way out to the middle. We'll never know. He might have got out straight away to one of the quicks, but Notts have persisted. Didn't really cost them too many. There was the boundary in the last over, but Nathan Smith hasn't faced a ball, I don't think, for 3 overs. So Notts have had a good go at Baker, and they've managed to get him out. 279 for 8. Worcestershire trail by 120.
Well, it brings Joe Leach to the crease, and he's not a chap that tends to die wondering. So his approach normally is attack is the best form of defence. Deficit 120. I think the tricky bit as well is that when it comes to Notts batting again, if they want to set up a game, it's really hard to know what to set the opposition in the 4th innings when you know the ball doesn't do huge amounts.
Four wickets then for Calvin Harrison.
Yeah, he's had a 4-for before, but it was a cheap 4-for. He'll need to get the 5th if to be career best figures to go with his career best batting. He's had a decent game, hasn't he?
Certainly has, and plenty around the bat here for Leach. It's Notts look to be aggressive and want to take these 2 quick wickets as the first ball is played nicely on the front foot by Leach, and that will end the over. Another good one for Calvin Harrison. He has figures of 28 overs, 4 for 101.
Yes, as the old saying, you've got to be a good bowler to go for 100 in cricket, because if you weren't a good bowler, the captain would have dragged you out of the attack long before then. He's posed questions all the way through here. In early April, who says you can't bowl spinners in England? Well, you can if you're playing with the Kookaburra ball, I guess. And lots of just tinkered with their starting 11 at the start of this season. Tom Moore's not getting in the side. Joe Clark having the gloves gives them the extra option. They had the extra seamer, or they played the 4 frontline seamers and 1 spinner in the last game. Extra batter this time round. 2 spinners are playing as Liam Patterson-White now bowls to Nathan Smith, who gets a single. I think that's the first ball he's faced in 4 overs, and he gets a single first ball. So Straight away they've got Joe Leach on strike, and here they come, just surrounding him like a pack of wolves on some unsuspecting prey, and they come all around him. Ollie banging on about his fantasy team. Another point for my fantasy team. It's going to be Liam Patterson-White to bowl. Grace is going to have a little break. She'll be back with us a little later on. The Blaze fast bowler, 280 for 8.
So Patterson-White it is then. And yet again we've seen Nathan Smith just sat on his bat at the non-striker's end, unable to affect the game. 41 not out. Joe Leach, former Worcestershire skippers there, onto the back foot there, just jams down on the ball and it squirts away into the offside for no run.
We do love a guest. Oh, we do love a guest here in the commentary box. As Liam Patterson-White comes in to bowl to Leach on the front foot, and he defends. There's an appeal for something down the leg side. I think it was off the pad. We can say hello now when you've got your headphones on. Nottinghamshire first team coach Paul Franks has kindly popped up to say hello. Paul, Jim Dale from BBC Hereford and Worcester.
How you doing?
Go on, Jim.
Patterson-White in then, pushes this one through, it's full. There's back closely with pad, but Wood gets in the way. And Joe Leach just looking to keep Patterson-White out here. Challenging spell here for Worcester, short this time, and he's cut that away. But again, there'll be no run. Tidy fielding by Montgomery. Backward a square on the offside. As the field disperses for the last ball of the over, they'll happily give Joe Leach the strike here, you feel. Nathan Smith is still stuck down the non-striker's end. In comes, oh, it's a false start, Patterson-White. The 8-yard runner miscued a little, so he'll have another go. 3 close catches, and it goes. Solid forward defensive again. That sees out the over. Worcestershire under the cosh here, 280 for 8. And plenty of work to do. The arrear's still 119.
Thanks for popping up, Paul, for the best part of the hour and 5 minutes we've had this morning. We've been ticking down to the taking of that second new ball. They're going to take it, they're going to take it, they're going to take it. Just wonder if getting that wicket before the 80th over and Josh Baker coming out, was there something in it? Or Baker might just be a little susceptible to spin? Has the analyst got an assist there?
There's always analysis going on, Dave, you know that. It's more a case of, and particularly with this Kookaburra ball that we're using, there's been a lot made of it. It tends to go through certain phases of play, which the Duke ball goes through different phases of play, if that makes sense. So
Harrison bowls, this one's defended.
I think we felt like spin was going to be our key to success this morning. I thought they did well in tandem yesterday at various times, and it was good to see us trying to play our cricket differently to adapt to what the ball gives you.
Harrison in once more, and Nathan Smith, who's on 41, been starved of the strike for much of the last 15-20 minutes, plays it back to the bowler, Calvin Harrison.
I think that was one of the things about the use of the Kookaburra ball. They made a big thing about producing more spin and looking at ways that spin can develop in this country.
Harrison bowls, worked away now, through square leg for a single. That'll bring Joe Leach down onto strike. 281 for 8, Worcestershire trailing by 118.
And we're certainly aware that we've got 2 very good young spinners in Calvin and Liam, so to give them responsibility in this phase of the game, I think was important to us. And it's going to be interesting to see what tactics Worcestershire use. 118 is still a decent deficit, as you mentioned. The new ball will be just around the corner, and that's something that Hasib and the rest of the lads on the field will be talking about.
Joe Leach has company. There are 2 slips. That silly point, a short leg as Harrison bidding for his first 5-wicket haul. Bowls one that just turns a little bit through to Joe Clark. Lovely to see Harrison fulfilling the potential we all know he's got, and actually converting it into something tangible on paper. A first 50, we know he can catch pigeons, wonderful catch yesterday, and now a 4-for as well.
Yeah, it's always great to see players achieving potential.
He bowls now, and this one, we'll have to see what it's come off as Duckett throws to the non-striker's end and very nearly executes a run out there. Had it been taken cleanly by Calvin Harrison as he just blotted his copybook for the first time.
Yeah, is that you? Commentator's curse.
Well, it was a difficult one, wasn't it? Just to try and scoop up out of the crease as Duckett opted to go for the far end rather than the stumps closer to him. 282 for 8. You know me. As soon as I say something, if I say it's red, it becomes green straight away. Whatever, it doesn't matter. 282 for 8. But I think Nathan Smith, from the Worcestershire perspective, has just sort of got to establish himself again. Saying not to have kept him away from the strike for a while as an aeroplane goes overhead. Nice looking drive is fielded by Asiba Mead. End of the over. 84 gone in the innings. This morning we've had 1 wicket go down. In fact, we've had 2 wickets go down, I beg your pardon. Brett D'Oliveira, LBW to Liam Patterson-White for 54. Josh Baker and Courtenbold Harrison for 8. I'm Dave Bracegirdle, Notts assistant. First team coach Paul Franks alongside me, watching on. I think Jim he's sort of been throwing it out there, one of those rhetorical things. How many would Notts want to be in front by the close of play? There's all these sort of factors, isn't there? Is it going to rain tomorrow? Is it going to be dry?
Is it going to rain tomorrow, Dave?
So look into your crystal ball. What's going to happen?
What is going to happen? Well, firstly and foremost, we've got to get these last 2 wickets.
In comes Patterson-White then. Again, solid forward defensive there by Joe Leach. Well, that's the thing with the Kookaburra ball. It's that trying to figure out these phases of play and patterns that they show is that what do you feel safe setting? And we've seen in the first round of games that teams are going to be quite conservative through fear of making bad calls because it can get flat very quickly. Full this time and just pushed back down the wicket. Watchful stuff this from Joe Leach. He's not off the mark yet. 10 balls faced. It's not his usual way.
No, it's not, is it?
But
he normally likes to give it a go.
He's an aggressive player and he backs himself. We've got Nathan Smith, though, who's well set on 42. He might be doing his friend a favour here and making sure that he's got a chance of a maiden half century. He just rocks on the back foot, cuts that away into the deep, and a single's taken. So the New Zealander will be on strike. 8 shy, said 50. But
it's fascinating. Sorry to interrupt. It's fascinating how and for the people that just watch on, we're talking about cricket balls and how much of a difference they have on the game, and it really is that drastic. Like the difference between the Duke cricket ball
on a length there and just push into the offside, deep into his crease there. Nathan Smith gave himself plenty of room to work there in the offside. Take another single. Total goes up to 284.
And that Kookaburra cricket ball is quite drastic. You know, you look at how they are after 20 overs and you put them side by side, and then you look where they are after 40 overs, and they're literally like chalk and cheese.
It's come in for a lot of criticism. Do you think that this experiment needs to be over a few years for teams to really work out how to best utilise it in April?
Yeah, definitely.
Again, pushed into the offside. There's a sweeper out in the deep, so an easy single. So Leach is underway. That's his second single. Smith back on strike. 1 ball left of this over. Field spreads a little.
I think the thing that you've got to get your head around is that during this time of the year, we're used to seeing a Duke ball off a swing and seam for up to 60 overs, and we have been over an extended period. And what we've seen in this last couple of weeks is that 20 overs, and this is not just at Trent Bridge, this has been around the country. You know, there's been a lot of runs scored, lots of high numbers scored. That the ball settles really, really quickly, and often you're seeing quite unconventional fields set. You know, I thought Worcestershire tried to implement one with a 5-4 leg side field. You know, it seems to me like this ball doesn't sit up for a 6-3 offside field with 3 slips and a gully.
Bringing men on the drive on an offside rather than packing a slip corner.
Absolutely, and the game is telling us all we need to know about the Kookaburra ball in these conditions. What's been a very damp spring after a very wet winter, whether that's had anything to do with it. You know, there'll be all sorts of analysis going on, I'm sure, at HQ about what is this actually telling us about the Kookaburra ball.
Calvin Harrison with a loopy full toss that Joe Leach works behind square. Luke Fletcher has not yet had a bowl this morning, does the fielding, no run.
I spoke to Jake Libby at Edgbaston last week, and of course opening batsman's loving the Kookaburra ball in April.
Of course he is.
With the Duke's ball, they just put it somewhere near and it's good enough, and it didn't make for good cricket.
Harrison bowls. This one's hit just out of reach from Calvin Harrison, that would have been his 5 for, would have been a 4th caught and bowl had he got there. Just got a fingernail to it, and they take a single, 286 for 8.
And I don't want this to sound like I'm critical of the Kookaburra ball, because I'm not. I think, having played with it myself, albeit a long time ago, in different parts of the world, and seen what it can do and the skills you have to have, but the conditions are very different at different times of the year compared to what they are at Nottingham in the spring or the rest of the UK in the spring. So it's that constant balance between bat and ball to create the contest that we want, which creates bums on seats,
exciting cricket, results.
Exactly. So all of those things that we would look for in a vibrant domestic game, which also helps people develop their skills to go on to bigger and better things. That's the holy grail for cricket in this country, I think.
Another single taken by Smith moves on to 44, 287 for 8, as Joe Leach defends here. So,
I avoided the question, Dave, didn't I?
I'm sure you know which side of the fence I'm going to be sat on. In the defence, waving the flag, of course, for the good old county championship.
Yes.
287 for 8 as Harrison comes in and bowls, and Joe Leach defends. One of the points you made there wasn't the first point, and it's maybe not the key point, the number one point. This enables players to go on to better and bigger things when they potentially play overseas, as Harrison comes in, and a little bit of turn there as ever, nicely taken by Clark. End of the over, 287 for 8. We're talking to Paul Franks, Notts assistant head coach. Does the county championship need the Kookaburra? Do we need to be changing our game, playing a domestic structure with, this week you're playing with a Kookaburra ball, next week you're playing with a Duke's ball? Because in 5 years' time, you might be going to Australia to play with the Kookaburra ball, so we're giving you a bit of experience now. Are we not already playing a first division here that's already lopsided in the fact you don't play every side twice, and now you're asking teams to play with 2 different balls?
Yeah, I think we potentially are. I think what does need to become clearer for all the teams in county cricket is the structure we're going to play to.
Is LPW
in comes Patterson White then.
Didn't you in, yeah?
Nice little press and push down the ground. Easy single, long off is there. Luke Fletcher will do the fielding. So it's another 1, 2 in the total, 288 for 8. And Smith has 45. Leach on a very watchful 3. But I don't think the Notts bowlers will mind too much, seeing plenty of Joe Leach on strike. We'll see how long he can be resistant. But he does hit a long ball. We've seen some cracking innings from Joe Leach over the years. In comes Patterson White then. Can he tempt him? No, solid forward press there, straight back down to the bowler.
I thought you were just going for a quiet watch.
No, I did, Dave. Quiet Sunday morning chat. Possibility of a Haribo. And
wait till we get to the point structure.
Help yourself.
In comes Patterson White again then. And he uses his feet a little bit there. Moves us slightly towards leg, then a drive through extra cover. Good fielding there from Luke Fletcher. Slightly wild throw. But another one to the name of Joe Leach.
See, I knew I'd get a Haribo eventually. There you go.
Was that payment?
The only reason I've come.
They're only paying me in Haribo as well. I refused the money, of course I did. In comes Patterson White again.
Bold.
And it's squared up a little bit there. Genuine edge. All along the ground, those soft hands. So picked up by the man behind square. And it's 46 to Smith then. Not far away from a little milestone for him. We've had the best part of 7 overs then. Old ball still in play. 290 for 8. Worcestershire, again, those little moments within games. 10 runs shy of another bonus point. And you feel that Worcestershire are going to make a good fist of things here in Division 1. Every point counts. In comes Patterson White then. Leach on strike. Oh, played at that one. Just feeling for the ball outside off stump. Nearly got a tickle. And you can tell he's a little bit annoyed with himself there. And from a Worcestershire perspective, I think actually it sounds slightly cynical, but plenty of points for a draw, which they've reneged on. They upped the points for a draw again, and a Kookaburra ball probably will help Worcestershire here. Points early on in the season away from home, always welcome. Solid forward defensive there from Leach to see out the over. 290 for 8. You feel with a Duke's ball in April that you start the season away at Edgbaston, then at Trent Bridge with a quality bowling attacks on show, that it would be a real test for this Worcestershire batting lineup. that we're in the business of staying up and making a name for ourselves that probably does help us, if I'm honest.
So, Dave, you're peering at me a little bit.
No, not at all.
So,
no.
yeah, I think coming back to our conversation we were having before, I think we need to know what structure we're playing to. Ideally, it needs to be symmetrical. We know that.
Harrison looking for a first fifth wicket haul, doesn't get it here as Smith moves closer to a 50 for Worcestershire. That's 47, 291 for 8.
Ideally, then that gives you the right windows in the spring and summer to play a vibrant Ford 8 County Championship. It's a fantastic competition in its own right. It deserves the respect that it's always had within the programme.
291 for 8. Harrison again bowls. Joe Leach, former Worcestershire first team skipper in his benefit year, defends.
Because ultimately it's about producing players that go on to, like I say, go on to bigger and better things. How they're going to do that, your guess is as good as mine.
Harrison in once more, and Leach gets a stride in. LBW shout from bowler and fielders. Didn't look right, did it? Got a good stride in there.
Googly Dave, I don't think you picked it.
I certainly didn't. Comes in again. Lovely rhythmical action. He's a lovely young man as well. I know that's perhaps a daft patronising sounding thing to say, but he almost treats me like an elderly granddad or something. He's always very, very courteous. Good morning, Dave.
Similar,
how are you?
to our Fletchers?
Well, exactly. Next one's turned on the leg side. Single for Leach. Will he come back for 2? He will. That's good running by this Worcestershire pair. 293 for 8. Yeah, I just I've not particularly enjoyed the Kookaburra ball in that. Certainly in the Essex game, the afternoon sessions, it all went fairly flat, and it was strange. Wickets went on all the first 3 days, morning session and evening session, and nothing in the afternoon.
Yeah, I think the one thing we did see was credit to Sam Cook in this space. I mean, I thought he bowled fantastically well at the crucial point in the game when that ball was brand new, particularly in the 4th innings. I thought he'd bowled well up to the point in the 1st innings. And hadn't had any luck. If you look at how he bowled across the match, then all that luck came aligned with bowling really, really well again in the 2nd innings. And he was certainly very, very good at the right point in the game to get Essex towards where they wanted to be.
Well, it looks like... Is it more of the same? Yeah, it's Liam Patterson-White's going to hit. That's going to be the 56th over of spin in this innings. 2 young slows getting plenty of action in the 1st innings here, and it felt like there was a single to be had there last ball of the previous over. That always makes me nervous, but Nathan Smith is on strike. 47 to his name, in good time too. 89 balls faced. He comes short from Patterson-White, cut away in front of square, hit hard, and the sweeper comes round, does a good job. In fact, hits so hard that they'll only take a single. Really good work from Lyndon James there.
Just quickly on Lyndon, was there a feeling might have been above waist high, might just have been a little unlucky? They'd have had a look, wouldn't they, if it was a televised game?
I think ultimately he was disappointed with himself.
Yeah.
I think he played so well and he trudged off a bit, and he's a very honest lad, and I think he feels like he should have probably whopped that into the lower than most, Dave, and I think 90 times out of 100 he probably does, but very good innings. Really pleased for him.
Fall from Patterson-White, solid for defensive. Yeah, he looked a little unlucky. He deserved 100. It's a fabulous innings. It was really, really composed innings. And at 238 for 6 at the time as well was a little bit of pressure on.
Yeah, I think that's one of his biggest strengths. I think his maturity from when he first came into the team and started to succeed. You look at his character, you look at the composure he brought, and he brings to our team. He's a nice foil for a lot of the guys around him, and that's not undermining his quality in any way, because I think he's got his own quality that he brings to the team in terms of skill as well. And he's got a lovely way around the room. He's mature beyond his years.
And now you've got him back bowling again as well. It's an extra dimension.
Well, it's a team full of multi-dimensional cricketers, isn't it?
It is, and it's a team that's still finding its way as a team, if you like. It's got a new leader in Hasib. It's got a cross section of senior players who've been settled under a previous captain, and now they're getting used to different ways and different habits of a new captain.
Patterson White over the wicket this time. Change of approach. It's pitched outside leg, and Leach is happy for that to thud into his pad. It's going to make it slightly tricky to get an LBW, you feel, with this line. Perhaps looking to hit those bits of rough from the footmarks just outside leg stump. Been good control from Patterson White. Not a huge amount of turn. Let's see what we can get from this. 3 close catches. Both 2 on the leg side. A leg slip in, regulation slip, and a man under the helmet. Close in on the leg side.
Not helping by the fact that Worcestershire haven't got any left-handers.
No, that's true. But we did know that going into the game, and that's that's something we're aware of.
Patterson White in again then. Plenty of spaces for singles if they want him, but again he's happy to pad away. Worcestershire in no hurry here. It's batting time is as important as reducing the arrears. 105 the deficit now. 6 runs shy of that extra bonus batting point. 294 for 8.
We have chatted a couple of times briefly, but not really asked you about your winter, how that went. You were working again with the England younger groups.
Yeah, I loved it, Dave. It was fantastic. I was lucky enough to travel with that playing group this winter. A lot of which I didn't know, a couple of which I did. Really excited to see the talent in the wider English game at under 19 level.
And that was to where? Where did you go?
We went to India in November, and then we went to the World Cup in South Africa in January and February.
Harrison from the Stuart Broad end. This is driven down the ground for a single. 295 for 8. Great experience for the youngsters, but these are paths that you've trodden before as a player and now as a coach. Great experience for you in a role you clearly enjoy.
Absolutely, it brought back some really fond memories. The under-19 World Cup is now very different to the one that I played in, but it's still a very, very special competition with a really strong group. I mean, it wasn't just
LBW shout here. Harrison bowling to Leach, turned down. 295 for 8.
It wasn't just our team that had lots of talent in. I think if you were lucky enough to watch that competition, you'd have seen really, really talented young men from across the world, which is exciting for the game.
Knocking on the door here of a 3rd bowling bonus point. Worcestershire need 5 runs to reach 300 as Leach again defends. And just back to your days, the competition you won, of course, it was the under-19 World Cup, wasn't it? Yeah. Just remind me, because the memory's going, of some of the players that you played with then and the careers they had. Because Graham Swan, he rolls off the tongue as Leach sweeps, and he's caught. Is that Jack Haynes down on the ground?
Oh, he's going to get some sympathy from Slater at Silly Point here.
Because Ben Slater was it yesterday. 295 for 8. And I would imagine the Notts physio Phil Tranter will be out there. So
it's the first shot in anger from Joe Leach, and he's a big boy.
He's nailed that as well. Yeah. That's the first one. I think as Monty's trying to get out of the way there, he's sort of half turned, and I think it's caught him on the back of the ankle.
No, it's not Monty. I think it's Jack Haynes, isn't it?
Yeah, it's Jack Haynes.
Oh, it is. Oh, he's not happy, is he? Oh, Fletcher's not good in that space either.
There comes.
He's not going to offer a sympathetic word or two, is he not?
No, I don't think so.
Get up.
Yeah.
So who played in your under-19 winning squad team?
Swan, Peters, Shah.
That's Stephen Peters of Northam.
Stephen Peters.
Away
Shah, captain. Chris Schofield, who went on to play for England.
Of course, yeah, leggy. Good days, good times.
Oh, great times. Rob Key, now director of England cricket.
So there's plenty there that went on to the highest level of you know where I'm going now. So of the under-19 side,
absolutely,
that you've just been the coach of,
yes.
who do you envisage?
I'm not going there, Dave.
Right.
I'm not going there because.
But there are players that feel
100%
have it within them to go on and play international cricket.
Pressure is a heavy thing for a young man to carry, isn't
it? And they don't need it from me.
Exactly.
So I think in that space we've got a lot of lads who will be looking firstly to establish themselves in first team cricket. I certainly hope they don't get stuck in second 11 cricket for too long, because
we start again. Harrison bowls to Leach. Haynes is okay, and he's a hardy old soul. He's stayed in there at short leg. 1 ball left in this over. Then more from Paul Franks, who's kindly popped up to say hello in this morning session of the third day here. Worcestershire 295 for 8. Ooh, down the leg side, foolish delivery. Kept out by Leach, end of the over, 295 for 8.
I imagine there's as much about developing well-rounded young men as cricketers too.
Absolutely, and I think what I would say is they were a very, very good group to coach. I knew one, maybe two of the guys in that squad that we worked with across the winter. And credit to the counties that do a lot of work with them. They were all really, really good lads who had a good grasp on reality of where they were in the cricketing landscape and where they wanted to get to. I think when I talked a little minute ago there about getting them out of second 11 cricket, you want your best young players playing first team cricket. Ultimately, it's not by any way demeaning second 11 cricket, because that's not what it's about, but you want them to be hungry, you want them to be churning out scores in that second 11, which makes it really, really difficult for first team coaches to leave them out and not select them.
Paddison White stays over the wicket, tries to use his feet. Nathan Smith on 49, doesn't quite get it right. Joe Clark tumbling away to his left hand side, down the leg side. His big open space is an easy single if he wants to find a mid wicket area. There's deep mid wicket and long on as well. There's a 50 there for him if he wants it. Looking to use his feet, and it comes again. That's a lovely delivery. Little bit of grip there from Paddison White. Spot on length as well. Too good for Nathan Smith, that. He's going to have to work through it. Short this time, cut away. Feel he'll have missed out. That's straight to the one man in on the one. Captain Haseem Hamid. Certain scores will do funny things to you. Straight this time, just dropped into the leg side. That's 4 balls now. It's 9 balls without scoring with this Worcestershire side. Joe Leach saw out 5 in the previous over to give Nathan Smith the strike and an opportunity for his first 50 for his new club.
That one's defended. Paul, somebody you know very well, Andre Adams, on the first morning sent a message through saying he was watching from down under. Said look out for Nathan Smith.
Yeah.
Terrific cricketer. Jet is the word he put. Jet.
Yeah. No, he certainly looks a good acquisition. He's a player that we've been aware of for a while, and someone who I'm sure a lot of counties would have been doing their due diligence on. His record in domestic cricket is really strong. I was really impressed with what he did last week and getting settled into county cricket. He looks an excellent acquisition, and I'm sure Worcestershire are going to be delighted to have him for the season.
As I say, all New Zealanders are.
Yeah, they are. They're a tight-knit bunch, aren't they?
just quickly before we leave your winter travels, it's I'm sure it's not part of your responsibilities to arrange a social diary, but for a young man touring India, I guess there's bits that you want to see, and there's bits away from the cricket which helps you as a person, helps you part of your own individual development. Did you get days away? Did you go and see the Taj Mahal and this and this as Harrison Bowles cut away? There's a couple of runs here for Worcestershire. They'll go to 297 for 8. Leach on to 8.
We were out in the sticks a little bit, Dave, so we were in a place called Vijayawada, which was nowhere near anywhere,
right?
If I'm honest. and India's this vast country, but we got looked after brilliantly well, and the lads got time to get out and about. The cricket schedule was pretty brutal. They had to play cricket quite a lot. Harrison
Bowles, and this is defended by Leach.
So they were either resting, recovering, training, or playing. Yeah. So when you're only there for a month, it goes quite quickly. A lot of them are still in education, so they're picking up online tutorials at various points on that trip as well, so they've got to keep.
Next one's cut away down to third man. Chase on here for Lyndon James. Worcestershire are going to reach 300 one way or another. It's gone for 4. Lyndon James, he dived right by the rope. Had he been able to cleanly just flick it back 2 inches from the rope, it wouldn't have been a boundary, but nevertheless they might have been able to run a 4th. But that is the Worcestershire second batting bonus point. 301 for 8. Nice looking shot from Leach. Moves on to 12. We're in the 92nd over, so we'll ask again about the second new ball in a moment.
Boundary brings the deficit below 100 as well. Good psychological moment for the pairs as well.
301 for 8. I had a flashback there, I'll tell you in a second, as Harrison bowls. And this is turned away for a single by Leach, and Nottinghamshire number 8, chasing after it, sliding on the boundary edge, and I don't mean Stuart Broad.
No, I know exactly what you mean. I definitely wouldn't have got to that, Dave.
Well, you had the ceremonial handover of your shirt to Stuart, didn't you, when you retired, and now Brody's done it to Lyndon.
Yeah, no, nice touch. Yeah, my days as number 8 are long gone.
302 for 8 as Nathan Smith defends. Got Paul Franks with us for another 10 minutes or so before we let him go off and get in the lunch queue. Always nice when the players, the participants, the coaching staff pop up and say hello. Kevin Shine came and saw us in the last match. We had Jack Russell come up and share an hour of his thoughts, as well as Harrison bowls edged and just bounced short of Duckett at slip. I've got Duckett down in my own individual personal sweepstake of the day. Duckett to be man of the day. Have I gone early on that one?
Well, maybe. I don't know. It's not. It's
due,
a pretty solid
it?
pick,
Due.
isn't it? It's a pretty
due.
solid pick. Yeah, I think his game's gone on really nicely since he's returned to that England Test team, and long may that continue.
Second new ball. Do you think they'll just reassess now?
You can see the conversation that's going on in the middle, Dave, between the captain and two of his senior charges there. I'm sure that's what they're talking about. Yeah, here we go.
Yeah, Liam Patterson might hand. He was hoping that his name wasn't being mentioned there as he handed his cap to the umpire and then had to snatch it back. The enforcer is coming on.
He's far better than just an enforcer, Dave.
But,
He's an outstanding young man. I've been really impressed with him.
But he was asked to do that role yesterday in times, wasn't he?
Yes, he was, and he'll take anything on. He's a fantastic bloke. I'm not telling anybody who's a Worcestershire fan anything they don't know already, and we've always been really, really impressed by him when we played against him, and we're delighted to have him on board as a Nottinghamshire player. And I think he's got lots of growing still to do as a young fast bowler, and hopefully we can get the best out of him in the coming games and years.
He seems to grow as well, particularly with the more responsibility Worcestershire gave him with the white ball.
Yeah.
He became a cracking opening bowler. The amount of times he'd take a wicket in his first couple of overs, just setting the tone.
Yeah, no,
He bowled quick yesterday as well.
I think we often see all the same things that you guys see. Obviously, we've got various other metrics that we use, but often the best metrics we use are with our eyes, because you get to pick up things that are really, really important to the game. And he's been really impressive with his attitude towards his own development, and he's fitted into this bowling attack really, really well. I think he'll go on to take a lot of wickets for Nottinghamshire.
He's certainly
I'm not entirely sure whether they've taken the second new ball yet. I've not heard the announcement. I heard the announcement of the new bowler, but I don't think they said a new ball. And it usually goes up on the board, doesn't it?
Might get one with the... Let's see. In comes Dylan Pennington then to Joe Leach. That's back of a length. Splice of the bat. Hit the deck hard, hit the bat hard. But it's just some bowlers just look right, and he's been very impressive. Into his 16th over. 2 for 36. So wickets to his name. Good economy as well.
He'll be keeping a close eye on the Masters today, Dylan.
He's a big cricket fan, is he?
Golf.
Golf fan, rather. In comes Pennington again, short this time.
And I only say that because he drew Bryson DeChambeau in the dressing room sweep. Unfortunately, I didn't, and my man is no longer running in the race. Whereas Dylan's very excited about Bryson's chances.
Okay. Would it be fair to say there might be a couple of quid exchanging hands as a result of this?
There was a little bit to enter.
Yeah.
I think it's more about the kudos of being the last horse standing in the race.
Well, it's competitive sportsman. Who would have thunk it? In comes Pennington again then. 2 men in close. One on the offside, one on the leg side.
Well, speaking of horses, I thought I'd be on champagne and caviar last night, because I tapped into the immense knowledge of your former teammate Will Smith, because I thought he would be the man to go to know something about those brown things with a leg in each corner. He gave me a name, and I think it's still running.
You have to thank him later on.
I will. I will. Talking the other day, actually, is it Brett Hutton? Would he be the top golfer now in the dressing room?
Yes. He'd be quite happy to tell you as well.
Yeah. Jake liked his golf.
He did. He's still playing nicely when he's allowed.
Hales when he's around.
Leg slips just moved into place. We might see some straight and short stuff from Pennington. And, that's just pushed Joe Leach back, but he seems comfortable enough there. And again, it's another little passage of play where Nathan Smith is sat on his bat at the non-striker's end, 49 not out.
Just give us your knowledge. How's he trying to get a wicket here then?
I think if you look at the field that's set, it's not too dissimilar to the Kashif Ali field, where when the game was going nowhere, I know it's a slightly different tactic from round the wicket. You're trying to expose, as he goes around the wicket, you're trying to expose him in a way that puts his defensive game under pressure, that forces him to do something he wouldn't normally do. So you saw that with Cash yesterday.
And Kashif, he had a few warning shots, didn't he? He was trying to play shots that weren't there, backing away to leg, and he's a fabulous young player, but you could tell he'd only played 9 first-class county matches, and
I think he'll look back at that and grow from that. He'll look at that and say, okay, next time I'm going to look at this and this and this, because how long does that passage of play last? They'd be the type of questions he's asking himself.
Round the wicket then, Pennington short, pulled away by Joe Leach, competently so, and that's going to beat the man in the deep. Just set up slightly tennis ball bounce there, and he's clattered that in front of square.
What are you doing at the other end, Paul? Keeping Harrison going, or are you going to have a go with
I
it?
initially thought that the new ball would have been a bit much like yourself, would have been a couple of balls and then we'd be in and off and running, just to see what response we'd get with that. So I'd like to think that if we are getting closer to it, that it'll be a seamer sooner rather than later. I suppose if he still feels like Calvin's his main wicket-taking threat, whether we continue with the older ball for now.
Pennington continues round the wicket, fuller this time, wide of off stump, and it just sees that one sail through to the gloves of Joe Clark behind the wicket. You think, well, the spinners can bowl with a new ball too. That's a bit of bounce, but it's interesting to see how counties develop tactics and how they feel the best approach is. And it's everything's an education to someone like a layman like me, but watching the elite players work out the best way to make it work.
It's that game of chess, isn't it? It's like that's one of the great things about 4-day cricket. It plays out, things change, you adapt, you get it right. Sometimes you make the wrong move and then you've got to correct it, and it's that constant all the time. It's where skill meets skill.
Yeah.
Here's Harrison then, continuing from the Stuart Broad end. We'll let Paul go at the end of this over, as I say, so he can go and get his lunch. Been able to have a nice catch-up, I presume, with the Richardson branch of the family this week?
We have, yeah. I was unfortunate enough to have dinner with him last night.
This one's defended. Brother-in-law, for those that don't know.
Yes. He was on good form. I think he's settled into... Well, he's been at the job for a little while now as head coach. I think it suits him down to the ground. He's a good man, annoyingly so.
Next ball from Harrison, and dropped on the leg side, just short of Haynes.
I think he's great for this group, and I wish him all the success in the world, just not for the next 2 days.
As he's saying, don't take any more of our players.
No, we don't go there. We don't mention that around the Christmas table.
Next delivery is cut away for a single on the offside. Nice looking shot, and that will be Nathan Smith's first 50 in Worcestershire colours. 307 for 8 he's got there after just over 2 hours at the crease. 103 balls, 4 fours, 1 6, and we've already said it, the exact same words. He looks a talent.
Yeah, and composed. He's had to be patient. He was a little bit more fluent when he was batting with Brett D'Oliveira, but he's certainly been confident enough to take on a slightly quieter role and just be patient while batting with Jack Leach. So yeah, partnership's building, albeit slowly, as they chip away at the deficit.
Yeah, 28 now between these two.
Still with the old balls, and there'll be another run at least here as it comes off the outside edge past Ben Duckett for a single. Last ball of the over, Paul. Many thanks for popping up. Always great to tap into your knowledge, and I know we can throw things at you, and you'll either bat them away or unflinchingly tell us what you think.
You know me too well, Dave.
It's great to spend a bit of time with you. Wish you well for the rest of the match and the rest of the season as Harrison bowls, and this one's played down into the ground, fielded by Joe Clark. Go well. You're always welcome, and I know you'll take us up on that and pop back.
Hopefully
and say
next time. Mansfield. Next time I pop in, Mansfield will be promoted.
Only need a point, don't they?
Yeah, mate.
Only need a point.
Yeah. If only.
Well, they'll get there. I
hope so, mate.
Have you been to see him?
I have, but my record this season isn't great. So I'm watching on from a distance. My last 3 games that I've been to, we've managed to accumulate 2 points. So I don't think Nigel will thank me for that. So I'll keep my distance.
You've got a game Tuesday night.
Tuesday night, yeah.
Get yourselves down there.
Really strong League 2 this season as well, isn't it, at the top end?
It seems to be when Mansfield are playing, yeah. Yeah, it does.
Well, driving home last night, you'd think it was the only sport in the world. I heard the BBC News, National News, BBC Radio 2, I think I'd got on, must have been 7 o'clock, and it was obviously this country and that country and this country and that country. And sport, Ryan Reynolds Football Club, Wrexham, have been promoted. I couldn't believe it, all the football, all the sport yesterday, and Grand National Masters or whatever, that was the sport on the radio. Anyhow,
remarkable.
We're delaying you. Paul Frank's with us here
Thank you, gentlemen.
BBC Radio Nottingham.
Always a pleasure.
Absolutely fantastic to see you, Paul. Thank you very much indeed for popping up. Paul will head off for his lunch, taking 1 or 2 Haribos with him.
It's always, however keen support you are to watch the game, having someone with that expert knowledge.
Yeah, straight out the dressing room can
sees...
give you some sort of idea what's going on. And I think even Paul was expecting the second new ball to be taken then, but they're still with the old ball. And for anybody who didn't know, they're brothers-in-law. Paul Frank's the assistant head coach to Peter Moores here at Trent Bridge, and Alan Richardson, the new head coach at New Road.
Lots of ways these 2 teams are tied together, and they're tied together in an interesting game of cricket here this afternoon. Worcestershire 91 runs behind as Pennington comes in again around the wicket, the short stuff, and that's good aggressive bowling there.
It's a nice turn of phrase, wasn't it? Yeah, had to take him home for dinner last night.
Yeah, he's good company, isn't he, Paul? Enjoyed that very much.
Very much so. So where are we? We're about 15 minutes away from lunch here. Yesterday morning, of course, we made the point as well with Nottinghamshire in a similar situation that if it was 9 wickets down, we'd have to play on a bit, and we did yesterday.
I'm hungry, Dave. I don't want to do that again. In comes Pennington. Again, it's short, just tucked off his hip there. 2 men out behind square on the leg side, so that's a pretty straightforward single. And again, it opened up, and then there was a chance really for Nottinghamshire to really make inroads and get themselves out there and batting in this now glorious sunshine. But very considered innings actually from Joe Leach. 19 he's on from 49 balls. And it means that Worcestershire are on 309 for 8. Still plenty of time for them to get another bonus batting point if they're feeling brave. In comes Paddington again. Again, it's short, pulled away in front of square, but they've got a man out there as well. 3 in the deep. Montgomery will do the fielding. You hear the crack of the ball on the bat there. Good connection from Smith. It'll only be the one. He's on to 51 now.
Run through some of the other scores between now and lunch. Nick Compton still, beg your pardon, Ben Compton still batting for Kent, former Notts man of course. 124 not out of 300 for 5 Kent there at Essex. Of course beat Notts last week. Essex made 530 for 7 declared.
In comes Pennington again then, still round the wicket, still bowling short and just ducks underneath that, Joe Leach.
Lancashire 317 for 4, replying to Hampshire's 367. Big century there as well. Keaton Jennings 143 not out in that one. At the Oval, Surrey have just been dismissed for 428. Century for Dominic Sibley in that one. They lead Somerset by 143. And at Edgbaston, Warwickshire 698 for 3 declared, Durham 292 for 4 declared, Alex Lees 145 not out. Similar stories really up and down the country, certainly in Division 1.
Well, Pennington's going to come back over the wicket. Fuller this time, driven nicely, and that's going to go for 4. Exquisite cover drive from Joe Leach. And the Worcestershire supporters that have made the journey have made themselves heard as well. Enjoyed that.
To me, and I guess it's only my opinion, I think they're just wasting Dylan Pennington here a little bit.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Give him the tools. Give him the tools, give him that second new ball.
Again, it's what the batsman least like.
Partnerships were 35.
In comes Pennington again. Back of the length this time, pushed into the offside by Joe Leach. Got himself some runs for the over though. 314 for 8 now. Deficit down to 85. And it doesn't seem that long ago really that D'Oliveira departed and then Baker wasn't far behind him. 279 for 8.
Harrison's got his cap off already, giving it to the umpire, so we're going to continue with the status quo.
And I think possibly the first aim here from Worcestershire side was to get to lunch, and they're 10 minutes away from that.
Yeah, they've had a good morning. They obviously saved the follow-on. They've got that second batting bonus point. They're only 36 away from a third. They're closing in on Nottinghamshire hand over fist now. They're only 85 behind. As you say, lunch is just around the corner, provided they don't lose a wicket in the next 10 minutes, in which case the session will be extended. Lovely overhead conditions, bright sunshine. Harrison comes in, still on 4 wickets. A little bit of bounce and turn there. Certainly the leg spinner there, and just drifted away with that additional bit of bounce taken by Clark up round about his right shoulder. Smith is on 51. Works this just to the left of Jack Haynes. They'll take a single. 315 for 8. Brings Joe Leach back onto strike. Leach wears 23. Has scored 23 so far. It's not really looked in too much trouble. Umpires again having a bit of a chat, and this time I think it's about the ball. In fact, it's passed from one to the other.
It's new ball.
That's the second new ball that's been taken. 2 balls into a Calvin Harrison over. So 95.2 overs have been bowled. 315 for 8. Second new ball taken. Got Joe Leach on strike. So just having a look at the field again. Duck it at slip, and another one close in either side as Harrison now with the new ball drops it short and it's cut away for 4. First ball brings runs. It's just dragged down a little bit by the leg spinner, cut away nicely.
Clattered into the hover cover as well. You don't want to take the lacquer off the ball in that fashion either.
No, it only stays new and hard and shiny for so long. First ball, it got a bit of treatment there, slapped away. They've left Lyndon James, who fetched the ball, they've left him out on the fence just in case that happens again. 319 for 8. Harrison in once more, and again it's cut away, but this time Harrison will be the obstacle to it crossing the rope. Just a single. 320 for 8 here on BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC Hereford and Worcester, and via the live stream, the pictures on Trent Bridge Live.
That's 100 they've added this morning for loss of just 2 wickets.
There's Harrison, floats it up there, thickish outside edge from Smith. He'll get runs down to third man. Should be cut off, or will it? Touch and go, just dragged back by Ben Slater, and they come back for 3. So that's 8 in the last 3 deliveries to this second new ball. 323 for 8. Worcestershire with certainly with the honours in this session. It's just having picked up a wicket each for the 2 spinners. Liam Patterson-White removed, Brett D'Oliveira. Calvin Harrison got his 3rd caught and bowl of the innings to get rid of Josh Baker. This one is played nicely, gently by Leach into the space on the offside, and another single, and it's 324 for 8.
Well, it's sometimes going to be the way of things, Dave, as you mentioned earlier on, that the new ball sometimes just comes off the bat a bit sweeter, doesn't it?
What Alex Wharf is doing. The umpire from the broad end has come right the way down to this end to chat, and then he's going to go back again. There's been quite a little bit of faffing, if you like, between the 2 umpires. Clearly they're feeling the need occasionally to get together and discuss things, but it just seemed like he walked all the way down to this end and, hey up mate, and then has gone back again. Going to be Pennington, so he has got a new ball to bowl with now. We've got ball age up on the Batman board. Ball age 0.4, so that'll have a lopsided look about it for the remainder of the innings. And Alex Wharf, having walked down to the other end, went to point and now has realised he was stood at point, so now he's got to cross back over to square leg.
Well, new cherry for Dylan Pennington. He's already had a few overs with the older ball. 2 slips in place, short leg as well. And he comes to Joe Leach. Joe Leach and clatters that away. And that's 4 more. 2 full. Driven through the offside.
Just wonder if all the cheering is coming from the Worcestershire players on the lower balcony in the pavilion or from around the ground. I think there are a decent number that have followed the pairs from the west. Lots of shouting and applause there, wasn't there, for the quality of that shot.
Leach moves on to 33. Partnership now 49. In comes Pennington again. Dropped into the offside. It'll be fielded by Haynes. There'll be no run.
Harrison's figures now 35 overs, 2 maidens, 4 for 127. It would be a justifiable reward for him if he can get a fifer for the first time in first-class cricket. Have to see if he does get the next over.
Pennington in again. It's just shoulders, arms there. Joe Leach lets that through. 328 for 8 then.
Not beyond the realms of possibility, of course, that Worcestershire could go on and even get a first innings lead here. A bit of work to do, 71 behind, but still got Adam Finch to come, capable player, as we've been hearing.
Well, that really would be dream stuff for Worcestershire, wouldn't it? But that's still a long way off, as you say. Pennington in again. Bit straighter this time, just thick inside edge. It goes out to deep square leg. It's another single. And that's a 50 partnership for these two. And again, just when you feel like Worcestershire are wobbling a little bit, someone steps up. Really confident group, these players. There's a really good feeling around the club at the moment, Dave, I have to say. It's become hard to beat in white ball cricket after a difficult period, and been threatening promotion for a couple of years in Division 2. But you have to say the recruitment from the club's been excellent. Really, really good. Despite losing a few players last year. In comes Pennington then. Solid forward defensive, and there's plenty of open spaces, so Joe Leach is off quickly from non-strikers, and they'll take another single. And much has been said about Nathan Smith, and rightly so, as he adds more to his total, but a big character and a man in big stature and real credibility in Jason Holder as well. Really good pickup. And people like Matthew Waite, who was fantastic at Edgbaston, and Rob Jones, these players that for whatever reason hasn't quite worked for them at other counties. Jake Libby, of course, who started here, really promising young cricketer, and has found a home in Worcestershire, and my goodness me, averages in the late 50s for Worcestershire. In comes Pennington then. Short stuff, and Leach just ducks out the way of it.
It's interesting as well when they put the graphics up for the 50 partnership that Leach has outscored Nathan Smith, but that's because he's faced twice as many deliveries, 60 to 30 since they've been together. So there was that little spell either side of the Baker wicket where he couldn't get on strike. That continued when Leach came out as well, but he's been content to show faith in his partner, and it's been rewarded.
He was very watchful, wasn't he? Respected that Patterson, White, Ashley and Harrison bowled really well, didn't they, for that little period, and put a stranglehold on things. And I think he realised he had to earn the right to play a few shots, and he's accelerated since.
Well, if a wicket goes down, we'll play on, but otherwise this will be the last over of the morning session. It'll be Calvin Harrison to bowl it to Nathan Smith, and I'm sure he's ready for a cup of tea as well and a sit down. Defends the first ball on the leg side. where there are absolutely no fielders within 55 yards or so, because they're all on the fence. 3 on the leg side boundary. That short side, this is pushed back to Harrison by Smith. 4 balls left. The digital numbers on the Batman board showing 12:59 right now, but by the time this over has reached its conclusion, we'll be beyond 1 o'clock, as this is dropped into the gap on the leg side. They take a single. Worcestershire will feel quite rightly that they've had a good morning here. 331 for 8, having begun the day 220 for 6. Lots have got through their overs. This is the 35th over of the morning session as well. And Harrison, I'm right in thinking he's bowled throughout, hasn't he? Hasn't had a break, has he?
He started the day from the Stuart Broad end, yeah.
Yeah, he's bowled throughout, Calvin Harrison. This is pushed back to him.
And it'd be good education for the young man as well, won't it? Bowling long spells.
There's long spells and there's long spells.
Yeah.
We've not seen Lyndon James bowl this morning. We've not seen Luke Fletcher bowl this morning.
Murley used to bowl session after session, bowled half a day, didn't he?
331 for 8.
In his pomp.
Leach defends. 34. This isn't Colombo. Trent Bridge in April. Won't be too many times that a spinner has bowled a complete session at Trent Bridge in April in the past.
The era of uncovered pitches maybe, but blimey, yeah.
1 ball left, and this is dropped on the leg side, and that is the end of the over and the end of the session, and Worcestershire can go off to lunch reflecting on a decent 2 hours work there. They've reached the interval on 331 for 8 with Joe Leach, their captain. In recent years he's now handed over the mantle to Brett D'Oliveira on 34 not out. Nathan Smith, a close season pickup from New Zealand, 57 not out. 331 for 8. The deficit is only 68. We've had 98 overs in all, 2.4 of them with that second new ball. There'll be more from Grace Ballinger, more from Jim Dale after lunch. I'll do an update for BBC Radio Nottingham, and then that'll be it until the players return in 40 minutes time for the afternoon session. It's lunch here at Trent Bridge. Only 2 wickets during that morning session for Nottinghamshire, 1 for each spinner, Liam Patterson-White and Calvin Harrison, who bowled throughout the morning session. Worcestershire trail by 68 at 331 for 8.
And there'll be ball-by-ball commentary again on the BBC.
So there was the update for local radio listeners. If you've been following us this morning on the BBC Sport website and app, or via the pictures on Trent Bridge Live, we'll leave you now. It's lunchtime at Trent Bridge, Worcestershire, 331 for 8. Well, hello everybody, welcome back to Trent Bridge as the umpires come back on the field for the start of the post-lunch session here on day 3 of this Vitality County Insurance Vitality County Championship match between Nottinghamshire and Worcestershire. Division 1. Nottinghamshire losing last week to Essex, the only actual positive result for any of the counties in the county championship last week. Essex defeating Notts. All the other games were either abandoned or drawn, so Notts with a little bit of ground to make up. They scored 399 in their first innings. Worcestershire certainly threatening that total at lunch on this, the third day. They're 331 for 8 with their New Zealander Nathan Smith on 57. Joe Leach on 34. Been a good morning for Worcestershire, really. They began resuming from their overnight 220 for 6 with Brett D'Oliveira on 29. Smith was on 15. D'Oliveira went on to reach his half century before being dismissed for 54 LBW to Liam Patterson-White, and then Josh Baker caught and bowled by Calvin Harrison for 8. That score, it was, or that wicket, it was 279 for 8. But a partnership now between Smith and Leach has already added more than 50. Just before lunch, Notts took the second new ball. We've only had 2.4 overs with it, and Nathan Pennington is going to see if he can make it count. I'm Dave Bracegirdle from BBC Radio Nottingham. Grace Ballinger is here from The Blaze. Looking forward to the start of her season next weekend, and very much enjoying his start to the season from BBC Hereford and Worcester, Jim Dale.
Pennington then in from the Radcliffe Road end. Smith to face up. That's a good one first up as well. He offers up a bat forward press there, but beats the outside edge. Yes, new ball. I feel that was taken about 15 overs too late.
Yeah.
It's given plenty of time for Joe Leach to get himself set.
Yeah, the number of Nottinghamshire supporters that have either sent me messages or accosted me on the concourse outside, I think pretty much would share that view as well, that maybe it was taken a little late.
Pennington in again. Bit too straight this time, just dipped in the leg side. I think that's mainly pad, though. This might well go down as leg buys.
Yeah, it's good to have a plan, but it just seemed that plan wasn't working and could have been readjusted, reassessed a little earlier than it was. And Calvin Harrison bowling unchanged between the start and the luncheon interval. One or two people saying he actually got the second new ball, the one that would give him more hardness, more bounce, pretty much when he must have been just about absolutely shattered coming towards the end of the session.
In comes Pennington then. Joe Leach to face up, first time after the lunch break. Stand and deliver stance. He just offers a bat, then just slides it inside the line, lets it go through to the keeper. But I had the pleasure of a group of Worcestershire supporters who have made a home in the Ratcliffe Road end, who were making plenty of noise a little earlier on. Plenty to cheer about as well, and they are very happy with the way the things are going at Worcestershire. Yeah. A lot of people's favourites to go straight back down, and you can see why to an extent, but really good recruitment. There's a really good feeling around the club at the moment, despite what's going on with the playing surface. As Pennington comes in again, pushed down to mid-on, there'll be no run.
Of course, one of the benefits of the morning we've had is the Nottinghamshire over rate right now.
We should be finished by about 3:30, shouldn't we? Plus spin we've had.
+8 it is at the moment, which is good to see. We can't finish before 6 o'clock unless weather intervenes, of course. But at the moment we're on course for 6 o'clock.
Pennington at the top of his mark, already working on the ball. 2 slips in place, a man on the drive. Liam Patterson-White in a short mid-wicket catching position in front of the wicket. It's another solid forward defensive, timed nicely as well, but fielded athletically by Pennington. So 332 for 8 it is, a partnership of 53. And again, Worcestershire will now have their eyes on another batting bonus point. 18 runs away now, and Leach Moves away to the leg side and has a little look at the field, sees where the spaces are. If he can get it past Patterson White at mid-wicket, that short catching position, there's plenty of real estate for him to hit. It's a small matter of Dylan Pennington with a hard new Kookaburra ball. And in he comes. Bit too straight, and he finds that mid-wicket area. Timed it nicely, but good fielding from Montgomery. Good in the field, this Notts side, actually. And they keep it to 1. So Leach will move on to 35. And that'll complete the first over after luncheon. 333 for 8.
Looks very much as if Harrison's spell is over. 36 overs in all he's bowled, 4 for 129. Luke Fletcher's going to get a bowl. Grace Ballinger with us. Spent the end of the morning session down in the press box amongst the wise sages down there. What were they saying?
Well, I had a bit of everything really. I spoke to some of the media team, some of the journalists and stuff. Spoke to a couple of the members as well, which was nice. Talked about a few things. Talked about my upcoming season, obviously going on Saturday. But yeah, it's nice. Had a little wander down West Bridgford High Street in the lunch break as well, as I so frequently do.
Coffee shopping.
Yeah. Expensive hobby, actually. And it will be Luke Fletcher in. He's bowling from the Stuart Broad end, and that's back for length, and Leach goes back and he nearly drops onto his stumps.
I have to say I'm surprised it's taken this long for us to see him today. Thought he bowled excellently yesterday.
Yeah, generally prefers bowling from this end, but of course needs must. I think he'll be just glad, as you say, just glad to get a bowl. Spent most of the morning session grazing in the outfield. Did a bit of sliding and diving about, as you can see from his flannels, those of you watching the pictures on Trent Bridge Live.
2 slips in play then. Fletcher in, and this one is good length delivery, and Leach forward and covers nicely.
Yes, he had that sprawling dive, didn't he? Down at backward square leg. It was a valiant effort. I was worried for him though. Came up rubbing his arm, didn't he? Luke Fletcher, but he seems perfectly okay. Trudges back up to the top of his mark.
Calvin Harrison in first slip, Ben Duckett in second. Man out on a deep mid-wicket boundary and a deep square as Luke Fletcher once again bowls, and this is a good ball. Leach doesn't quite get all of it. Inside edge just out to that fielder out of the boundary. It's Ben Slater out there. Sure that if anyone's going to get any movement today, be this man here, Luke Fletcher. Very clever bowler. Years of experience, Dave.
Yeah, very much so. Yes, it'll be attacking top of off and just trying to get it to move a little bit, bring those slips into play.
Smith awaits, and this one's angling in to the right-hander and does so nicely, as collected by the mid-wicket fielder Jack Haynes.
It's about this time yesterday, wasn't it? Of course, Nottinghamshire got those 2 early wickets straight after lunch as Worcestershire began their first innings. Gareth Roderick trapped LBW to Luke Fletcher in the first over of the innings. Jake Libby falling to Dylan Pennington in the second.
In comes Luke Fletcher once again, and this one left outside off, and Luke Fletcher raises his hands as if that one was a near miss.
Well, you do that, don't you, you bowlers? Kidology.
Yeah. Looked like a good delivery nonetheless. See. Walks back to his mark, number 19 on the back of his shirt, bowling in tandem with Pennington, number 18.
Long time since Fletcher was a teenager though, wasn't it? Hey? And he comes.
As he bowls again, and this one, nice straight delivery, and Smith, who's batted beautifully all day, covers it nicely. He's 57 not out. Worcestershire 334 for 8, trailing by just 65 runs.
There's no obvious signs in those first 2 overs that we've seen so far that things are going to be any easier, any different for Nottinghamshire with this second new ball. See Nathan Smith bat really nicely without any difficulty at all. made his way to 57, had good support from Joe Leach on 36. Notts would have been hoping that they'd have been batting long before now.
In comes Pennington then. Leach awaits, and he lets that one go a little bit too wide there from Pennington. And Leach has actually had a approach. He's not going to play at anything he doesn't need to, and it served him well. 36 he has from 71. Just under 10 overs left to accrue bonus points, so realistically only one more in the offing for Worcestershire, 16 runs away from that. But Nottinghamshire will feel Worcestershire have been losing wickets in pairs throughout this innings, no pun intended. In comes Pennington on a good length, rising that good carry. Joe Clark taking that under his armpits. Again, it's a little bit too wide, but we've seen the old adage in cricket, one brings two, and it's happened several times in this Worcestershire innings. And a couple of wickets in close succession. That, of course, would close out Worcestershire's innings, so concentration is the order of the day here. 65 runs behind Worcestershire at this point, but these two well set. And in comes Pennington again, working up a pace. And again, it's more of the same, it's just outside. It's in that corridor, and he's asking Joe Leach to have a nibble, but he's not going to. Good sensible cricket from these two.
Still quite pleasant, isn't it? I did worry and fear that morning warmth from the blue skies might disappear, but it's still very pleasant out there.
Yep, just the one flag over the far end, just fluttering gently in the breeze. Plenty of overcoats. It's not warm by any stretch, but it is a lovely day for it. Straight this time. And falling over a little bit in his stance, Joe Leach. He mustered a fraction of a peel before realising that there was no danger at all of that getting anywhere near the stumps. A bit of bat involved as well. Still two slips, two men out in the deep on the leg side. Third man as well. Patterson White remains in that catching position on the drive we've seen plenty of this season with the introduction of the Kookaburra ball. In comes Pennington then. And that's driven nicely off the back foot. That might just have enough to beat the fielder, and it does. So that one was short enough and wide enough. Just outside, on his toes there. Lovely drive. Freed his hands there, Joe Leach. He moves on to 40.
Looks in good touch, doesn't he? Always been a very decent player to come in that lower order. Coming in at 10 in this particular innings is way better than that. I think I'm right in saying he's got an 80 odd against Notts.
He has, and he scored one of the best 80s I've ever seen actually in a 50 over game against Kent when we were absolutely dead and buried. He scored 80 in about 39 deliveries, and single-handedly on the game for the pairs. So he's a dangerous customer to have. If he sticks about, if he gets set and gets settled, he can score runs quickly as well. Now's perhaps not the time for it, but both of these players, and Nathan Smith is a six-hitter as well, good lower order bat in the white ball game, so they can both go. We saw a fabulous actually strike for six by Nathan Smith earlier on today in the wide long on.
Fletcher back in again, Stuart Broadend, and this is just slightly down the leg side. Smith tries to get a tickle on it, but Joe Clark moving smartly to his left. He's a pretty compact keeper, isn't he, Joe Clark?
Yeah.
I think you said it yesterday, Dave. He doesn't make a razzmatazz of it. He doesn't put too much mayo on it, but he's a very smart keeper. I've been very impressed with him over the first two championship games with the gloves.
Clues in the feet, isn't it? If you've got good footwork, you're in the right position, aren't you? You haven't got to go diving all over everywhere.
Fletcher's in again and again, just angling into the right-hander. Forced it into defence.
Problem does come if he's going to spend long periods out in the middle, and like last weekend, and indeed in the first innings, he doesn't have too much time once he's got out before having to put the gloves on and then go out and spend a long time in the field as well.
Hasn't seemed to have negatively affected him yet. As you say, a fantastic start for Joe Clark as Fletcher's in again, and this one very similar to the last. Smith plays late off the back foot in defence. Maybe some people thrive off being busy, don't they? And you see it with captains. Some captains, play better when they've got more to think about. Some players not so good, and maybe Joe Clark's just one of those players, not captain in the Red Bull obviously, but he's certainly been a busy man in both this game and that of against Essex. It's Luke Fletcher in at the end of his mark. Bowls again, and this one is even straighter, and I think it's come off the pad, and they'll get a couple as Dylan Pennington gives chase round to that fine leg boundary. Let's wait for the umpire's signal, and he does signal 2 leg byes. Moves the Worcestershire score on to 340 for 8.
Lots of runs and lots of centuries again up and down the country. Full day of cricket going on in the county championship. All the matches available on the BBC Sport website and app.
As Fletcher in again, and again straight and turned, this time slightly wider, and will run into the hands of Dylan Pennington out at fine leg.
There's a live text service there on the BBC Sport website. If you want to follow that, get the first news of when all the wickets go down, all the milestones around the country. There's a colossal number of views each day, just showing the appetite that everyone has for the county championship.
As Fletcher bowls again, and this one squares up Leach slightly in defence, and it's a good over, good aggressive over, asking the questions of the batsman. Luke Fletcher, Worcester 341 for 8.
Decent enough over from Fletcher. Overall 11 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 32 for the big man. Not seen Lyndon James bowling today. The 2 spinners in operation for long periods this morning. A couple of darts from Dylan Pennington as well, but Notts have really struggled just to blow away this Worcestershire lower order that's really provided dogged resistance. It was 186 for 4, and then those 2 wickets fell very quickly. 186 for 6, 270 for 7, 279 for 8, and now another huge partnership in the offing here.
In comes Pennington then. Just tucked into the leg side, fielded by Patterson White. Yeah, it's a good point you made earlier, Dave, about how people consume county cricket. The nature of it is it's a long old day, and it's not always convenient to make your way to the ground. Plenty of people watching on the live stream at the moment. Plenty of people getting involved and interacting on the text services that are available. Sometimes life just dictates you've got to dip in and out.
Yep.
But still an appetite indeed. In comes Pennington then, sorry. And this is a play and a miss there. A little bit of shape on that. Doing his best here. Dylan Pennington bending his back into his 21st over. Plenty of work for him. 57 runs conceding that time, so decent economy rate. Couple of wickets to his name. Had to do a reasonable amount of work in, let's face it, rather unhelpful conditions, bowling at set batsmen. In he comes again. Smith awaits, and this time thinks better of her. Chasing in that corridor. Instead just lets that ball fizz through to Joe Clark.
Well, he's laid down a marker, hasn't he, Dylan Pennington, in these first 2 matches. He's come to Trent Bridge here, and you just look at the fast bowling stocks in this game. Obviously Luke Fletcher, Lyndon James, all right, he's going to take one of the all-rounders roles, but there's 2 England recent test players in Ollie Stone and Josh Tong. There's Dane Patterson, recent South African test player as well. Brett Hutton, last year's leading wicket taker.
It's driven on the up there by Smith, and it's just gone short of the. I think it's Jack Haynes, isn't it?
I think he dropped it, to be
I was
honest
going to
with
say,
you.
just wondering from the reaction.
I think it did carry. I think not the easiest of catches, I think, diving forward, but I think from the reaction of both bowler and fielder, a good fielder, Jack Haynes, he looks disappointed, which would suggest he could have put Smith down.
Yeah, had to throw himself a long way forward, but like you, I think he did get both hands to it. Hopefully we'll be able to get some sort of replay at the end of the over. See what we can pick up.
Pennington in again. At edge this time, all along the deck. So it looks like Smith's living a charmed life at the moment. And if that's made its way to the fingertips of Jack Haynes, then in these sorts of circumstances, every opportunity you feel has to be taken. Especially with Smith set as he is on 58.
Yeah, you feel for any bowler as well, actually, if you're just trying to set somebody up over a course of 2 or 3 overs and then create the opportunity and the chance goes down. There's no wonder he put his shirt over his face momentarily, Pennington.
He's in again though, straighter this time, just dropped into the leg side. So it was those two that combined to remove Kashif Ali yesterday, but Haynes couldn't complete the job this time around. Worcestershire 341 for 8.
It's just looking to see if we've got a shot of that opportunity. Maybe Fletcher to continue. Somebody decides that's an opportune moment to just move behind the arm at the far end, but I think he's just about got out of the way.
It will be Luke Fletcher then into his 12th over of the match, and that's a good delivery, maybe slightly too straight, but it's turned into the leg side. Pennington gets round, just a single taken. Very athletic out there at fine leg. Not Luke Pennington. Dylan Pennington. He's had a tough couple of days physically. He must be pretty strong. S&C working him hard, because I wouldn't say he's lost any pace, would you?
No, and it's always the way when you bowl in as well. The ball tends to follow you around in the field between overs as well. You can't just have a little graze down at long leg.
We saw it with, was it Leach yesterday? Having to give chase twice immediately after bowling. It's just not what you want.
Change the field. Duckett's gone from slip to leg slip.
Fletcher bounding in. Nathan Smith awaiting at the striker's end, and that's a good full delivery pushed forward by Smith, but can't get it past the skipper at mid-on.
I think that's probably as a result of 2 things there. Would you say maybe Luke Fletcher just getting a little too straight, so the option to just deflect it down the leg side is being restricted by Duckett moving over to leg slip, but also they perhaps think either of these or both of these are perhaps a little vulnerable to going in that manner. See if it can produce a wicket.
As Fletcher's in, and good delivery. Again, Smith lunging forward in defence, and a bit of a wayward throw back in from the skipper, but cleaned up nicely by Joe Clark. As we mentioned, he's been useful with the gloves.
Yes, not had any opportunities yet in this particular match. Took 6 catches out of 6 last weekend. One real surprise, I guess, with the Nottinghamshire selection last weekend. Tom Moores was in the squad, but lots have decided to go with Clark with the gloves.
As Fletcher in and turned into the onside, into Jack Haynes at mid-wicket. 3 men out on the rope at the moment. A deep point, Lyndon James. A deep square in front, and a wide fine, Ben Slater and Dylan Pennington. The 2 men out on the rope on the onside.
Name clearly to look out for, 19-year-old Nathan Fernandez, making his Middlesex debut this week at Northants, and scored a century.
Luke Fletcher in again, and this one keeps low, but Smith covers well.
He's now outmade 103 opening the batting. Northants 552 for 6 declared. Middlesex 236 for 2 in that one. At Grace Road, Leicestershire made 338. Sussex have gone way past them. They're 434 for 6. And John Simpson, who moved from Middlesex to captain Sussex during the winter, he's 93 not out. So Sussex at the moment having the better of that one.
There's Fletcher in. Final ball of the over. Good one so far, just one from it and a full delivery driven, but fielded nice by Patterson White at mid-off.
Still in Division 2 at Bristol. Quickfire century for Adam Lythe in Yorkshire's second innings. They're 220 for 2. Lythe's just gone. Yorkshire lead Gloucestershire by 283. At Cardiff, Glamorgan in their second innings 184 for 6 over Derbyshire. Alex Thompson's got 10 wickets in the match there. Glamorgan lead Derbyshire by 226 as motorbike roars by, unless the sound is carrying from Donington Park, which I don't think it is. In Division 1, Durham 317 for 5. Alex Lee's eventually out for 145 there for the northeastern county. Somerset 26 for 1 in their second at the Oval as Pennington now bowls to Leach, driven through the offside for 4. Handsome shot from Joe Leach, gets a boundary. Lovely looking shot. He's into the 40s. On to 45, and it's 3-4-6 for 8 at the Utilita Bowl, the new name for the Rose Bowl cum Aegeus Bowl at Southampton. Hampshire made 367, Lancashire 356 for 4, so just about on parity there with wickets in hand. Kent of 323 for 7 at Chelmsford, replying to Essex's 530 for 7 declared as Pennington bowls now, and again cut away, but this time for a single. 347 for 8. Ben Compton was 100 not out overnight. He's still there, but he's 132 not out, so it's been a dogged rearguard effort by Ben Compton, and unless I've missed the fact that he's been off the field and then come back to resume his innings, which I don't think I have, but he does tend to be a bit of a sticker out in the middle and puts a high price on his wicket. So he's been dawdling along today, but still there as Essex try and bowl Kent out and maybe enforce the follow-on. Still 200 behind. Pennington bowls now then, a little bit of inside edge, just possibly save Smith from hearing all the Nottinghamshire side bellowing for his wicket there. That looked to be arrowing in on the pads. As always, all the scores and everything else you need to do with the County Championship available on the BBC Sport website and app, and all the other commentaries as well if you want to dip in and out. We totally understand. A lot of hundreds this round of games. A lot of hundreds. Worcestershire need 3 runs here. We're in the 105th over, and we'll get them to another batting bonus point. Push into the offside, there's no run. Notts need 1 wicket in just over 5 overs to get the 3rd bowling bonus point. They'd like to get 2 wickets, of course, to end with the Worcestershire salvo here. Visitors within 52 now of that Nottinghamshire first innings score of 399. Draw, you'd guess, is the favoured of the possible outcomes right now. Short pulled away, cry of catch, and he's caught, and Smith goes. Notts have got the extra bowling point. Dylan Pennington gets his wicket. Short pitch delivery pays off, as this has been helped on its way down to long leg. Nicely judged by Lyndon James, and Worcestershire 347 for 9.
Well, he just didn't get on top of it, did he? And that was an easy catch. Hooked away. It was never in danger of clearing the rope, and it was a straightforward catch for Lyndon James, and it puts that extra bonus point in danger. As Dave says, it do feel like this is got the makings of a draw here, but every point is going to matter, and Worcestershire will be disappointed if they leave one out on the field this afternoon. Adam Finch is going to make his way to the wicket. He's number 11 in name only here, though. He can bat. But again, you feel another Worcestershire batsman set and an unconvincing attacking shot.
Yeah, good delivery by Dylan Pennington. He's been relatively successful with that short ball, just kind of got it at that perfect awkward height where the batsman's not sure whether to play or leave it, and Smith went to play and the field was positioned nicely, and yeah, I've been really impressed with Dylan Pennington, and he deserved that wicket after a bit of misfortune the over before. He'll be wanting to wrap the innings up and end up with 4.
Yeah, we were talking earlier about 1 wicket sometimes brings 2. Has done a couple of times in this match so far, and certainly now really good opportunity for Notts just to frustrate Worcestershire, because if they don't get to 350, I think that would be the uppermost feeling as they trooped off. Frustration. They didn't get that 3rd batting bonus point. Would give us still just over 50 overs of Nottinghamshire batting today, in which presumably they'd look to absolutely rattle along, trying to get that lead up to something they feel they could successfully defend tomorrow. It's all in the future. Pennington comes in past umpire Debenham's left shoulder, driven confidently by Finch, straight back to the bowler. And that ends Dylan Pennington's 22nd over. 5 maidens, 3 for 62 here on BBC Hereford and Worcester, BBC Radio Nottingham, and on Trent Bridge Live. T says, looking at the lack of impact of the new ball and hearing the scores from around the country, the poor bowlers might just as well be given an orange to bowl with. The Kookaburra experiment is a joke as far as I'm concerned. Thank you, T. A joke, Grace Ballinger. A joke.
Say how you really feel. No, it's been interesting, hasn't it? I mean, normally see April as a time for the seamers to cash in, and it's been quite the opposite, hasn't it? Lots of runs scored. So for the baseball enthusiasts, maybe the Kookaburra experiment's fantastic, but for the diehard cricket fans like Brace himself right here, not so much. As in comes Luke Fletcher again, 1 slip in, and that's turned into the leg side and an aggressive show of intent by Jack Haynes there. I'm
not even sure if it's great for baseball, to be honest. It doesn't come on a lot, really, does it, the Kookaburra ball? When it's gone soft in these afternoon sessions, it's been hard to get the batters out, but it's been difficult to slap around, really. It's a grind. It all becomes, I think somebody used the word yesterday, attritional.
Fletcher bowls again, and this one turned very similar to before, but Jack Haynes can't quite get it, which will bring Finch on to strike for the first time against Luke Fletcher.
I'm not saying that I'm an advocate for it at all, but I suppose there's an element of when they try and figure this out, maybe pitches will be changed accordingly, because that's an interesting thing, is that how do you prepare a pitch for this without experiencing it first? So you might see an adjustment from ground staff.
See what they're hoping to get out of it. I really don't. And we brought that up with the Notts assistant coach Paul Franks before lunch.
Fletcher's in 2 mid wickets on the catch here, and full delivery driven nicely by the new batter.
Not heard too many people over the last few years. What we really need at the start of the season is less wickets and flatter pitches, a ball that goes softer, make it harder to get wickets, because we want games to just drag out over 4 days without the excitement that we've had from the last few years. Yeah,
the threat of bad weather means there's limited cricket as well, doesn't there? So results are always best, I think.
In comes Luke Fletcher, and this one taken pretty straight delivery, turned into the leg side. Dylan Pennington out there once again, fine leg.
And the fact that draws are once again now worth 8, it's almost a temptation to say, well, we'll go into a game, and I mean, it is the obvious thing to say, but we will go into a game at all costs first and foremost. We'll make sure we don't lose, and if we can get into a position to win, then fine. But I just think we'll see more draws in these first 2 rounds of matches. Obviously last weekend was weather affected as well, heavily in some places in the country. Let's see.
It's Fletcher once again bounding in to bowl, and this one just slightly slower, maybe Fuller, and gets the fast bowler's stare. Does Leach, as Luke Fletcher has a little look at him. Animated character on and off the pitch, Luke Fletcher.
I wouldn't imagine Joe Leach would mind at all. He's not going to give Luke any satisfaction by
you know that there's the Spider-Man gif where there's 3 Spider-Men all pointing at each other.
Yeah.
There's strong vibes for that for these 2.
They'd both be good nightclub bouncers, wouldn't they?
I reckon Fletcher just let you in though as he comes in, and that's a wild swipe outside off by Leach, and he doesn't get hold of that, doesn't edge it either, straight through to Joe Clark. End of the over, Worcestershire 349 for 9. They trail by 50.
Well, you can come in here, Grace, you can.
He's just like, oh, go on then. Go on then, mate. No, he's good fun, isn't he? And it's always nice seeing him around.
I see some youngsters, not sure what they're up to. Are they up to mischief, you wonder, at the side away to our right, the Smith Cooper stand, having a little bit of a race. Where are they going? What have they got? Have they been and got autographs? I hope they're enjoying the day at the cricket and they'll come back.
It's good pace, isn't it? They're still going.
Is that Pennington or the youngsters you're talking about?
It's the youngsters, but Pennington's got plenty of pace as well. Fincher waits like coiled spring. Solid forward defensive as well. 1 run away from that bonus point. Leach is 3 away from a well-earned half-century. And Smith recently departing after a very well directed bouncer. Cracking innings actually from Nathan Smith. He, along with Captain D'Oliveira, completed half-centuries in the first innings when there was just a little possibility of Nottinghamshire getting themselves a decent lead, maybe 130, 140, with the aim of putting Worcestershire under pressure. But D'Oliveira and Smith did a really good job of steadying the ship, and Leach has played his hand as well. Finch then, again, on the front foot, pushes it back down the wicket. They're in no hurry really. 3.5 overs to get this last run. And I think perhaps at that point we might see a slightly more aggressive approach, but for now Finch is watchful. 1 not out, 5 balls faced.
Yeah, I mean it's going to be fundamentally about getting this run, but I don't then see the need to accelerate or go through the gears.
Well, it's as much about playing natural games, isn't it, than necessarily playing the situation. Because batting time is also of use to Worcestershire, and they'll be glad that we're not far off 20 past 2, and they're still out there in the middle.
Yes, it does mean that, you know, even if somebody like Duckett does come off and score runs quickly today, the chance of not being so far out of reach of Worcestershire or any other side in that scenario is unlikely.
In comes Pennington again then. Finch faces and just dropped into the offside, sorry. Yeah, it's so difficult to judge, isn't it, what an appropriate score is to set if you want to try and force a victory. I think it's more likely again Nottinghamshire finding a way to make sure they don't lose this game.
The fact they lost last week, though, I think there's a little bit of an onus on them to certainly try and get themselves into a position where they're putting Worcestershire under pressure. I think they've got to look to score their runs quickly, and I hope they've got enough time tomorrow to bowl the pairs out.
It's Fuller this time, attacking the stumps. But Finch is equal to it.
Because it might backfire, if they sort of dangle the carrot and leave Worcestershire with a score that potentially is within reach, in the hope that they'll get some wickets. Some things backfire.
We've seen that the Worcestershire batsmen aren't afraid to use their feet, aren't afraid to try and clear the rope. So it seems to be a theme this year. If you play for Worcestershire, if you get a 50 or 100, you do it by hitting a 6. But work for Finch to do here. It's wrapped on the pads. Looks a bit high. Pennington more hope than anything. And he's turned away by the umpire, so they'll complete the over. Still 349 for 9. Brings Leach back on strike.
Well, the yellow belly's sort of making the... Well, he's made virtually the same point I've been saying. Dave wasn't one of the reasons for the Kookaburra ball being used to give experience for Ashes tours. We've seen plenty of short pitch bowling in this game. Perhaps the trial isn't that bad. However, how many England bowlers are playing county games this week? It's... I personally don't get it. Yellow belly. I really don't.
Luke Fletcher will continue from the Stuart Broad end, and he's in, and that's wrapped Leach on the pad, and they managed to sneak a quick single. Good running here.
In the Sheffield Shield in Australia, or the Indian, that's the 350 up, by the way. Congratulations to Worcestershire, a third batting point. In the Sheffield Shield in Australia, or in the Indian domestic first class game, do you think they say, right, we'll have 2 rounds playing with the Duke's ball because we've got a tour to England coming up?
I have absolutely no idea, but I'd guess not.
Yeah.
Obviously bowling with a Kookaburra ball at the Wacker, where it's quick and pacey and bounce is rather different as well. But I think that the aim is sort of the long term, is to develop cricketers who can do that abroad, I think.
Fletcher bowls again and back of the length. Finch up on his toes.
But my worry is that it just discourages kids from bowling fast, or bowling the seam, and being... because it can't be much fun, especially with the that Durham bowling attack, which is full of quality and international experience, and they've been put through it at Edgbaston. And to me, that wouldn't turn me on as a youngster to thinking, oh, I'll have a go at being a bowler. Get lots of opening batters, mind.
Fletcher in again, and this unconvincingly into the leg side. Finch gets himself off strike immediately with a single.
It does seem that the sanctity of the county championship isn't necessarily uppermost in everybody's minds. Said they, to me, they had an ideal format when they played 16 games, 2 divisions of 9, and you played everybody home and away twice. They've axed a couple of games, so you don't play everybody home and away twice.
This delivery short and too short. An attempted bouncer, but Leach can easily leave it alone, and the umpire has signalled a no ball.
Yeah, it nearly bounced high enough to reach us, that one.
Again, it takes a little while for these experiments to sort of work, but it's understandable why supporters are frustrated. We'll see if the professionals can adapt, and whether pitchers can adapt. As we see Harrison warming up, going through the motions at first slips, we might see him sooner rather than later.
2017-2018, of course, we had 1 round of matches each season with the pink ball.
Fletcher in again, an attempt at a drive by Leach. Swipe as he's 47 out, not too far for that half century, but doesn't get hold of it properly as it trickles to Hamid.
Everybody said not in this country. It's cold, it's chilly in the evenings when it gets dark. You're not going to get a mass of people coming in at 5 o'clock like they were hoping, who'd call in on their way home to come and watch a session and a half under floodlights. It just didn't work, was never going to work, and that experiment was scrapped. Interesting to see how this one pans out.
And this delivery short again, and Leach takes it on, and it will not race away for 4 because Dylan Pennington can get round comfortably.
I think there was talk then about it'll give players practice for when they go overseas and play night games with the pink ball. Have you played any pink ball matches?
Yeah, all our cricket used to be pink ball until I went pro, I think. Like all my age group stuff. I think some of the county stuff. I think it was pink ball, T20. Long time ago now, Dave. At least 5 years. All white ball now, though. Would like to play some red ball cricket, though, as Fletcher in and a slow delivery driven straight past the bowler, and a lovely shot by Finch, but not enough on it as Hamid scrambles round. Single off the last ball of the over. Worcestershire 355 for 9.
Finch will nick the strike. And Leach is still tantalisingly close to that half-century. 355 for 9. Yes, it is been a good collective effort from this Worcestershire side. Might have been fearing the worst last night when Jason Holder caught at slip with a score on 186. But a resilient group, this pair's side. We're going to see Harrison then with his leg spin from the other end, so it'll be from the Radcliffe Road end. Bowled an entire session, of course, from the other end, but he's replacing Dylan Pennington.
Thanks to sorry, yeah, just very quickly before the over starts. Thanks to Phil, he just sent a newspaper cutting from 2019. Cricket Australia has decided to drop the British-made Dukes ball from the 2021 Sheffield Shield season. Will only use the Kookaburra ball from now to encourage more spin bowling on home pitches. The Dukes was originally introduced into the Sheffield Shield in 2016-17 to help prepare Australia's batsmen for the ball that is normally used in English pitches in the lead up to the 2019 Ashes. So they did use it. Thank you, Phil, very much for that. They did use it, but they don't anymore. But they did try it as an experiment. Clearly that's what they're doing here. Thank you, Phil. Appreciate that.
Well, there you are, you see. If it doesn't work, you stop it, and that's okay, isn't it? The fun part's finding out. And we'll find out what Finch is made of here as Harrison comes in. It's full, and it's a bit too straight, and it's timed quite nicely there, but it's half stopped. I'm not sure how much Jack Haynes knew about it at short leg, but it meant that the man at backward square leg can complete the fielding, so there's no run. Fuller this time, and Finch presents the full face of the bat to that one and sends it back to the bowler. In comes Harrison again then. Swept away here. And he's got him. And Finch is frustrated there. Leach is left 48 not out. And Harrison picks up a fifer.
Adam Finch bowled by Calvin Harrison for 3. And Calvin Harrison 5 for 128. And he's just been thrown the ball by the umpire. 5 for 128, a lot of runs, but he's bowled well. He's bowled a lot of overs as well there, Calvin Harrison. This one was floated up there, and he's actually bowled him round his back there, Adam Finch. Just got his pads outside the line of the off stump, trying to sweep him away on the leg side. And a leg spinner delivery round the legs, clattering into the stumps. Worcestershire 355 all out. They trail by 44 runs. They've achieved a lot of goals, a lot of objectives today, including that 3rd batting bonus point. They take 5 points from the first 2 innings of this match. Nottinghamshire take 6 points, but the applause you'll hear in a moment is going to be for Calvin Harrison as he leaves the field with figures of 36.3 overs, 2 maidens, 5 for 128. Many congratulations to the young man. His previous best was 4 for 28. 4 for 28 or 5 for 128? What do you want as your CB, Grace Ballinger?
4 for 28.
Yeah, I was just wondering. It's a lot of runs, isn't
it?
But we know that we've seen the context of that 5 for 128. He's bowled and bowled and bowled, and he's probably bowled Worcestershire out, or done an awful lot to bowl Worcestershire out. Not quite single-handedly, but without him, we still might be seeing the pairs only 5 or 6 down. He's really fulfilled a role in this side, and it'll be interesting now, as we say. Very interesting to see how Nottinghamshire approach this with a lead of 44.
Well, good bowling change, wasn't it? Brought him on at the Radcliffe Road end, went full, and Finch was tempted, fuller one, floated up to leg stump, and just got it wrong, didn't he? But 5 for 128. He's bowled really well in those circumstances, and I imagine he'll learn plenty about his game in the process as well. With young cricketers, it's important to remember that it is a learning process, and that'll be good experience for Calvin Harrison. Good performance. As to their approach here, well, I think maybe it's the case of they're looking to set a platform. There might be a hint of one-day cricket here. Set a platform for 10 overs or so. Respect the new ball, and then try and get on with it. but it's not much of a lead, and they don't want to find themselves in trouble.
So the players are off the field now. They'll be back in 7 or 8 minutes' time when they return. So the commentary will just have a quick comfort break whilst they have this quick changeover, and then there'll be more from Grace, Jim and myself. We'll leave the effects microphone so you can hear us at Trent Bridge, but when play restarts, so will the commentary. So welcome back to Trent Bridge. The umpires and the Worcestershire players are out in the middle. Nottinghamshire's openers will be joining them in the middle in just a moment. In fact, Asiba Mead is quickly there ahead of Ben Duckett. So Worcestershire all out for 355. So Notts on first innings lead by 44. Those Nottinghamshire bowling figures: Luke Fletcher 14 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 40. Dylan Pennington 23 overs, 6 maidens, 3 for 62. Lyndon James 9 overs, 3 maidens, none for 25. Liam Patterson-White 26 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 89. And the pick of them, certainly in terms of figures, Calvin Harrison 36.3 overs, 2 maidens, 5 for 128. Really has done well in this game all round. A career best 52 with the bat, 4 catches, a couple of them really good catches, one in the slip court and one off his own bowling yesterday. And as those career bests to reflect upon. Dylan Pennington also very well deserved figures of 3 for 62. Bowled quickly against his former county with reward. So we're going to get underway with Joe Leach from the Stuart Broad end starting to Asiba Mead, and we're underway with a full pitch delivery which is defended on the leg side, and there's no run. 48 overs remain in the day, so we've got half a day's cricket left. Does mean we've got 16 overs to go before the tea interval. So it's about it's almost 20 to 3, so 16 overs in an hour is what they're supposed to bowl, so we're still on target for an on-time tea interval here on the third day at Trent Bridge, as Leach in bowls and Mead defends. Of course, the umpires have swapped over now, so Ben Debenham is at the far end, the Stuart Broad end of the ground, the pavilion end of course. Alex Wharf now at our end of the ground, he's standing at square leg. Worcestershire have not gone overly attacking to begin with just a couple of slips. 3 more fielders on the offside, backward point, extra cover and mid-off, and on the leg side there's a long leg, a deep square leg, a mid-wicket and a mid-on, as Mead gets the innings underway for his side by cutting this towards the point boundary, and there's just enough juice on it for the ball to trickle over the ropes, and away it goes. So Asiba Mead is up and running in this second innings. Nottinghamshire 4 without loss, lead overall by 48. First time round Asiba Mead made 11, Ben Duckett only made 9, so Worcestershire will clearly be looking to knock both of them over very cheaply and very quickly, as they did in the first innings. Here comes Leach in again to the former Lancashire player, the proud Boltonian who defends. I'm Dave Bracegirdle from BBC Radio Nottingham. The troops are back. They've been on a wander. Grace Ballinger from the Blaze to my right, and to her right, representing BBC Hereford and Worcester for the second day in a row. His weekends, his working weekends today, Jim Dale.
They let me back in, Dave. I'm as surprised as you are, mate, but here we are.
Frank Watson will be on standby to come back tomorrow. It looks very much as if we're going to have some cricket tomorrow now, as this one cuts back and strikes Asiba Mead midships, and then it dropped pretty close to the stumps on its way through on the bounce into the slip cordon. That could have been played on soft as anything. Sometimes when things are going for you, they do what's just happened. Sometimes when they don't, they topple off a bail. Mead wasn't entirely sure there where the ball had gone. Always a tough job being a skipper as well. He's been out there for 24 hours trying to get these 10 Worcestershire wickets. A lot of thoughts going through Asiba Mead's mind and head, no doubt, over that period. Now he's out there, got to concentrate on his batting, and blocks this one to end the first over. Nottinghamshire 4 without loss.
Well, apart from that one that was short and wide and dispatched to the boundary, it's a pretty tidy start from Joe Leach. And we're going to see Nathan Smith. Scored an excellent half-century earlier on in the day. 3 wickets in the first innings, 3 wickets at Edgbaston as well. And He is going to come round the wicket to the left-handed Duckett.
Trevor's been in touch. Young Harrison bowled well from what I saw on the live stream. Dave, leader 44, not a complete disaster. Clearly would have liked it to have been more. Some iffy weather around tomorrow, so it's difficult to judge what a good target will be. Might need to dangle the proverbial carrot, says Trevor. Good to have you with us.
In comes Smith then, round the wicket. And pushed back by Duckett.
Are we in favour of carrot dangling?
I like aggressive cricket. I like results. Draws almost exclusively bore me to tears, unless it's like a fight tooth and nail. Playing a sport for 4 days and ending in a draw, I'm not sure that really works for me.
Just a 52-year-old Calvin Harrison, real talent in all 3 disciplines of the game, strangely underbowled against Essex. Thank you very much, 52-year-old.
I thought you were calling Calvin Harrison 52 then.
No.
In comes Smith again. He's just dropped to the offside. Plenty of enthusiasm behind the wicket.
It's his Twitter
Nathan
name,
Smith.
and he's been following me for 2 years. Last year he was 51-year-old, and the year before that he was 50-year-old.
Wonder what it'll be next year.
I have no idea. We'll look forward to
I
it.
imagine he'll be just as imaginative. That's my suspicion.
Play up Pompey says Calvin Harrison's a great DJ in his spare time too. Ka-ching, boom boom, and all the rest of it. Gasking gang, credit to Worcestershire getting themselves back in the game. You've got to feel Notts have blown an opportunity to get ahead.
Smith full of this time. And just losing a little bit of shape this time. Duckett gets enough bat on it, goes back to the bowler.
Do you feel Notts have blown an opportunity, Grace Ballinger?
No, I don't think they've blown it at all. I mean, they've still got a lead, albeit they were probably in a better position before the day's play started. But, I mean, they've got some aggressive batsmen in their top order that can score quickly, so it'll be interesting to see how they go about it, Dave. What do you think?
Smith on his way then, back lift up. Duckett looks to pull away, and that's going to go to the man behind square on the leg side. Tied it up for a 1.
I think Notts have got to score quickly and freely without taking any risks today, and come back tomorrow morning, see what sort of situation they're in, what the weather is in, and decide how many they need and how quickly. But that's what they need. Whether you can score quickly and freely without taking any risks remains to be seen, of course.
Well,
there's two sides in every game, and whilst you might have a plan, Worcestershire will have a plan of their own.
At the risk of providing balance, sometimes the opposition just do good things, and that's the thing about supporters. The opposition are allowed to play well. You know, that's the thing, and Worcestershire certainly did that. And in comes Smith, and that's 2 straight, and it's just tucked around the corner for a single. And I felt that they should have taken the new ball a bit sooner, but we've seen throughout this, this very short period of county cricket to game and a half in, that it's all very well wanting wickets to fall, but they've been hard to come by. And I think Nottinghamshire haven't done a huge amount wrong, really. It's just been tough going for them, I think, and we'll see more of the same with Worcestershire.
Well, this is good because umpire Alex Wharf is waving to the ground staff, and he's made that gesture to suggest, I want to see Richard Marshall out here at the end of the over with his bit of equipment that I couldn't remember the name of yesterday.
In comes Smith then, back round the wickets, left-handed Duckett, and he just pushed that into the offside. Fielded by Jake Libby, no run taken.
Well, everybody and his dog overnight have reminded me it's called the tamper, and here comes Richard Marshall with the tamper. Is it the tamper or the tamperer? He's certainly going to be tampering right now, and he's going to be bashing it down, and I wonder where Luke Fletcher is out there to help him like he did yesterday. But that's Richard tampering. Away he goes. Poor old earthworms will be coming to the surface, won't they? They'll be thinking it's raining. Isn't that what earthworms do? If they hear the pitter-patter of the rain, they think, it's time for us to come up and have a look. They'll be thinking,
It's
Richard
an aggressive
Marshall's raining.
pitter-patter. God, I think they'll be dead.
Well, it depends how deep you are. I wonder how deep do earthworms go? And he gets a round of applause as always, Richard, as he goes off with his tamper, which goes back to the tampering cupboard. 6 without loss. Do you call for the tamperer? Tamper?
Never.
With your dainty little footsteps?
Definitely not dainty. In comes Leach then, 2 slips in play, and it's turned into the onside, fine, and will be a single to Hamid, brings his score on to 6. Seven for none then, Nottinghamshire. The left-handed test opener. Ben Duckett will be hoping for a score here. Normally pretty consistent, but just had a slightly disappointing start to the season by his own standards. Fantastic, sometimes aggressive batsman. As in comes Leach, and that's a glorious shot, just straight back down the ground, and that's exactly what Ben Duckett does. It probably won't race away for 4, but it's always a good sign when your opening batters playing straight down the ground early doors, Dave.
It is indeed, yes. I know the Worcestershire supporters won't agree with this. They want Ben Duckett out. Get him back in the pavilion, get his game done and dusted, but it would just liven up, if it needs livening up, which it doesn't, but it would just entertain everybody, I think, a couple of hours at Duckett in his pomp. Steve Crawley, though, says, can't see a carrot being dangled when they're all stuck with this Aussie cherry as a weapon. Good point, Steve. Well made.
Leach in again, then goes slightly shorter, and Duckett just squared up slightly there, but safe nonetheless.
And if you're going to see the snooker, you want to see O'Sullivan get a 147. If Grace is going to the darts, you want to see Gerwin Price get a 9 darter. If you're a Notts fan coming here today, you want to see a Duckett century.
Great analogy.
But as I say, if you're a Worcestershire fan, you want him gone.
Oh yeah, I want 80 all out. That's what I want.
Yeah. Well,
no, 79. Let's go 79.
Well, last Monday, Notts were 80 all out.
I think it's rather wishful thinking with the current setup.
Leach in and driven again straight by Duckett. Doesn't quite get hold of it as it just trickles past the batter.
If Notts were 80 all out, Worcestershire would require 125 to win.
That'd be good fun, wouldn't it? That'd be good fun. It's tricky, isn't it, really, because it's hard to see Worcestershire being able to. I mean, despite the emotional impact of being skittled for 80 last time out, it's hard to see Worcestershire really making any damaging inroads. And
Leach in again, and this time just turned into the leg side by Duckett.
And the other thing that people are pointing out is this is day 7 on this strip. They played the Essex game on it. This is day 3 of this match. This is day 7 on this strip. It's not really breaking up, is it?
It's not, no.
No, I suppose with that, if it's day 7 on this strip, you'd have thought if it was going to turn plenty, it would have done so by now. But more honest toil for the bowlers.
Leach at the end of his mark. Once again, last ball of his second over. Duckett waits and defends that nicely into the onside. Nottinghamshire 9 for none.
Honest toil or dishonest toil? Calvin Harrison is a fine cricketer, says Headley Harrison. Presumably no relation. I don't think you are, Headley, but first time he's one of my regular correspondents. Don't think he's any relation at all. 9 without loss. Going to be Nathan Smith to continue. Not sure if he's been to Nottingham before. Don't think he's played at Trent Bridge before, but he seems to like it here. 3 wickets in the first innings and 50 in the second.
Over the wicket he comes then to the right-handed Hamid, and it's wide of off stump, and the Notts captain decides he doesn't want to play at that, and not a bad decision at all. A former England opener and the current England opener at the wicket at the moment, 9 without loss, and the opening forays here in this innings are very much going to form in this match. That nothing too alarming yet for these batsmen to contend with, but Smith will have other ideas. In he comes again, full of this time, straighter this time, and forward press from Hamid, and he pushes that comfortably into the offside for no run. Baker does the fielding.
Kind of a real go here, Worcestershire, before tea. 12 overs to go until tea, and then have a breather for 20 minutes, Nathan and Joe, and could even give them another go then.
Yep, a little bit of sparring. I keep each other on the end of their jabs and see where we are. After tea, in comes Smith again. Bit short this time, and then confidently just guided down towards third man. The race is on there for Libby. He'll get there just in time. That's a good bit of fielding. And they'll pick up a couple. But that was well guided by Hamid. Good batting. Just on his toes there, just on the back of a length, that, and moves the score on to 11. Plenty of, rather like Nottinghamshire, actually, plenty of bowling options for Worcestershire. Holder and Finch will offer something as seamers, and they've got Josh Baker and D'Oliveira. Left arm and a wrist spinner as well. So that ball is just defended into the onside. No runs taken.
I think he's a really good signing for Worcestershire this year. Nathan Smith, I know we spoke about it yesterday, but having watched him the last 2 days, had not seen much of him previously, and honestly I think he's looked really impressive. He's showed great intent with both bat and ball, and certainly got a yard behind him, hasn't he?
Yeah, I think he'll be a handful with the Dukes as well. When we get to that, in he comes, and it's guided just behind on the offside. He looked very compact and organised as a batsman, didn't he? He's actually batting, his first class batting average is exactly the same as his bowling average, so he's just under 26 with them both. But you know, the batting average is climbing and the bowling average is coming down. He's not, I don't think he's a million miles away from being considered for the Test side. He's a good player.
No, it's unsurprising, and I mean the way he batted today, he looked like a top order player to me. He looked like someone capable of facing a new ball.
In comes Smith then, and again it's just pushed behind square on the offside. Yeah, we were talking about when Paul Franks was here, we were talking about the eye test, and all the stats in the world can tell you various different bits and pieces, but you see him out there, even as a batsman, he looks the part, doesn't he?
Absolutely, yeah. Good bit of signing from Worcestershire there. Analysis must have been searching, because as I think Dave mentioned, he's not a global superstar name, is he? He's just kind of surfing around. He's there for the whole summer as well, so he's old school overseas player, going to play all three formats. And we had a few issues before that Matt Wade, who was going to come in and never turned up for various different reasons. And I think they've gone for calibre and character and up and coming, and they've got that in abundance in this lad. Leach in then, Stuart Broadend, and this is a poor delivery down leg side, turned to fine leg. It will be just singles. Ben Duckett looks slightly frustrated, he couldn't get more from that. A loose delivery from Leach, but just a single nonetheless.
Thankfully the board does the maths for us. Not always the case as we go around the county circuit. Sometimes got to do the adding up yourself, but the bottom strap line here on the Trent Bridge board, very helpful to the commentators. Nottinghamshire lead by 56, it says.
Slip and gully in then for Hamid, and that's kept out in defence. Trickles to point.
Yep, Hose has moved from first slip to a sort of a fourth slip gully position, and it's left Jason Holder, rather like they were in the back end of the first innings. Jason Holder drifts ever wider as a first slip. In conversation there with Gareth Roderick, who's been disappointed with the effort with the bat. Didn't last long yesterday afternoon, sorry.
Leach bowls and pushes Hamid back into a defensive stroke. Looking strong in his defence there, Hamid, but Leach bowling some challenging channels here. What did Don call it last week? The channel of uncertainty. Oh, what was it? I loved it.
No, it wasn't the corridor of uncertainty. It was one of his own.
Oh, I can't remember. I'm gonna have to ask him, because I loved it. Well, clearly not enough because I can't remember it, but at the time I thought, yeah, I'll steal that. In comes Leach, and this is jagging into the right-hander, but gets forward, plays straight and late, Dave, as the coaching manuals do instruct.
was just another way of saying the corridor of uncertainty, wasn't it? The channel of doubt, or something along those lines. But yeah, it was a nice one to grab.
Gonna have to drop him a message, I think. Mr. Topley.
You'll not get rid of him if you do. Looks if Dane Patterson's off for a fitness session.
Leach in again and slightly back of a length. Hamid thinks of cutting, but ends up just chopping it down. Probably smart with the field set.
Bit too close to him, wasn't it?
Sam Marshall, I believe he said corridor of inconvenience. Does that ring a bell? The corridor of inconvenience.
There
Thank
we go.
you, Sam.
Don't need to message him at all.
Tremendous.
Thank
you,
you,
Sam. You've got better memory than Grace and I. You've certainly got a better memory than I. Very good. The corridor of inconvenience.
It's good, that, isn't it?
Write it down, Gracie.
It's firmly in there now. That's where I'll be trying to hit next weekend as Leach comes in, and this one's punched beautifully off the back foot by Hamid, and he doesn't even consider running as that races away to the boundary out there. Beautifully timed by Hamid. He's looking in good form as he moves on to 12 not out, not 16 for none.
So who will you be bowling to? The Joneses at the top of the order?
Eve Jones, yeah.
Is Amy Jones there as well?
No, I don't think she'll be available,
Right.
which is good because I don't like bowling at her because she hits me everywhere. Yeah, Eve Jones, obviously left-handed opener, captain.
Mark has also come back. Mark Devon says it was the corridor of inconvenience. Thank you, folks. You've done well there to remember anything that Mr. Topley says. Comes at you 100 mile an hour. Great fun, Don. Great fun. Absolutely. Always enjoy sharing the commentary box with him. But we learnt a lot, didn't we? We always do with Don.
Got a full analysis of my bowling action. It was great.
Without him seeing you bowling action.
In comes Smith then to left-handed ducket. Just drops on that into the offside. A quick change in the field just before.
Just need to iron out that jump and you'll be all right.
Bloody jump. That's never going. No one can coach that out of me. Not even Don Topley.
Well, D'Oliveira first, then Nathan Smith are doing a lot of work on this brand new ball, let's be honest. Polishing early doors as Smith's on his way into the left-handed ducket. Fuller at the stumps and ably defended. Straight out the middle of the bat, back to the bowler, who goes straight back to making a mess of his shirt by rubbing the ball against it.
Yeah, you'd imagine Nathan Smith knows how to look after this ball. Pass that information on, of course, to his teammates. Well,
Finch spent the winter down at bowling with it as well, and it's no stranger to Jason Holder either, and I wouldn't be surprised if the Smith and Holder recruitment will have something to do with that as well. As a bit too straight this time. Let's just turn around the corner to long leg, single taken.
Well, if they're not getting Duckett out, they're restricting him to singles at the moment. I think that's 5 ones he's contributed from his 14 balls so far. Keeping him nice and quiet up to this point.
It brings the right-handed Hamid on strikes, so it's going to be back over the wicket for Smith.
Ben Compton's crawled to his 150 for Kent, 384 for 8. He's 152 not out.
In comes Smith, Fuller this time, driven down the ground, but straight at Joe Leach, who again goes straight to work on this ball. But he's not looking overly threatening at the moment, Smith, but he is he's being economical if nothing else. Only 5 runs from his 2.4 overs thus far. Hamid awaits him and just pushed out into the offside. Solid forward defensive.
Just looking at the 9 county championship games, there's been centuries in all 8 played in England. The only one that hasn't had a century in the match is the game down at Cardiff between Glamorgan and Derbyshire. Glamorgan's second innings, 233 for 6, leading Derbyshire by 272. Been a lot of runs scored around the country.
Last over then last ball, of the 6th over. It's Smith into Hamid, and again it's just pushed into the offside. Timed quite nicely for a defensive prod. And it's to Baker at cover. There's no run, and that will leave Nottinghamshire on 17 for no wicket after 6.
Only the 1 ton here, Joe Clark on the opening day. Possibly could have had 2 yesterday. 2 out in the 90s, Lyndon James for 96. And then when Worcestershire battered, Rob Jones made 90. Just wonder if anybody else in this particular contest will rack up 3 figures. Last time Worcestershire came here, Ed Barnard a couple of years ago, 163 not out.
Income Leach, right arm over the wicket end, straight delivery on a good length. Duckett gets forward and defends.
Nottinghamshire getting the better of that one, that particular occasion. In fact, since 2000, Worcestershire Centurions here, David Leatherdale twice, Darryl Mitchell twice, Graham Hick, Steve Rhodes, Steve Davis, Alex Cavesi, Joe Clark, of course he got that big ton in the pink ball game, and Ed Barnard. So that's 10 centuries.
Leach comes in very straight catcher on the onside, and that's driven nicely to mid-off by Duckett, but no run will be taken. He's shaping up nicely here.
So Cavesi played for Shropshire. Clark played for Shropshire.
Yeah. Since 2000, the same period, there's also been 10 centuries for Nottinghamshire here in matches against Worcestershire. Usman Afzal, Greg Blewett, Darren Bicknell, Bilal Shafayette, Chris Reed, Ricky Vessels, Chris Nash, Jake Libby, Ben Duckett, and in this match Joe Clark. So Vessels, Libby and Clark played for both, and Clark has scored a ton in this fixture for both sides on this ground.
Leach in halfway through the over, and this is leg side again, turned comfortably by Duckett for a single. He's definitely playing within himself at the moment, just getting his iron perhaps, as the field changes as the right-handed Hamid comes on to strike.
I think Clark's from Shropshire, I think. Barney's from Shropshire, I think. Cavesi's played for Shropshire.
Yeah, some names there.
Strong connections between those two counties. I think Dylan Pennington is as well.
He's from Shrewsbury,
Yeah.
This one's a good, relatively full delivery, and again Hamid lunging forward in defence. He's getting right to the pitch here. Asim Hamid. Just a little bit overcast now, isn't it? The sun's gone in, and it's by no means cold, but not as much sunshine. Have my sunglasses on down the high street. Won't be needing those, I don't think, for a while.
Just saw Ben Duckett doing some shadow 6 hitting from the non-strikers in there.
As in comes Leach, and this one's cut. Bit full to be cut, and it's encouraging signs for Leach here. He's bowling nicely, and Hamid maybe just misjudging length there, but not to worry. Maybe he's had enough of batting within himself. Jim, as I was saying, he's ready now. He's got his eye in.
Yeah, well, he's been watchful, hasn't he? Duckett, 6 from 17, non-strikers, and trying to whack everything. That was a bit too close, that, for Hamid, wasn't it? Just try and cut. But it's a wicket that you want to try and get bat on ball with, isn't it?
As Leach bowls, and this one just angling in back of a length, and Hamid gets his elbow high, as the manual tells you so, and well bowled. Good over. 18 for Nottinghamshire.
Yeah, it was the ball angled back in that did for Asim Hamid in the first innings. Nathan Smith, wasn't it? It was a special delivery that knocked 2 of his stumps out of the ground. Got a chinwag going on. The Worcestershire think tank, led by the skipper, the bowler Nathan Smith, and Jason Holder also having his 50 pence worth. Quite a game so far for Holder. Might yet make a telling impact, but no wickets, no runs. Took a decent catch though, the big man.
Yeah, quiet in terms of numbers, but he brings value, doesn't he? As Smith comes round the wicket to the left-handed Duckett. And that's just pushed back down towards the bowler. On a length, little bit straight though, I think, perhaps. And we'll see if they're going to try and see if they can just bore Ben Duckett a little bit here. See if we can force his hand. But quite happy to play a more defensive role at the moment.
Bringing one of the slips out.
Yeah, it's Adam Hose, isn't it? He's coming into a silly mid-off, really, isn't it? On the offside, on the drive, that's close in.
Don't know how D'Oliveira can see there. They look like they're pretty much in line from here.
D'Oliveira at mid-off is only a fraction to the left of him, isn't it? In comes Smith then. Fuller driven down the ground. Attractively so, but it's to Leach at mid-on, so there'll be no run. Getting a field there right in Duckett's eye line, though, as Smith comes round the wicket.
Holder just going through the minimal amount of effort required to get himself ready to bowl. Saw him on the first day playing golf shots, stood at slip, practicing his drive down the 14th.
In comes Smith again then. One slip in place. That man on the drive. Fuller. Oh, it's a swipe there. I don't know if that took a little bit of an edge, but it died anyway. Short of Roderick. It means they'll get through for a bye, so there's no bat involved. But it wasn't an attractive shot, it has to be said. It's a bit Fuller looking to drive that Duckett. He's lucky he didn't nick that.
Just misjudged that. I don't know if it looked like it died a little bit. I mean, it certainly didn't carry through to the keeper. Maybe this pitch, as we say, day 7 on it, it's slowly showing some signs of wear, but I think that's the first one, if any.
No man on the drive for Hamid. Then instead, there's a 4th slip and a 1st slip as well. In comes Smith then as a bumper, and it's easily evaded. Quick bend at the waist there for Hamid, and out of harm's way.
One for the over called by umpire Alex Wharf. Failed set for it, isn't it? 2 out in the deep.
One's coming back in now, and Kashif Ali's going to be moved to the offside, and that man at deep square is coming into mid-wicket. So Kashif now is a man on the drive. On the offside, might see if there's going to be a slight change of pace here, perhaps. See if they can catch him with a check drive. In comes Smith then. It's Fuller, and it's ad-off stump, but it's wide enough for Hamid to feel good about letting that go. It's good judgment from the batsman. Bit of excitement in the field, but as is often the way. Leaving on line in length, experienced batsman Hamid. Worcestershire just feeling for a breakthrough here. I think the best way to stop a sizable total is obviously to take wickets. They'll want an early one. In comes Smith again, last ball of the over. And it's off stump, and there's a solid forward defensive there. And that'll be the first maiden. It's taken 8 overs to get there. It's 19 for no loss.
The lead is 63. There are 40 overs left in the day, so another 8 before the tea break. Just fiddling about with numbers there, not only going along at about 2.4 and over, but for the rest of the day, if they were to go up 4 and over, that's only another 160. They'd be leading by 223 at stump, so you'd imagine with an indifferent sort of weather forecast tomorrow, they'd look to be scoring at a little quicker rate than that, as Duckett leans forward and with soft hands runs it down to third man, and there's a comfortable 2, and that's all there'll be. So Duckett, who's crawled along with succession of singles, now gets a 2, moves on to 8, 21 without loss. Nottinghamshire, as somewhere not too far away, either a car alarm goes off or an emergency vehicle passes. 21 without loss. Holder, who chased after the ball, makes his way back to his slip position, the solitary slip catcher there. Leach round the wicket to Ben Duckett. This is driven back towards the bowler, who steps out of the way of it. Always knew it was going only as far as his skipper, D'Oliveira. 21 for none. This morning, Worcestershire resumed from their overnight 220 for 6 and lost Brett D'Oliveira to Liam Patterson-White for 54, Nathan Smith to Dylan Pennington for 58, Josh Baker to Harrison for 8, and then where did we get to? Last man out was Adam Finch, as this has turned on the leg side, giving Calvin Harrison his 5th wicket. All out for 3-5-5, single taken by Duckett on the leg side. Moves on to 9, 22 without loss. Tough going for Nottinghamshire this morning. I think the feeling perhaps is they could have taken the second new ball a little earlier than they did. It's about 15 or 16 overs, wasn't it, before they got round to take it. Kept the spinners on and brought Liam Patterson-White out of the attack, brought Dylan Pennington on. He had 3 or 4 overs with the old ball before it was taken, and then Nottinghamshire almost reluctantly, as an afterthought or a last option, took that second new ball and managed to finish the innings. Amin has 12. Stands with his bat raised high and then clips this one down to long leg for another single. Jake Libby down there doing the tidying up. Of course, one thing we didn't get in the Worcestershire innings was all these constant swapping overs of right-hander to left-hander and vice versa, as the field has to change. The umpires swap sides and all the rest of it. Worcestershire playing 11 right-handers. I think it's Gloucestershire that have got a pretty much all top 6 left-hander, bunch of left-handers, but very different here with the pairs fielding all right-handers. Leach bowls to a left-hander, Duckett, and he nudges this up to D'Oliveira at mid-off, and there's no run.
Lots of sirens out there, isn't there?
Yeah. What's going off? Should be just a nice quiet Sunday afternoon, shouldn't it, for the emergency services, but never pans out like that. Always busy. Here comes Leach. Final ball of the 9th over. Bounding in, and Duckett's got a boundary here. He's cut this one away. Just a little bit of width offered by Leach. Duckett, wristy as always, just manipulates a little bit of room for himself, cuts it away, gets a boundary, and will perhaps feel he's up and running now. He's on to 13. Hamid also has 13. Nice looking shot, 27 without loss, and at that point Brett D'Oliveira returns to his experienced Caribbean gun, Jason Holder, coming into the attack.
Yeah, Joe Leach frustrated with himself. He knew it wasn't good enough, and short and wide dispatched, and he offered a few choice words into the underside of his shirt there as well. So I'll not guess at what those words were. It's a family show. But yes, Jason Holder into the attack. We've seen 4 very neat and tidy overs from Nathan Smith. Only went for 5 runs. But rotating bowling options might not be a bad idea on what is a flat deck with a not particularly responsive ball, and the lead now for Nottinghamshire 71. So nothing to worry about just yet for Worcestershire, but They'll want to keep runs down if they can. Only one slip in, but 2 men on the drive on the onside. In comes Holder then. And it's a lovely drive. And it's a bit of a misfield there by Josh Baker. Timed nicely, and it's just juggled a little bit, and it had to be fielded out in the deep.
You're a hard taskmaster. I thought he did pretty well to get a hand to it. I thought it was a boundary.
High standards for Josh Baker. He's got great hands. Very good slippers, actually, in Worcestershire. He normally is a third, fourth slip. Taken some absolute belters, not dissimilar to Calvin Harrison, actually.
Well, if you're going to misfield, it's not the time to do it, because the head coach is now doing his rounds. Restless Richardson is wandering around the boundary edge. Fresh from a meal with the relatives last night, as we were hearing.
In comes Holder then to left-handed Duckett, and that's just dropped into the offside, looking for a quick single. Man in. Oh, it would have been close.
I reckon that's out if he hits.
Yeah, reactions from the fielders say I think they might have misjudged that one, and Hamid might have been short there.
Grace Ballinger on VAR today.
Because we can see so well from here as well.
With the Superman eyesight. Sarah says fantastic stuff from Calvin Harrison. Hope he can rest up now until tomorrow whilst Notts build a big lead. Hoping he can go again in the second innings.
In comes Holder then. Pulled away nicely. Not quite enough on this to go for the fence, but there'll be a couple in it for them. D'Oliveira does the fielding. Customary slide, elegantly done, picking up all in one movement and pinging it back in. But Holder decides that he's going to drop a little bit short, and Hamid more than up to the task. It's Nathan Smith, I think, with that run-out chance. He affected a really important run-out, actually, at Edgbaston late on the Saturday last weekend. In comes Holder again, then. Cut away this time. Work for the man in the deep. And tidily done. Nice-looking shot for one. So we saw in the first innings, Holder just dropped it on a sixpence and tied up an end. He was very economical. But there's been variation here of line and length. I'm not sure how deliberate. In he comes again to Duckett. Again round the wicket. That's the area there. And safely prodded back to the bowler. Considers a few keepy-uppies.
Yes, I'm wondering if during the course of his county championship spell, Roland Butcher will get the chance to commentate on him for a game. Roland, who West Indies selector, very often a third voice at one of the county championship games. I know he did a game last week, but you'd imagine they're keeping tabs on him. He certainly hopes they're keeping tabs on him, because he does want to get back in the West Indies side.
And he is down the leg side. It's a good take from Roderick. So slightly wayward first over, actually, from Jason Holder. 5 from it, but not quite the control that we're used to seeing from highly experienced and very, very talented all-round cricketer, who, as you say, Dave, has aspirations of getting back into that Test side. And formerly Wisden, one of the top 5 Wisden cricketers of the year back in 21, when he brought the side over during COVID, and won a lot of friends in the way that he conducted himself and that he led his team.
Going to be Leach to continue. Not, by the way, finished with an over rate of +7. So terrific stuff from them. Of course, rattling through their overs thanks to the 2 spinners. Here's Leach in now. Bowls cut away by Hamid for a couple. Hamid on to 19.
Short and wide again, though. Yeah. So it's not been a great start with the ball for Worcestershire. Not quite the control they'd hope.
Yeah, 34 on the board. What did they put on in the first inning? Was it 31 or something like that? No, it was only 19. Yeah, they were 34 for 2. So, better start than we've seen so far this season as Mead lets this go through to the Worcestershire wicket-keeper, Gareth Roderick. He'll be another one that'll be hoping for better fortune when it's his turn to bat again. Out for naught, just the third ball of the innings.
Yeah, it's a tough ask for Roderick, actually. I mean, he's firstly done a really good job to displace Ben Cox. He's a fabulous keeper who's in and out the side for various reasons. I know that he wanted to take a bit of a mental health break, but opening the batting and keeping wicket is a tough ask, isn't it?
Mead on 19, Joe Leach bowls to him. Mead shoulders arms, lets it go through again to the keeper. Leach into his 6th over now. No maidens, none for 23. I think it's Adam Finch over front of the Fox Road stand is loosening up, ready to come on. Just have a little go before tea, which is only 5 overs away. Or is that Baker? Is that Baker over in front of the Fox Road stand?
I think it is.
There's Richo down there having a natter with Nathan Smith as well.
Giving every indication he's going to get a bowl. As Leach again to a Mead drives, but not properly out of the screws. Tracks it up to wide-ish mid-off, no run. Remains 34 without loss. Tea should be in 20 minutes time, 5 overs from now. Doubt they'll squeeze an extra one in. Leach past umpire Debenham, and Mead, seemingly with all the time in the world, just waited on the ball and just helped it into the gap between point and extra. Takes a single. He's up to 20, 35 without loss. Signs are good for Nottinghamshire followers at the moment. Well aware that the next ball could well bring a wicket, but thus far no real drama apart from slight miscommunication with the running. A throw at the stumps could have brought the Mead's innings to an early and premature conclusion, but in terms of the bowling, they've not really been put under too much pressure. Duckett on 14. The left-hander faces Leach now and just defends. No drama there at the end of the 11th over. 35 without loss, Grace.
Yeah, good start from Nottinghamshire. They've looked very comfortable, the pair of them, both Hamid and Duckett. Not really played any expansive shots or anything unnecessary, just kind of looked to see off the little that the Kookaburra does early doors, I think. And yeah, they'll go nicely, both of them be wanting to push on and get a score today, but it looks like we will be seeing the left arm slow bowling of Josh Baker.
Yeah, the protective gear is being brought out. So it'll be a slight hold up. Baker, I think he bowled all his overs, didn't he, from this end of the ground, the Radcliffe Road end. Seems to be getting himself ready for a little tilt here before tea. He can get 5 overs in. He can get 3 of the 5 overs in, of course, from this end. Whether they're going to keep Leach going or not remains to be seen. Leach has bowled 20, I beg your pardon, he's bowled 36 balls, gone for 24 runs. Not been overly threatening. Kashif Ali has got himself all suited and booted, but he's not going straight in at short leg to begin with. He's just gone back to, well, where's he going to stop? Sort of a run-saving position at mid-wicket.
In comes Josh Baker then, slow left arm. Short to start with, gets cut away. Only be a single though, straight out to Joe Leach there. Had to cover point out on the boundary. Everything about that said loosener. It'll be a test of his mettle here, bowling to a left-hander, so he's a chance to just drift this in. There's some footmarks to aim at as well. As again, there's plenty of personnel movement, and this time we do see a helmet on Kashif Ali, who will go in at short leg for the ball that does drift in and maybe grips a little. For the bat pad, Jason Holder is staying firmly put at first slip. It's great work if you can get it.
Of course, Duckett's made a name for himself with the reverse sweep. There's acres and acres of Nottinghamshire countryside if he wants to play the reverse, if he gets the chance.
Well, there's a man at deep backward square, and there'll be a man at, by the looks of it, it's just on the 45, and then on the offside you've got a man at deep backward point, a man at mid-off, and then a lot of space. He sweeps this time though, and finds that man at deep backward square, and there's a rather inelegant tumble, but the fielding is completed successfully enough for a single. The helmet disappears, everyone moves round, apart from Jason Holder, who again gets the best gig.
You're a harsh fielding judge, Jim. Very harsh.
Go for him, Grace.
I'd be happy with that if I did that.
Cut away again. I said effective nonetheless. There are style points I will be awarding. You know, Jack Russell knows as best as anyone. You know, be effective. Doesn't matter how you do it. Definitely a tumbling stop though. Come on. In comes Baker then to the left-handed ducket. Another sweep, and it's out to the man in the deep again with a spin on that. And Rob Jones has been done up a kipper there. It's gone for 4. He's run right round it.
I don't even know what's happened there. I'm going to have a little look at the replay.
It's kippered him apparently, according to Jim, which I like.
There was shouts of catch, wasn't there?
There were.
Don't know.
I think it was it just snakes, didn't it? The bounce did him.
Can happen.
Another sweep. It's a sweeper delivery here. So the 2 men out in the deep on the leg side are getting plenty of action. That was very neatly and tidily fielded, quite traditionally so as well.
The Trigger fan club would very much be appreciating this, wouldn't they? It's a sweepers convention out there.
I've had the same broom for 17 years. 4 different handles and 5 different heads. In comes Baker to the right-handed Hamid. Cut away again. Man out in the deep. In it comes. A single taken. 9 off that Baker over. Rather unfortunate boundary. Slight misjudgment in the field. And that brings Nottinghamshire to 44 without loss. And that's the lead of 88 now. And they're looking pretty comfortable here as we slowly meander towards tea. And Jason Holder is going to get a change of ends.
Do you get the Trigger reference?
No.
I didn't think you did.
What is it?
Well, there's the Only Fools and Horses character called Trigger,
Oh.
and of a certain generation, it's hugely popular. And there's a bit where David Jason falls through the gap in a bar, which is unanimously voted the funniest thing in comedy ever, in every poll ever, which still baffles me, but it's a very, very good show. In the late 80s, early 90s, really, wasn't it? That was the...
I have heard of it.
And Trigger was the road sweeper.
Yeah.
Hence the sweeping reference.
Well known for being, I'd say, it's the nice, intellectually challenged he was. He was a deadpan, charming, very lovable, but he'd just say daft stuff. You said it was open 24 hours, Trig. Yeah, but not at night. That sort of thing. Don't get this on Test Match Special, do you? And for good reason. In comes Jason Holder.
Oh, yeah, I don't know what's just gone on there as Holder's in, and it's better for his first delivery. Brings Hamid back into defence. Yeah, not a clue what you two are going on about, but I'm just going to sit here and carry on, watch the world go by. I always used to get Only Fools and Horses and Dad's Army confused. I don't think they're that similar, but I think they're just two things that my dad used to watch, so...
It's a similar sort of gentle comedy, though, isn't it?
Maybe. I wouldn't know. As Holder in again, and this one back of a length and cut away nicely by Hamid, but there is a man out there sweeping on the offside, so it will just be 1 run as these two continue to keep the score ticking. Just 5 runs from a 50-run opening stand for the pair.
Faulty Towers, have you seen that?
Yeah, I've seen that one.
You've seen that one.
I've seen that one. Not for a long time. Not for 10, 12 years, maybe. I don't know. Used to be on at my nan's house
There are channels that still run all those. In fact, you'd do well to avoid an Only Fools and Horses episode on some afternoons.
Holders in again and good length. Duck it forward.
I get the distinct impression that Grace has the benefit of a life, Dave. That's the thing. Thing about being in your 20s, isn't it? Do you remember that? Oh, they were the days.
You don't appreciate an afternoon on the settee with a cup of tea and a biscuit, do you?
I never watch TV, to be honest. I've never... Obviously, you get a new house at university every year, but I've got a TV in my bedroom. I've never switched it on. I don't even know how to.
Good on you.
As Holder comes in, and this one driven beautifully by Duckett straight back down the ground, and there's a fielder giving chase, but it should run away for 4, and it does. A lovely time shot on the front foot by Duckett.
Yep, ominous signs here for Worcestershire. Duckett is finding his groove, and there's no little hope here at the moment of stemming the runs. They're just leaking here. That lead creeping up towards 3 figures, having done ever so well to bring it down under 50 a little earlier in the day. But Duckett is finding his feet here. 24 not out.
Both batsmen 24 not out currently. Duckett with the slightly faster run rate, but the skipper won't be too bothered by that as he stands at the non-striker's end, and it looks like there's more jeopardy about the ball once again. The controversial kookaburra continues to be looked at, and is it the seam that keeps needing cut, Dave?
Don't know. We've got a close-up of this one. A lovely shot there of umpire Debenham taking the ball from Brett D'Oliveira, and it actually going through a little gauge there. One way it will go through the gauge and one way it won't, and that clearly met all the criteria.
One slip still in play then as the left-handed Duckett just pushes this short delivery, just flicks it, doesn't put everything on it, just guides it towards the deep point boundary, and there's a ripple of applause around Trent Bridge because that is the 50 partnership for the opening pair, Haseeb Hameed and Ben Duckett. 24 runs off 42 balls and 25 off 35 for Duckett.
Yes, ominously for Worcestershire, they've failed to get a wicket in the first, well, best part of 13 overs, 1 ball left in the 13 overs, and as we've seen last week and this week, if you don't get a wicket early, it can be very, very tricky.
Holder back over the wicket to the right-hander, and it's a good delivery to end the over again. Hameed lunging forward in defence. Three overs then it should be until tea, if I'm correct, Dave.
You are?
Nottinghamshire leading by 94 runs. Do you reckon they'll push on after tea? Do you reckon that's to play for Notts, or?
Certainly think they'll want to make the most of a dry day and somebody set at the crease, but in order to do the latter, they need this pair again to initially get through these 3 overs, and then maybe the first 3 or 4 overs after tea get themselves nicely attuned once again. And then, I mean, we just know with Duckett, don't you? We've just seen him at the highest level over the last couple of years. He can score his runs so quickly. Would do Notts a real favour if he can do that.
It is Duckett on strike to Baker, and there's the switch hit there, and he's put enough on that. It's just dropped short, the man out there. They were interested for a second. Switched his feet, switch hit on, innovative as always, and he very nearly top edged that into the midst of, I think it's Adam Finch down there. Looks cracking if it comes off, but I'm not sure that was quite the time to bring it out. But, you know, as is with Bazball, you back yourself. If that's one of your shots, you play it if it's on. In comes Baker then to Hameed. A little bit too short, and he just rocks back and cracks that out to the man at deep cover point for a single. Another pretty shot for 1.
Effectively, there's one fielder in an area the size of a football pitch, and if it was to pick him out, I think he'd have been a little unlucky.
See if he goes again.
Well, there are now 3 men out on the boundary. on the leg side, mid-wicket, square leg and backward square. This time much more circumspect, as he just finds that in-out field on the leg side means that plenty of singles to be had. He will just rotate the strike, which seems like a slightly more sensible approach, as there are runs to be had out there. We saw with a couple of Nottinghamshire batsmen and certainly several Worcestershire players who were very well set, and they left plenty of runs out there. Cash in if you want. In comes, it's short again from Baker. It's cut behind square, but again there's a man there, so it will just be a single. But runs easy to come by here. Normally you feel that period just before tea that there is that hint of peril and wanting to keep yourself in the game. I don't know whether it's worth having a man in close under the helmet just to give them something to think about, but easy pickings for these two at the moment. Duckett back on strike. There's a reverse, and it's a swing and a miss. It's his second attempt at it. It wasn't really any more effective than the first attempt. Too wide for that, really, you feel.
Yeah.
And if he just rolls his wrists on that, he's got Joe Leach on the 45 on the 1, and there's runs to be had. In comes Baker again. He just pushes this into the leg side. A man comes in from the boundary into that imaginary ring to do the fielding, and that will complete the over. 54 for none, and Baker's first 2 overs have gone for 13, but intent shown from Ben Duckett. A switch hit to start, and then an attempt at a reverse as well. Didn't look great, but I mean, he's great fun, isn't he, Ben Duckett? He's turned himself into a legitimate opener, and you just feel like something's going to happen pretty much all the time with him, don't you? He's really good fun to watch.
Stood there practicing his reverse sweeps. It's not so much a sweep, he just turned round and just played an aggressive right-handed shot, and of course he's a left-hander.
It's across the line swipe, isn't it, really?
Yeah, that was his holder then from the pavilion end, the Stuart Broad end here at Trent Bridge. Balls to a Mead. That one didn't get up too much, and defended by the Notts captain. As we were saying, they're playing on the same strip that they played that match last weekend against Essex. Almost unthinkable, isn't it, for this early in the season? 7 days on the same strip without it really showing all that much wear and tear. Certainly from this distance looks okay as Holder comes in again, just angling in towards the pads of Hamid, and just angled it away down for a single, and he head off the first part of the 22 yards. He absolutely sprinted, and then clearly Duckett had gave him the nod. Only one ass, and he eased up just to jog through at the other end. Once again Worcestershire inconvenienced, as is umpire Wharf. All got to swap over now for the left-handed Duckett. And what will he do against the West Indian? There's a slip, but he's third, maybe even fourth slip, well in advance to the keeper. Strange position. Duckett has inside edge this. Little Harrow cut. Got a number of other names, of course. Narrowly past the sticks. It's a decent bit of fielding down here on the fence, and they come back for 2. Duckett got lucky there.
Yeah, chopped that just past leg stump, didn't he? And I was just thinking, what's the plan here? How do they think they're going to get him out? And it's the false shot, isn't it, really? That's the one that's found the breakthrough more often than not. And that was one for sure.
That's when he suddenly tries to go straight from 3rd gear to 6th gear and finds he's making a little bit of an error. Could so easily have been the end of Ben Duckett, but he's gone ahead of Hamid now. He's on 29, Hamid 27. Next ball is past the outside edge. Doesn't like to leave many alone, Ben Duckett there. And
no, he got his one lead for the season in the first innings, didn't he?
I think he's just sort of holding the pose behind his front pad there, as if to try and kid everybody that he did let that go. But I wonder if he was opening the face, trying to run it away.
There's no third man, Dave, so I think he was just trying to get it past. You get it past Hose and you've got yourself 4, but
I think that was his
risky
preferred option. 8 balls left in the session. Holder in again, this time a ball on the stumps which Duckett just punches back to Jason Holder. 57 without loss. Worcestershire will be, I suspect, a little disappointed. Not only the fact they haven't got a wicket with this second new ball, but the fact they haven't created anything. The only real opportunities are shy at the stumps from Smith that had Hamid diving to make his ground. Probably wasn't a run there, and that false shot from Duckett. Hamid bowls now, and this is clipped onto the leg side. Kashif Ali doing the fielding, no run, and there'll be 1 over left before tea. Nottinghamshire 57 without loss. The lead is now over 100, 101. Nasib Hamid has 27, Duckett 29. There are 33 overs left in the day. It is 20 to 4, so there will be just the 1 over before the break, and it'll be bowled by the spin of Josh Baker.
Yeah, better over that from Jason Holder. It was slightly more threatening, but it was mainly just because of a miscue there from Ben Duckett. So 1 over to go for the break. Got a man on either side of the wicket on the drive. A slip in place. No close catches though. There's no immediate company for Hamid as Baker comes in. Round the wicket. That's just a forward defensive there. And I think we may see plenty more of those before this over is out. In comes Baker then. Fuller this time. More aggressive stroke into the onside, but it's fielded at mid-on by Nathan Smith. Tall lad Josh Baker. See if he can extract a bit of bounce from this surface. Looking to turn the ball away from the right-hander. The slip in place for that very reason. But it's a bit too straight, that. It's just shoveled into the leg side. Kashif's on the drive and he'll do the fielding. No run. 3 balls then to see out. And he comes again. Good line, good length, but solid in defence there. I'm not saying my mind's on other things, but if there's more scones and cream and jam at tea, I'll be a very happy man. Very well looked after here at Trent Bridge. In comes Baker, and he just watchful there, Hamid. Just sees that ball under his nose, just go past off stump.
You have to pay on a Sunday, you know.
Oh, that doesn't sound right to me.
No, you don't. Sure, they'll look after you.
Last ball then, in comes Baker, Fuller this time, and then just played into the onside. It's past Kashif, so he'll have to chase after it. Should be a comfortable 2. Fired in by Baker, but Hamid equal to it. And that's a lovely little mini session there for Nottinghamshire. 59 without loss. Both batsmen have 29 apiece, and Worcestershire, you just feel will be disappointed they couldn't carve out a chance or 2, or maybe just keep the runs to a minimum. Lead is just over 100. Both sides have batted well today. Good conditions for it as well. Plenty of sun and a friendly wicket to say the least.
Thank you, Jim. Thank you, Grace. Tea time at Trent Bridge. Nottinghamshire 59 without loss, a lead of 103. The players will be back on the field in 20 minutes' time, and we'll be here just to tell you what they're doing. Join us then. Welcome back to Trent Bridge as we get just about ready to resume play here on the third afternoon at Trent Bridge between Nottinghamshire and Worcestershire. Nottinghamshire's openers are Seba Mead and Ben Duckett, without too much effort whatsoever, have eased their way to an opening partnership currently worth 59 off 16 overs before tea, and the hour before tea add that to the 44 run first innings advantage and you've got the Nottinghamshire lead of 103. I'm Dave Bracegirdle from BBC Radio Nottingham. Grace Ballinger and Jim Dale are with me. It's going to be Adam Finch by the looks of it to get things underway for Worcestershire straight after tea. He'll be bowling from the Stuart Broad end of the ground, the far end from our commentary position, formerly the pavilion end, renamed on the last day of last season when Stuart was in attendance. Mandy's with us. It's a chilly day at Trent Bridge. Looking forward to being tucked up with the commentary after tea, hoping the lads can build on their lead. Chuffed to bits for Calvin Harrison. Well bowled young man. Thank you, Mandy. Looks as if Finch is going to go round the wicket to begin with Ben Duckett on strike. Here he comes. 59 without loss. 32 overs left in the day, and first ball down the leg side. Duckett just tickles it away, takes a single, and he'll move on to 30. Hamid has 29. 60 without loss. Grace Ballinger here watching on. You've been outside, is it? It looks nice, but I suspect it's a little chillier than it actually looks.
It was alright actually, it wasn't too bad. I reckon if you were stood out on the sweeper boundary in a short sleeve t-shirt it might be a bit cold, but I reckon bowlers will be alright, batters will be alright.
Mobbed by your fans, signed a few autographs,
Oh, yeah,
posed for a few selfies.
Could barely get to the co-op, you know how it is.
You've been there again. 60 without loss. Finch bowls to Hamid, and there's a two-man wall on the leg side at short mid-wicket, and there's no run there. Grace Ballinger believes in 7 square meals a day.
I just can't sit still. I just can't, like, even sitting around here.
You don't have to keep popping into the shop buying food.
I've got a scratch card.
Did you? And have you scratched it?
Yeah. No wins.
I was going to say you still sat here, so it clearly wasn't a profitable venture for you. Hamid, the Notts captain, has 29, and again he gets a ball pitched up to him from Adam Finch on his pads, drops it out onto the leg side. A couple of fielders in there, including Jake Libby, who works hard on the ball. Wonder if Worcestershire feel they've perhaps not exerted enough pressure on Nottinghamshire with this second new ball. Notts 44 in front on first innings. Worcestershire had a good day with the bat, and Hamid now plays this onto the offside square of the wicket and gets his tally going after tea. He moves on to 30, the same as Duckett. No, it's not the end of the over. Everybody's moving, and that's because we've got the left-hander on strike, of course. So noticeable, having watched Worcestershire batting, so noticeable how long it takes to get everybody ready every time there's a single. It's been marked contrast today, hasn't it? Of course, Notts for a lot of the day, most of the day, all of the day, had spinners operating as this is pushed back to Finch. And there's no run. There was that little period, wasn't there, after lunch when Harrison eventually came out of the attack, but he wasn't out of it for long before coming back to this end and then getting his 5th wicket. But it did seem the game was being played at for the first time today. it's not a blanket of blue, and there are one or two dark clouds just loitering, but we're supposed to be okay, aren't we?
I think so. Weather set fair, relatively, and it'll be, unsurprisingly, Josh Baker to continue from the Redcliffe Road end. Interested to see how the Notts boys, particularly Ben Duckett, goes about this, Dave. Reckon we could be seeing a bit of a change in gear, especially from him. He showed his intent early. In comes Baker. Hamid to face, and this one, it's a bit leg side, and he tries to turn it, but it ends up kind of miscuing off his bat. Could have easily popped up, but safe along the ground.
Yes, that was just good fortune. That, as you say, it could so easily have gone in the air.
As Baker's in again, and this time Hamid more watchful. Straight bat, defends back to the bowler. He's bowled nicely here, Josh Baker. Useful young left arm spinner, I think only about 20 years old, and once again Hamid forward in defence. Very watchful. 2 deliveries following a slight error in the first ball of the over. And this one's floated up and dispatched away by Hamid. He won't miss out on that, and it's pulled away to that long boundary towards the Smith-Cooper stand through that mid-wicket region. Bad ball. It got what it deserved, didn't it, Dave?
Yep, it was indeed. Grace Ballinger in the commentator's curse club. It's always the way, isn't it? You say how well somebody's doing, how nicely they're bowling or batting, and suddenly there's an immediate aberration.
Sorry, Josh.
Grace's fault.
As he's in again and rectifies, and back to before, Josh Baker. Good delivery. Push to mid off. Brett D'Oliveira. Baker in again, wide in the crease, and this time swiped to a tumbling. Long gone, a good stop. I think Jim would have said that was unathletic if we would have seen him, but it was very athletic indeed. A good, tidy bit of work. Have you noticed that, Dave?
I did indeed, yeah. That's Nathan Smith down there. He doesn't do a lot wrong, does he, this Smith? Can bat, he can bowl, he can field.
Yeah, I like him. He's a good player.
So Jim's not in the room. What were you saying about him?
Very harsh critic of fielding. I would not like him to watch me field, I'm telling you.
Or maybe he should. If you think there's areas you can improve, if you think there's areas he will pull you up on.
You pull me up on everything based on what we've seen. The poor Worcestershire boys can do no right in the field. Unathletic.
66 without loss, Nottinghamshire. Here's Finch. Long straight approach, tall young man, live, bowls now, and Hamid opens the face and cuts it down towards third. Should be cut off for a couple of runs. Smith again doing the fielding. 2 more to the Notts captain, who's on to 37, 68 without loss. Notts have just very quickly got into their post-tea groove. 9 runs have come already in the first 13 deliveries. Finch, past umpire Debenham on the pads of Hamid. He'll only get a single here. There's protection out there in front of the Fox Road stand. All the spectators there are looking straight into the sunshine, which has just appeared after I was just saying we've got a few dark clouds. Dane Patterson has clearly been in the gym, done a bit of work with the fitness coach. Just making his way very slowly back to the dressing room for a cup of tea. The South African. Duckett on 30, on strike. Finch round the wicket to the left-hander. Bowls now, and Duckett does nothing more really than just holds the bat out there and just stops the ball into the space on the offside and takes a single. Rather too easy that to Ben Duckett. Just almost inviting him just to take the single, but maybe that's the plan, get him down the other end.
Well, they're both scoring pretty freely and comfortably now, aren't they? It's a good first wicket stand, 70 so far.
Yes, you never really know what a plan is. I'm sure it's not been for Notts to come out of the traps after tea and right, let's suddenly start going at 6 and 7 and over to make sure we're in front by more than 250 by stumps as Finch comes in and bowls. But in an ideal world, from their perspective, they'd really want to have a good, quick scoring 2 hours here, where they can get that lead up to over 200, approaching, if not over 250. They're 115 in front now. It's not out of the question if you can get somebody there motoring along. 71 without loss. Mead with that single goes to 39. Duckett back on strike on 31. This one was on his pads, and it's a heavily protected leg side ring, so he can't force his way through on this occasion. Going along at 3.8 and over in this second innings. Notts, first time around, had 70 from Ben Slater, 104 from Joe Clark, 96 Lyndon James, 52 Calvin Harrison. This one defended by Duckett, who's not the tallest, of course, as we all know, and then he seemed to want to exaggerate the fact that it might have kept low, so he went down almost onto his knees, very low down, as if to let everybody know that was a bit of a grubber. Keeps it out, 71 without loss.
Josh Baker then into his 5th over of the innings. Hamid to face, slip still in play as that's a good delivery, little bit of flight, good length. Hamid forward. Just the 2 men out on the rope, a square quite far behind and a cover point as Baker bowls. And this one he goes back, but he goes late and leaves it and keeps it out nonetheless. He likes to cut a bit late sometimes, doesn't he, Hamid? Gives the illusion, I think, of being under threat, but I think he's pretty good at it. Maybe more intentional than we give credit, as this one is fuller, and this time Hamid forward. Ripple of applause from the Worcester boys. They seem slightly more animated after their tea break as Baker in again, and this one turned into the leg side. Went at it quite hard, Hamid, but will only be 1 to that kind of between mid-on and long-on, isn't he? Nathan Smith, the Kiwi.
Good clean pick-up, only a single. Duckett back on strike. I think this is the little match-up I can look forward to enjoying. Baker to Duckett.
In comes Baker then. Duckett forward and turns into the pretty congested leg side. Got a mid-wicket and a square in the ring, preventing a single. A huge gap on the offside, as we earlier alluded to, and Duckett finds that gap just as I speak, and that will go for 4. He reverse sweeps, switches his hands over nicely, and it's a huge gap there, and I think that's what Worcester are actually willing, but he's pretty good at it, Duckett, and he gets hold of it that time.
More of a, as you said, a switch hit in front of square than a sweep, wasn't it? He just got himself into a right-hander's position, and with the ball dragged down, he was able to just pull it away. Got such good wrists, and he's just so quick to pick up the line, and he can change over so quickly from left-hander to right-hander. No protection out there at all. 76 without loss. Duckett on 35 now from 51 deliveries. Hamid has faced rather more deliveries. He's faced 69 balls for his 40. But this partnership is gathering legs here. 76 without loss, so that's a lead of 120. Finch. And he comes from the far end, bowls. Hamid happy to block on this occasion.
I'm a bit restless today, Dave. I've been up and down. Can't quite sit still, don't know what's going on.
So what's on tomorrow? Tomorrow day off before your cricket?
No. God forbid, no. Not allowed any days off these days, Dave. In at 8:30.
For the Blaze?
Yep. Grind don't stop, you know.
Mead has 40. Nathan Finch bowls worked onto the leg side. No run there. Fielded by Hose. If you're playing Tuesday, you won't have to bowl much tomorrow, surely.
Don't know. I thought that, but we're in from 8:30 till about 3. So, gonna have to find something to fill my time on. I think we've got some photos in the gym. Probably have a bit of a bat field. I think I've got a batting meeting as well, which I don't have many of those. I don't have many of those, Dave.
Finch bowls, and this is pushed into the offside. You're perhaps going to be promoted up the order as a pinch hitter.
Oh, that is the exact opposite of what I'd be. A pinch hitter. I'd be more of a... I reckon I'd do alright at night watchman if we played red ball.
And even though it's only a friendly on Tuesday, then, would you do any analysis on the opposition?
Yeah, maybe. I mean, we've played them fairly often. But we definitely will ahead of Saturday.
Mead has 40. Next ball is pushed into the offside. And there's no run. As deep as watching film, as deep as individually, if you're going to be bowling to player X, you need to do this, that and the other, whereas to player Y you'd need to do this.
I think it's pretty personal. Different people like different things. Some people look at loads of footage. Me personally, I tend to not think too much into the analysis. I'll tap into it when needed, but for me my plan's always going to be relatively similar as an opening bowler, so I like to keep things simple in honesty, Dave.
Next ball on its way now, driven into the offside. There's no run. And in terms of the start of the game, when you can only have you can still only have 2 outside the ring.
That's correct, yeah.
Is that set in stone, or midway through and over would you have a rejig?
What, as in the field I set?
Yeah, would you?
What changes more for me is normally like sometimes I have a slip and a gully in, I leave cover open or extra open depending on the batter, but normally I have third and square out. That stays pretty consistent.
Yeah. Finch bowls, Mead again pushes it crisply, firmly to mid-on, no chance of a run. That was good from Finch, kept Asiba Mead nice and quiet. Maiden, 3 overs, 1 maiden, none for 7 for Adam Finch, 76 without loss. The other plus of all that, as far as we're concerned, as far as I'm concerned anyway, very much enjoying the Baker v Duckett duel. You fancy if we're going to get some fun in this session, it'll come from that one way or another.
Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, couldn't agree with you more, Dave. It's good to see, and you know, Josh Baker is a good competitive bowler, so it'd be interesting to see how long Ben Duckett is allowed to continue this switch hit plan, assuming it stays successful.
Yes, that was, me saying that was taken into account from the Worcestershire angle as well, the young spinner and just how he goes about his work here. He will, of course, know all about Ben Duckett. We were just talking about pre-match analysis. I'm sure he'll have been very much brought up to speed on Ben Duckett. His areas of strength will no doubt outweigh his areas of weakness, but he will be bowling to some sort of plan. First ball is driven into the offside and there's no run. 76 without loss. It's one of 9 county championship matches.
Baker's in again forward. Sorry, Dave.
It is your end, isn't it?
Yeah, I just left you in the dark there. That's my fault entirely. Duckett forward in defence. That was my bad. One slip still in play then for Ellie. Switch goes for reverse this time, but outside the line. Less of a switch it and more of a conventional reverse sweep that time, but doesn't quite get hold of it there, Ben Duckett. In comes Baker again. Left arm over the wicket and turned off what looked like middle stump from here into the leg side. Obviously not quite behind directly, so not always easy to see. But
latest team to cash in with runs, and Middlesex 393 for 2 against Northants. 3 Centurions in the innings.
In comes Baker, and Duckett gets forward, gets low, and prevents any turn.
Wantage Road, which has very often been a bowler's graveyard. Northants 552 for 6 declared. Emilio Gay made 261. Middlesex 395 for 2.
Baker in again, and the reverse sweep is successful once again, and that will race. Oh, looks like it's really just got caught holding the practice wicket there. It looked like it was going to race away for 4 easily, but slowed right up over the bowl throughs. Just 2 runs.
78 without loss. Yeah. Nathan Fernandez, 19-year-old on debut after Mark Stoneman went for 12. He scored 103, so some first-class debut for him. Max Holden currently 131 not out. Leas Deploy, who signed in the winter from Derbyshire, 121 not out. Extraordinary feat of run scoring there. 552 for 6 declared, plays 395 for 2. And the other one that caught my eye was at Leicester, where Leicestershire 338 all out. Sussex in reply 671 for 8. Century 108 out for Tom Haynes yesterday. Today John Simpson is currently 197 not out. Danny Lamb made 134, 671 for 8. Here's Adam Finch, and here's Jim Dale.
Yep, just had a little sit outside, drink up a bit of the atmosphere. Lovely cricket ground this. In comes Adam Finch then, and just worked into the onside by Hamid, but it's picked up. The man on the one, and there's a chap out there who's wearing shorts and sandals, and there's plenty of sunshine about, but it's overcoat weather. I was taken aback. He's clearly not feeling it. Shorts and sandals, that's a gutsy call.
Socks?
No socks.
Oh, right,
socks and
okay.
sandals. Come on, Dave.
Well, no, that's why I wondered. I mean,
you'd appreciate it, but yeah. So there we are. Finch, very impressive. He was a bit wayward in the first innings, but his spell here into his 4th over, going well. In he comes. That's full. Solid prod back down the field, but asking questions of Hamid here. Much better since the interval, Worcestershire. Exception of a couple of expansive switch hits and sweeps from Ben Duckett, which was always to be expected. I think they probably could do with having a man in mid-wicket for that shot when Baker is bowling. But at the moment, it's Finch from the Stuart Broad end into Hamid. That's driven nicely. It's a bit too full there, but it's driven straight to D'Oliveira, so there'll be no run. It remains 78 for no loss.
there's a bloke at the door, Jim, in shorts and sandals, wants to have a word with you.
There's no problem at all. We can have a nice discussion about how it is that he clearly doesn't feel cold, and I just hope he's okay.
I thought it was a fashion critique you popped into the commentary.
It's April. It's cold. Look at me. Look at the state of me. I'm not calling shop on what looks good and sartorial elegance. In comes Finch then, and again it's a confident push out into the offside, but picked up again by D'Oliveira. Says no run.
Did he get your scone that you went for?
I sure did. Do you know what? I wasn't even hungry. I've eaten well. My main takeaway from Trent Bridge is a wonderful cricket ground. Could do with a little bit more in it for the bowlers, and I've spent the best part of 2 days with heartburn, but that's okay. Delicious scones, delicious cream, delicious jam, delicious tea, and my dietitian wife is absolutely delighted that I'm piling it on whilst I'm away. In comes Finch, and clipped into the onside. Good stop though. A man in there, I think that's Adam Hose.
Yeah.
But yep, very well looked after. The jackfruit cubanos, that was my lunch today. Excellent vegetarian provision. Not sure what a cubanos was until I had one. Turns out it's just a delicious sandwich. In comes Finch then. Last ball of his fourth over. Hamid to face. And he again just pushes that back to the bowler. Decent stuff this from Finch. It's keeping it neat and tidy. That's his second maiden. Just 7 runs from his first 4 overs. And that's what Worcestershire need to do here just to make sure that Nottingham don't get away from them. Lead is 122, but we know with the likes of Ben Duckett at the crease that run rate of just under 3.4 can skyrocket quickly, and just doing enough to keep him in check. But it's the slow left armer Josh Baker again to have a go, and again there's that big expansive gap. Are they going to bring another man into mid-wicket, try and plug that gap? He might still want to play it, but he's got to be careful then, because they tend to be uppish for the first 10-15 yards or so, and they do. There's an extra man in there.
He'll just play it finer. He'll still play it, but I think he'll play it finer.
Well, only time will tell. Suspense is killing me.
Hang in there, Grace, it's going to be okay.
Are you familiar with the jackfruit, Grace?
Yeah, I think so. Is it pink?
It's just me then.
No response, we'll never know.
Jackfruit is a plant-based fruit from Southeast Asia. It's got kind of like a meaty texture to it, so us veggie folk get a bit of texture.
You'd enjoy Lord's. There's all sorts of exotic fruits there, dragon fruits and all that sort of stuff there.
Well, I used to work there, Dave. I used to work there. Familiar with the food. Lovely stuff.
Josh Baker left arm over then. Duckett forward in defence, watchful.
Yeah, in a former life, I managed the bar in the long room at Lord's Cricket Ground, and yeah, the teas there were pretty saucy, I can tell you.
Yeah,
very popular ground with the players, and for good reason.
Enjoyed my August of Lord's food a couple of years ago. Baker in again, and this time the sweep comes out, and Dave was absolutely right. He goes fine, but probably not fine enough for 4, and it's not. Deep square gets round, but 2 runs.
Kev, it's not me, mate. Kev, it's not me. Dave! I'm imagining a shouty voice here. I was perfectly warm in shorts and t-shirt at Trent Bridge yesterday. Everybody else had coats and woolly hats on. Obviously, there's no there's no reason for me to take that accent, Kev, but they are Kev's feelings. He managed yesterday in shorts and t-shirt. Glad you came, Kev. Hope you enjoyed your day, mate. Thanks for getting in touch. But it's Jim who's got an issue with shorts and t-shirt.
Hey, there's no issue with it. I'm just surprised.
Baker in, and this one turned into the leg side for a casual single, which Ben Duckett took far too casually, which I was thinking whilst he was running, but he gets home nonetheless.
In fact, it wasn't the shorts and t-shirt he had an issue with. It seemed to be the shorts and the sandals.
Just those cold feet, though, isn't it? God. But look, each to their own. Paul Franks came in, of course, before lunch. He was in shorts. It's the preserve of cricketers, isn't it, really? Shorts in all weathers. Posties like shorts in all weathers, don't they?
I do.
I will go for the pullover and the jeans all day long.
Baker in and flighted and driven nicely by Hamid, but doesn't quite get enough on it. Can't get it past Nathan Smith.
But Dave's just determined to get me into a fight before the end of the day. Did you enjoy Trent Bridge, love? Yes, got chased across the car park on my exit, which was nice. Don't want any trouble.
In comes Baker, round the wicket to the right-hander and swept away, but it's gone wrong and it's gone into the offside, and that'll be the first wicket. A disappointing end to a good innings by Hamid. He has to go for 40 and just a bit reckless, Dave, I think.
Well, don't come to me now. Don't. Why? Why? And I say again, why? He just went after Josh Baker there, Asiba Mead, straight up in the air. And
not quite to the pitch, stretching for a little bit, skewed in the air, and I think we were talking about, weren't we, that the biggest risk to your wicket is being too expansive, and Hasib Hamid has done just that. Worcestershire desperately needed a wicket, but they've been pretty decent since the break. They've kept it tight, and he just got a little bit impatient, didn't he? He was very well set. And I think a few overs, hasn't he, of Josh Baker, where he'd hit it into the onside and timed it beautifully and wasn't really getting reward for the quality of shot. And in the end, it's a good catch by Rob Jones.
Yeah.
And it's another batsman with a start who hasn't gone on to make big runs.
Absolutely, Jim. And another dismissal from fault of the batter, really. Can't, again, as I say, fault Josh Baker. He's bowled well, he's bowled consistently, but that ball no better than any other one he's bowled, in honesty. And the same can be said for both sides. The batters have almost got themselves out. These flat pitches, Kookaburra balls, they're relying on a lapse in concentration by the batsman for the most part, and that certainly was one. Nottinghamshire 81 for 1 as Ben Slater comes and meets Ben Duckett. 2 left-handers in at the crease then.
2 left-handed Bens at the crease. Yep. Got good runs in the first innings, Slater. 70 of them. We'll feel also, I think, that he'd left some runs out there on that opening day. Caught by Gareth Roderick. There's one down the leg side that, in truth, even Adam Finch's family would admit it was poorly directed. It was down the leg side, and the old leg side strangle as Slater went just to tickle it away fine for runs, and he tickled it too fine, and Gareth Roderick took a decent catch. 81 for 1, Notts lead by 125.
Baker then with the breakthrough wicket for Worcestershire. Left armour now bowling at 2 left-handed batsmen as he's in over the wicket, and just pushed into the onside for a dot by Ben Slater first ball. 81 for 1 then. Notts now lead by 125 runs.
Oh, you're looking Worcestershire. This is what a left-handed batter looks like. Of course, they came into this game with Ed Pollock in the squad. Not played in either of the first 2 matches. It's another of those players that I guess you could watch him on one particular day and think, crikey, he's $1 million. And then on another day, you'd think that's a little bit of a waste of a wicket.
Yeah.
Probably not quite fulfilled all his potential. He's had a good career, but not quite fulfilled all his potential. He was always a dasher at Edgbaston. I think he moved to New Road, and I think everybody expected him to be full of runs in all the different formats, but not quite panned out like that, and he's got to bide his time before an opportunity in the first team this year.
Finch will continue from the Stuart Broad end, round the wicket to Ben Duckett. Nice looking drive there to mid-off for no run. Yeah, he had a difficult year last year. It was tough for him, and I felt for him as well. He's a good lad. But he came to open the batting second division in a time when there was he just looking to get a good start as well in a post-Darryl Mitchell era. And there were times when it really did pay off. He got good centuries against Middlesex and Leicester and Sussex, and his aggressive approach set the tone for Worcestershire. So he's been successful at times as Finch comes around the wicket again. Fuller this time, it's a genuine edge, but it's going to go away for 4. It's through the covers. It's uppish, but it was safe enough, really. There's a big enough gap there. But yes, it was a tricky one, really. There were moments still last season of a very disappointing loss in the T20 quarter-final down at Hampshire, but he actually batted with real maturity to give us a fighting chance and get us over the 3-figure mark. But
I didn't realise he got 3 first-class hundreds last year.
Oh no, it was the year before. Last year he really struggled, and Finch is in again. Has just passed the bat there. Hands in heads for a moment. This is a good little spell, this, from Finch. Bit of uncertainty for Duckett. But he was rewarded with a new contract not that long ago, and you feel like there's more to come from Pollock yet. You know, he's not done by any stretch, but I think it was tricky for him, and there was an element of the fan base, as there is at every club that went for him a little bit, and I felt it was a bit harsh and a bit unfair.
I've seen him score good runs. Like to watch him in full flow.
Really good, clean striker of a cricket ball, isn't he? In comes Finch again. And it's beautifully presented. The maker's name.
Actually played in the Blast final against Notts back in 2017. I think that was either his first or second year in the Warwickshire side. Almost came from nowhere, and lots of attention for the high scoring and explosive starts that he gave the Bears that year.
Well, we went through a bit of a spate of beating Warwickshire, particularly at New Road, but saw him score a really good 40-odd standout innings, just finding the mid-wicket boundary with ease, no matter where you put it. In comes Finch again to Duckett. Again, he drills it towards mid-off. His third one of those in the over. But that's just the way, isn't it? Right off cricketers at your peril. Gareth Roderick had a really tricky start to his Worcestershire career and has blossomed into the ultimate team player, really. And had a couple of seasons, fantastic seasons with the bat, as well as doing the glove work. So,
New Sussex skipper John Simpson has got a double 100. Unbelievable, really.
Good signing, wasn't it, as well? Really good player. Knows his game inside out.
Nice
Young
fella.
Sussex side as well. Finch, a little bit too straight that time, just tucked off the pads. Easy single there, so Duckett will keep the strike. But another decent over from Finch. Only gone for 12 in his 5. Asking a few questions as well. But Worcestershire will feel they probably gave Nottinghamshire 50 easy runs to start things off. But with the new man at the crease, slightly more circumspect. As Joe Leach and Nathan Smith exchanged one of the most casually camp high fives I've ever seen on a cricket field. They enjoyed it. They enjoyed it too, and why not? Josh Baker back on from the Radcliffe Road end.
Ben Duckett to face once again. What's he going to do here? Ben Duckett, an exciting opening batter, and first ball he just pushes it into the onside, takes a well judged single in between mid-wicket and square.
Yeah, they got Jason Holder at sort of short third there. They've done everything they can to try and stop that reverse sweep. Of course, that will inevitably mean there are gaps elsewhere for Duckett to exploit. He's on to 46. Now Slater.
Just the one delivery face so far. So slip in. Catcher under the lid on the onside. Points just being brought up off the rope. 2 men out on the leg side. Relatively short boundary out there for the left-handers as Baker's in over the wicket, and this just pushed into the offside nicely by Slater. But straight to field. Another fielder being brought up, so just the one man out on the rope now, and it's square in front, square behind, brought into that 45 position, and this is nearly Yorker length and just pushed forward by Slater whilst he has a look and gets himself in, looking to rebuild with his left-handed teammate Ben Duckett. Baker in again. This one just looks like he got a bit of turn there. Josh Baker. Slater covers nicely.
Yes, it was a full delivery. Might have been better reaching forward there, Ben Slater.
Baker in, and again just doing a bit here, Josh Baker, and again Slater covers nicely. Make sure that it's not getting through. Another quick over then. Final ball of Josh Baker's 8th. Not 87 for 1. As he's in and again on the back foot. Squared up in defence. Good over, Josh Baker. He's now bowled 8 overs, 1 for 31.
Going through his overs as well. We've only got 22 overs left in the day. 6 o'clock is the scheduled close. We always say we never finish on time, but there's every chance it won't be too long past 6 o'clock before the final over is bowled. Certainly at this rate, if Josh Baker stays on, and no reason why he shouldn't. Jim will be heading back down the motorway, if they're not all shut as they usually are.
Oh, don't do that to me. Don't do that to me.
Well, they are, aren't they?
It'll be okay. In comes Finch then from the Stuart Broad end. Duckett to face. Pulled away. And picked up by the man on the boundary. Straightforward enough. Rob Jones it is. He's experimenting with some interesting walks. Some high need jogs across to his fielding position. He's a quirky sort, Rob Jones. I like him. On the bare edge of the Ministry of Silly Walks at one point. Finch just stutters at the start of his run-up. One slip in place. It's Jason Holder, of course. It's about 3rd slip. None in between, always dangerous and there's a gap in the cordon, but not many edges so far today. That one's just fizzed past the outside edge. And Slater starting a little nervily.
Yeah, sometimes as a bowler, Grace, you must wonder how it hasn't actually hit the stumps, and that was one of those occasions.
All the time, Dave.
Of course, you're unlucky, Grace Ballinger, to give you your full name, as Lucy kept referring to you.
It's true. Always toiling. No reward.
In comes Finch again then, round the wicket to Slater. Just dabbed down into the vacant third man area. And there's one there they'll think about two, which they'll get. They'll take on Joe Leach, and it's a good running as well.
Yeah, I just wonder if there should have been two there, to be perfectly honest. Slater was just turning at the end of the first run. Leach had it in his hand, but still managed to get back comfortably. Had a bit of a way to go, Big Joe.
Well, plenty of batting for Joe earlier on. Decent opening spell as well. Might be the right man to take on, though, in that position, isn't it? I don't think that's too unfair to say. In comes Finch again. Slater waits. And just push back down towards the bowler.
Getting to the stage now where the ball no longer gives any assistance. We're in the 27th over. So Worcestershire have got to use a little bit of guile.
Yeah, I don't know whether Dolly fancies turning his arm over in the near future. Of course, he got a key wicket in the first innings. Spin at both ends from both clubs today. In comes Finch. And let's just dab down to long leg. Nathan Smith will do the fielding.
Don't think right now he's going to be overly concerned. The lead is 1-3-5. It's just if there's a sudden acceleration, might just want to put the brakes on that. Won't want Notts to disappear out of sight. Like I said, if somebody's set and you're looking to probably duck it, maybe Clark, but probably duck it. We've got somebody set, they could get it up to 250-ish lead tonight. But if I can just keep picking up wickets here and there, the lead, I suspect, will be much closer to 200. And that would mean Notts I've got to take some time out of tomorrow to bat on a little longer, and then if we do get interruptions with the weather, it shouldn't be too problematic for Worcestershire to ensure at least they don't lose.
Finch then with the last ball of his 6th over, and that's a bit too straight down the leg side. Think about taking a run, but think better of it as Roderick picks up quickly. So that will conclude Finch's 6th over. Just 16 runs from it, 91 for 1.
Not too many spectators in the fridge, they call it, the Smith Cooper stand. Right now it will be chilly over there. There's a few fishermen over there who like their own company, sat on their own away from everybody else. 91 for 1 is the score. Been a decent enough day's cricket. It's not really burst into life and been edge of the seat stuff, but there have been moments that have certainly made you very grateful you're here watching it, as Baker comes in now, and another attempted reverse, this time by Ben Slater, and it's been missed by him, missed by the keeper, I think. Let's have a look. Yeah, it's 4 byes. It's not one that Gareth Roderick will like to see going against his name. Left-handed Slater, so it was outside his off stump normally, but he turned round to make it a switch hit, or an attempted switch hit, and
a swoosh of the bat towards the wicket keeper. That'll affect your judgment, won't it?
Of course it will. So 4 onto the extras column, which go up to 5. 95 for 1. Baker in again, and this time through the offside. Well, it should have been through the offside. Good bit of fielding there. And there's no run. Is that Jones or Smith? Smith and Jones, you remember? You remember
Yeah.
that? It was a last Smith and Jones, but before that was the old cowboy Smith and Jones, wasn't there? 95 for 1. Blank looks from my two colleagues as Baker in again, and this time it's defended by Ben Slater.
Mel Smith and Griff Rhys-Jones. I know what you're on about.
Yeah, before that though, there was the cowboy Smith and Jones.
Yeah, that's
Hannibal Hayes and Kid Curry. Yeah, you won't remember that. I'm sure you won't remember that.
No, but I am aware of it. But before I didn't see it.
Baker bowls, and this one turns back. It would have been prime LBW candidate. Slater had he missed it, but he didn't. Dropped it on the leg side. The captain picked it up, went to throw it, and the ball eluded his grasp, disappeared somewhere behind him. It's all chaotic, but Notts take a run. 96 for 1, leading by 140. Hess says spinners will go for runs. The good ones are always a threat. I think we have a special one in the making here in Calvin Harrison. Agree with you, Hess?
It might be Smith and Jones today, but it might be hail and pace tomorrow, looking at the weather.
Very good.
Hey.
This one is defended by Duckett, who's on 47. Got another one from Hess. Oh, yeah. His delivery down the leg side, dropped on the leg side again. It was just a play on the Calvin Harris versus Calvin Harrison name thing. This one's played on the leg side by Duckett, gets a single, keeps strike. He's under 48, 97 for 1 Nottinghamshire here on BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC Hereford and Worcester. Pictures available via Trent Bridge Live, thanks to the camera crew out there today in their numbers in the cold. Spence, Barney, Lewis and Dominic out there. Thank you for your sterling efforts today out there in difficult conditions, blustery at times, sunny at times, chilly at times. Got to concentrate every ball. You'd find that difficult, Miss Ballinger, wouldn't you?
Bit like us.
Oz?
Yeah, what are you laughing at?
97 for 1. What have we got here then? We've got a bowling change.
Nathan Smith it'll be, from the Stuart Broad end. 4 overs to open up the innings. Economical without really looking dangerous. And we'll see if the change of ends will bring a change of fortunes. Duckett just a couple away from a half century here. And he'll be keen to get to that milestone. Been a rather tame start to the season for someone of his calibre. So in comes Smith, round the wicket to Duckett and just pushed into the leg side. Easy single there. Meat and drink to someone of his calibre. Kashif will do the fielding. It'll bring Ben Slater on strike.
Yeah, Duckett 21 and 5 against Essex, 9 in the first innings. Here, Ben Slater, he missed out last week, 9 and 3 against Essex and bounced back with 70 in the first innings. A reminder that Nottinghamshire are scheduled to have Will Young available for Friday's game down at Taunton.
In comes Smith then, round the wicket, and that's just squirted off an edge there. Not quite where he intended, I don't think, but he'll take a single anyway, all the way along the deck, so no worries.
Will Young, the New Zealand Test batter, so assuming he arrives in time, might even arrived. I don't know. He got married last week, but he's scheduled to be here and almost certainly, well, will certainly play down at Taunton. So somebody's going to have to make way for him.
That's going to make for a strong batting lineup, isn't it? Good player, Will Young. Smith on his way in, charging in, one slip. That's driven straight down the ground. Lovely shot. Might just have enough to go all the way, which it does. And that'll be 50 up for Ben Duckett. Really classy shot from a really classy cricketer. And it's his first score of note for the season. Thumbs up all round.
Just waiting for the actual figures to come up on the board. There we are. 73 balls, 6 fours. Been at the crease for almost 2 hours.
Smith in again. And a solid 4 defensive there. Yeah, I like that. Got a little thumbs up there from Slater. He gave a thumbs up back. It was quite cute.
It was actually, wasn't it?
Yeah, I like those little things.
Yeah. Wholesome content.
Good wholesome content for this family broadcast, Gracia. Things you like to see.
Well battered. Ben Duckett, indeed.
Smith then back into Duckett. Again, it's squirted away into the offside. Picked up by I think that's Adam Hose. No run taken.
Got a bit quiet out there, hasn't it? A bit quiet. Clouds are rolling over. It's getting darker. 5 PM on a Sunday evening.
Yeah, people starting to think, oh crike, I've got to go back to work tomorrow. Or in Grace's case, I've got to come in and have a walk about with the blaze.
Continue working. Don't stop working, me.
Smith is in, just dabbed down towards deep backward point, and it's not Joe Leach down there anymore, so it will just be a single. Good bit of fielding, and that'll complete the over. 104 for 1. Duckett on 54 not out. Slater 5 not out. 15 balls faced though, looking to get his iron. And as you say, Dave, that if you feel like it's an acceleration is probably not a bad move at this point. 19 overs left to bowl. The risk of a foreshortened day tomorrow.
Yeah, you get out, you think, oh, why did I do that? But I'm not entirely sure that comes into Ben Duckett's thinking as he drags this one onto the leg side, picks out the fielder, so there'll only be 1 run. 105 for 1. Can I refer the honourable gentleman to, before we started this morning, I said I've just got a feeling this could be Ben Duckett's day. That's probably put the mockers on him once again, reminding everybody, but just had the feeling he's too good to miss out for a 4th innings in a row. That was just the gut feeling. He's got a half century. He'll be after more as Slater hits this on the bounce back to Baker. 105 for 1.
Also big players as well as big moments, isn't it? When there's a chance to make a difference in a game, that's when they often shine.
Slater's only got 5 and then he's taken the aerial route and everybody looking skywards. I'm going to have to look into the stand for it now because Ben Slater has hit a 6 and that's a real shot of intent from Slater. You're thinking about Duckett, you're thinking, is he going to sweep me, is he going to reverse sweep me, is he going to just push it into the gap for a single? I guess it's easy just to take your eye off the ball with Ben Slater because he is a formidable, I say a white ball cricketer. He's got a fantastic record in 50 over cricket. Doesn't play much 20 over, but in 50 over cricket we see him do that a lot of times. And that was just floated up and deposited in the Fox Road stand. Now he gets a full toss which he pushes to mid wicket and there's no run. Feet off the ground, Nelson on the board. The lead is 155.
What's that, a bingo saying?
Oh, feet off the ground.
You keep saying these things and I don't know what you mean.
It's a superstition.
I'm not superstitious.
Well, you said that yesterday.
See David Shepherd on one leg a lot, wouldn't you? When he was umpiring.
I've got my feet off the ground. They're on the chair.
It signifies the stumps without any bails on, you see. The 3 ones.
Oh. That is interesting.
There is Baker. Bowls now. Reverse. Hit him in front, has he? They're asking umpire Alex Wolf not out. I think this will be a leg by. He tried to reverse sweep that. Yes, it is a leg by. Confident shout from Baker. Turned down. Feet on the ground. Nelson becomes 112 for 1 at the end of the 30th. Slater keeps strike on 11. Duckett's got 55. Knott's lead is 156.
Will be Smith to continue from the Stuart Broad end.
Mandy needs to get out more. Really loving Grace's contribution. No, thank you for that, Mandy. There you are. You've got a fan.
Thanks, Mandy. I'm glad someone supports me because Brace definitely doesn't.
Oh, we do. We do. The Brace and Grace show.
I'll just go, shall I? In comes Smith, round the wicket to Slater. And I just dinked into the leg side. They'll take a single. That might be off the pad.
This has taken 3 seasons to get to this stage, Jim.
It is a leg bite.
I was asked on the gate this morning, are you Grace's trainer? She comes in and does a bit of radio. Are you here to train her up?
What did you answer to that?
I said not exactly.
Smith round the wicket, just clipped into the leg side. Nonchalantly so by Duckett, and it'll be a single out to the man in the deep. The score shuffles on 1. 114 for 1 now.
Can't say too much because there was a queue of your fans there waiting for you to arrive and sign all your copies of this month's Covered magazine with your feature on West Bridgeford's coffee shops in them.
Yeah. Went and visited one today, actually.
The Grace Ballinger column going very well.
In comes Smith, and it's back of a length, a little bit of shape on that, and in the end, Slater decides not to play. Probably a wise decision.
Oh God, here. Just he's got the Covered magazine out, and he's.
It's a good read. Well, some of it.
No, it's a good article. It's well written by Ollie and media. It's very good.
Yeah, there's a photograph in this new Covered, free to members. Available to buy for anybody else if you come to the ground.
Smith charging in. Just dabbed into the offside there. Pick up an easy single.
The Grace Ballinger column, photo of her there, looks signed. Look, that queue of youngsters wanting your autograph, Grace.
It's lovely to see though, isn't it, like in that photo, all the young girls coming and supporting not just Notts but Blaze specifically, seeing a good career path in cricket, which probably wasn't the case for me when I was a youngster 10-15 years ago. They're my favourite photos there.
I ought to get you to sign my copy, didn't I, really?
Like that one.
Grace's Coffee Club.
Smith then in once more, and that's just dabbed, stopped well by Jason Holder. Looking for that vacant third man area again. It's been profitable in this second innings for Nottinghamshire, but West Indian all-rounder gets a paw on it, and no runs taken.
Grace also talks about her visit to a coffee shop in Abu Dhabi.
Expensive coffee over there, Dave. It's like £8 for a coffee.
I know.
Scandalous prices. Expenses did not cover that, let me tell you.
In comes Smith and just pulled away into the leg side. Didn't quite time it. There's a man out there anyway, so a comfortable single for Ben Duckett. 57 for him. 12 to Slater, 116 for 1 Nottinghamshire. 17 overs left in the day, and Nottingshire's lead moves on to 160.
Get a bottle of beer for about £10. You might as well have one of those rather than spend 8 on a coffee.
Told you yesterday I don't like beer.
Well, you tell me a lot of things that I don't believe. 17 overs to go. Ben Slater has 12. Going to get Josh Baker again. 10 overs already under his belt in this second innings, leaking 4 runs and over. 10 overs, 1 for 40 his figures. Going to be bowling to Duckett, who's on 57. Duckett deliberately surveying the leg side field. Split 5-4 field. All that's really, really well stopped by Baker. Just looking at, there's 5 on the leg, there's 4 on the off, and Duckett elected then to try and take neither route, looking to drive straight down the ground, but a good stop from Baker off his own bowling. Next delivery sees Duckett drag this one to mid-on. Just wonder if we'll get any reward for Duckett being frustrated here. 2 really good shots that could have been boundaries, and he's got no runs from it. Really give Worcestershire a lift if they can get Duckett out now. Goes on the sweep, is connected. Just down to deep backward square. There's only a single, so he's off strike. 117 for 1, the home county. Notts lead is 161. Notts beginning with 2 home matches. Lost to Essex, a match that was completed on Monday, heavily beaten, 254 runs by Essex, who were sure to be there or thereabouts. And the next 2 matches both away from home. Next weekend at Taunton against Somerset as Baker bowls to Slater and he defends. And the week after that at Edgbaston against the Bears. And they miss a week, the 5th week of the season is Notts' bye week, and then they're back here against Lancashire. Slater almost turns his back on this ball and kicks it away. It was well outside the off stump. Worcestershire have begun with 2 away matches, Edgbaston and Trent Bridge, and they've now got 2 matches at Kidderminster, which I really hope goes well for them and the Kidderminster club, as Slater takes a single, 118 for 1. Support it if you can, folks. Although those in and around Worcester were very disappointed that New Road currently out of action, end of the over, 118 for 1. Been to Kiddie?
I have, yeah. I've played there a couple of times.
I haven't been.
It's a nice ground. It's not too far from me, and we used to play Worcester a little bit in the T20 comp growing up. Tell you what I've actually done there, bro, so I've kept wicket there.
Have you?
I have, yeah. Which was a dark year when I had a stress fracture in my back, so I thought I'd keep wicket, but I wasn't very good. I don't know who let me do it, really.
So you couldn't bowl, but they assessed you and said, what we need is a wicket keeper.
Yeah. Probably just keep me quiet.
I've not heard of a wicket-keeper bowler before, but I like it.
Opening bowler and wicket-keeper.
Oh, there's been a few. There's been a few. I've played in club cricket with people who, if you've got a limit on the overs, 10 or 12 overs or whatever, would bowl their stint straight through and then take the pads. Yeah, I'm thinking of you, Alec Rose, at Cornton. Did that many a time.
Nathan Smith then to continue. Round the wicket to Slater, straight delivery. And pushed down to mid-off for no run.
Notts here, for a while, had Ricky Vessels and Brendan Taylor in the T20 side. And they would split it. They had one season, a few matches, didn't necessarily work out very well, but can't now for the life of me fathom out the reason behind it, because neither of them bowled, but they would split the wicket-keeping duties, 10 overs apiece.
In comes Smith again then. And that just dropped into the offside.
I don't think I dreamt that. I'm sure it happened.
Not sure that's a great look for professional cricket.
No, well.
But, you know, whatever works for you.
Yeah.
Ricky Vessel's very much his own man, isn't he?
Remember the blast match at New Road where Ricky Vessels, as a Notts player, hit 55, which included 9 sixes.
Smith in again, and that's just squirted the offside by Slater. Again, no run.
Just kept helping it into the cathedral. 9 sixes, that's 54 out of 55.
Yeah. That's pretty good going. I saw Moeen actually score 36 in the county championship, batting at 3. And every single delivery was a boundary. So 9 fours. And then got out. Caught on the boundary. It's economy of running, isn't it? Takes a good eye to do that. In comes Smith then, round the wicket, still to Slater again. Just squirted into the offside. Again, there's no run. So don't adjust your sets if you're watching the live feed. It's not glitching. Lead 162. Worcestershire just doing enough to keep Nottinghamshire in check here. There have been signs that Duckett was trying to get after Baker a little bit in the previous over. Smith in again to Slater, and again it's just pushed into the offside to that man in close, and there is no run. They've figured out what works for them, and they're just going to do it on repeat, Dave.
What have we got? 15 overs after this one.
Score prediction, Dave?
200 for 2.
In comes Smith then. And Slater this time changes things up, drops it into the leg side to the man on the 1, and there is no run. So another tidy over from Nathan Smith. Not particularly threatening, but that's his 7th over. 15 runs conceded. And Nottinghamshire 118 for 1.
Yeah, just pulling a figure out of the air. Obviously no inkling really, no feeling why there should be 1 wicket go down and not none 2, 3 or 4. 82 runs in 15 overs, that's eminently gettable. Might get more if the Spurs stick around and decide to press the accelerator. Might not get so many if they play for stumps, but let's see what happens.
Well, there's no slip in place. In outfield, plenty of singles if they want them, but Duckett might bypass that anyway.
In comes Josh Baker then, and this is a swipe outside off, and I can't tell if he's got an edge on it or if it's just evaded the keeper, but it will race away for at least a couple, and Ben Slater is back for 3. Good running from the left-handed pair, and we'll wait to see if there's a signal. There's no signal, so off the edge then by Ben Duckett.
Yeah, just jammed down on it, didn't he? Dribbled across the deck.
Slip back in play then for Ben Slater, who is 13 not out of 32 deliveries, including a 6, so scoring slowly here, Ben Slater, giving himself a chance. Nothing wrong with that, as he's in and forward in defence and covers around quickly to prevent a run. The crowd just thinning slightly around Trent Bridge, still a fair few in and around the pavilion, not many in the Smith Cooper stand, and this one's turned from outside off into the leg side. Safely, might I add, by Ben Slater.
I thought I was going loopy. I started looking at 2013 New Road Worcester versus Notts, 2014, 2015, 2016, 2017. I thought, I must have dreamt it, but it was 2018 as recently as that.
As Baker's in, and this is 2 straight and a comfortable single taken for Ben Duckett, brings him on to 62.
I suppose that's still 6 years ago. 12th of August 2018 at New Road, or Blackfinch New Road as it was called then. Worcestershire made 191, 64 from Brett D'Oliveira, the top score.
As Baker bowls slip in, and this is again much like the last, turned into the leg side. The batters have to run a bit quicker this time.
Notts won with 11 balls to spare, 194 for 5. Ricky Vessels opening the batting. Caught Barnard, bowled Brown, 55 from 18 balls, 9 sixes. That's extraordinary, isn't it? 54 out of 55 in sixes.
Yeah, it's definitely something, as Baker's in again, and 3rd time in a row that leg side gap is found, and some good tight rotation. A decent over there from Notts. They take 7 from it with just 1 dot ball. Notts 125 for 1.
You hope that single was still an attempt to launch it out the ground. You know, just a miscue. Yeah, did a good job for Worcestershire as well. Provided a bit of power at the top of the order for the pairs after his stint in Nottingham.
Yeah, a funny feeling. He's been umpiring down in Australia now. Gone back down under. 125 for 1 the score here. Took it on 63. Definitely within his powers to reach 3 figures tonight if he's able to stick around. 37 from 14 overs is something of a breeze if he gets the bit between his teeth. Nathan Smith, though, so far, relatively unhurt figures, none for 15 from 7. He's bowled well, chipped upon the leg side, and they've got Duckett. Won't get 100, he won't get any more. He's gone for 63 and Smith's got him. Round the wicket bowling, and Duckett just popped one up on the leg side and has to go 125 for 2. Second good catch of the innings for Rob Jones. And Duckett has gone 63 from 87 balls, 6 fours, and there you go. You can watch this game till you're as old as the hills and you've still no idea what might happen with the very next ball. And there it was, Duckett just popping one up, and it was a really good catch, diving forward, throwing himself forward, and Ben Duckett on the live stream looking very forlorn as he has to troop off. Nicely taken catch, and Nathan Smith again doing the damage. Just came off the full face of the bat, popped up on the leg side, and it was very, very well taken by the safe hands of Jones.
Yeah, good catch. Bit of a unexpected, quite random dismissal of Ben Duckett, really. Just looks as if he was maybe slightly early on it, I'm not sure, but a really fine innings. He played his shots very calculated and nicely, and he'll be disappointed there, as you can see, as he still walks off, but a fine innings nonetheless, and it brings in the in-form Joe Clarke.
I guess is the one positive for Nottinghamshire, that Clarke, as you say, in form. Century against Essex last week, century in the first innings here. Makes his way out to the middle to join Ben Slater, who he shared in that century stand in the first innings. I guess Clarke's got enough time this evening just to get his innings going nicely, but that will certainly put the brakes on the not scoring, you would imagine, whilst Joe Clarke plays himself in, because they won't want to lose another of their top order cheaply this evening.
Well, Smith has been economical. He's kept it tight. 1 for 15 from his 7 and a bit overs. Baker's done a decent job from the other end as well, just to stem the runs, and little lapse in concentration there. It's a reward for Smith toiling away.
Lead is 169 then. Joe Clarke playing, of course, against his former county, Worcestershire. Taps his bat, bob of the knees, gets ready. Smith bowls to him, and Clarke defends. 125 for 2.
Well, an interesting field for a new batsman, and it's one slipped, wide slip as well. Like a wide between second and first slip, maybe a third slip Jason Holder, and then 3 on the offside, on the 1, 3 on the leg side, on the 1.
Not really discussed the possibility of Worcestershire winning this too much, as this is taken.
Oh, what a catch!
Super catch from Roderick, and Clarke's got a duck. Got one at New Road the first time he played against Worcestershire. He's got one here. Second ball, 2 in the over for Nathan Smith, 125 for 3. And just as I was saying, not really talked too much, have we, about Worcestershire going on to win this game. Wickets have been hard to take today, but 2 in the over here now. And although there's still some batting to come, it's not beyond the realms of possibility if we get a decent day tomorrow. 125 for 3, the lead is 169. So right now Worcestershire would need 170. They need 7 more wickets yet, so that's a long way off. But I would say they're still in this game in terms of being able to get a positive result. Good catch, Roderick.
Well, from feast to famine for Joe Clarke, 100 in the first innings and nothing in the second. And what a boost that is for Worcestershire. Great catch there, diving away just above the deck. It's so important when wickets are hard to come by, that when there is a false shot, that you're able to take those chances. And Worcestershire have done that twice in the space of a few balls. And Nathan Smith continues to make an impact on cricket matches for Worcestershire. What a start to his career. And we will see now, with 2 wickets quickly, we'll see if there are any scars from a batting collapse in the first game for Nottinghamshire. feel that it's a good deck, and I think we're a long way from talking about the possibility of a Worcestershire win, but that certainly slows down Nottinghamshire's advance on a sizable lead.
It's not out of the question. It's possibly.
It would take. I mean, I'm here for it, Dave. Don't get me wrong, but it would take a couple of bowling spells of significant magnitude, wouldn't it? But Worcestershire will feel an awful lot happier about life now.
Montgomery is the new man. Matthew Montgomery pushes this back to the bowler Smith, who quick as a flash from 0 for 15. 3 balls later has 2 for 15. Matthew Montgomery under a little bit of pressure, you would imagine. 125 for 3. Remember, this a track that Notts were bowled out for just 80 on Monday in the second innings of that game. Played a lot of cricket on this track since then. And just having a little wobble here as Smith comes in once more and Montgomery defends. His scores this season: 2 and 12 versus Essex, 11 in the first innings against Worcestershire. In this match, 125 for 3. So the lead 169. If Notts supposed to muster another 100, and Worcestershire required 270, it could be a cracking day tomorrow. Next ball strikes him on the pad, and they're asking, and given! 3 in the over, and Montgomery gets a duck. What an over from Nathan Smith. A triple wicket maiden. Notts 125 for 4. They were 125 without loss at the start of the over. And Duckett for 63, Clark for 0, Montgomery for 0. And that Worcestershire victory charge very much in full swing. Montgomery LBW to Smith.
My goodness me.
Yeah.
For a man who talks a lot. And Nathan Smith has just decided he is going to grab this game by the scruff of the neck. He's going to take a drink, and it's a well-earned one. And all of a sudden now this becomes a slightly awkward little patch before the close of play. Before it was about how many runs could Nottinghamshire add, how much pressure they could put on Worcestershire, and now there's a dozen overs or so before close of play. And the batsmen are going to have to think about it. Jack Haynes comes to the wicket.
Well, I left for an over and I've come back to...
Get out.
I've
Get
come
out.
back to a violently different situation.
Whatever you were doing, Grace, go and do it again.
No.
You are solely to blame there, Miss Ballinger.
It's
Sorry, guys.
it's a superstitious sport, isn't it? The amount of times that there are partnerships you don't want breaking, you can't move from your seat, or people will shout at you.
I'm not superstitious, says Grace.
Well, I can only apologise to Joe Clark, Matthew Montgomery, and was it Ben Duckett who started it off? Because I am at fault for your dismissals.
52-year-old says this is getting ugly. That might even have been sent before the Montgomery dismissal. New man Haynes, 125 for 4. Lead still 169. Spouted an awful lot of nonsense at the start of that over. The only bit I remember saying that might now be very much brought to the fore was the fact that Worcestershire aren't out of this in terms of winning. I did say that, didn't I?
Well, do you know what? A 3-wicket maiden. We all saw that coming on this deck, didn't we? Baker then from the Radcliffe Road end into Slater. Slater, nice looking drive. Man out in the deep will wheel round, do the fielding. It'll be a single, and then Jack Haynes is back on strike.
Definitely had to rush to get his kit on there, didn't he, Jack Haynes?
Yeah.
He's probably sat having a coffee. Maybe he's had one of those scones that Jim's been tucking into.
God, they're good. I wish I'd took my bag and just scooped a few in for later. But yeah, you never want that as a batsman, do you? You think, well, one goes down, fair enough, but it's a flat deck. This Kookaburra ball does nothing. But Baker then round the wicket. Haynes So push into the offside, looking for a quick single, which they'll take. Direct hit might have been interesting, but you feel like Slater was home. They were quick off the mark, the pair of them. Some good running.
Yeah, do you remember when that Jim Dale came in the press box here and he took a doggy bag full of scones?
I can quit any time I want, I just don't want to. Slater then back on strike. Slip in for him. In comes Baker. It's full delivery. Just jammed down on that. And sent straight back to the bowler. Baker looking to do a job for his teammate at the other end. Keep it tight. Up it goes, and that's a drive again. Not quite got all of it. Hose does the fielding. But Slater looking to play shots here. If it's in his arc, he's going to have a go. Baker then. In he comes. Good length as well. Just tucked into the leg side. There's no run. Hindu's sort of playing around his pad there, which got the Worcestershire fielders interested momentarily. Plenty of chatter out there now, as you'd expect.
Very much so.
Baker in again. Again, ball just dropped into the leg side, fielded by D'Oliveira. It goes to work on the ball straight away. And the Worcestershire boys make their way into position yet again. And I think it's fair to say that Nathan Smith's going to continue. That would be
over for the figures, that, isn't it?
an all-time shocking captaincy decision if they decided to take the ball out of his hand. Now I don't think they could peel it out of his fingers, could they?
8 wickets in the day, 4 in the morning session, just 1 between lunch and tea. No, they weren't. No, they was. Yeah, Worcestershire batted after lunch, didn't they? I beg your pardon. 2 in the morning session, 3 in the afternoon, and 3 post tea.
Looks like there's a little bit of disruption. I'm not sure. I think we saw a little bit of a teapot there from Nathan Smith, but he's back, charging in, tail up, and rightly so after 3 wickets. And it's bowled him. That's a spectacular looking delivery, and Haynes looks back at his dismantled off stump, and Smith's really on a roll, and just like that the game has totally changed after this last 12 balls or so.
And just bear in mind, he's now on a hat-trick. He got a wicket of Matthew Montgomery, the last ball of the previous over. He's now got Jack Haynes, the first in this. We had a hat-trick on this ground in the last match, Sam Cook, and that is 4 wickets in 7 balls, 4 for none in 7 balls for Nathan Smith. And when the new man comes to the crease, I think Jim should try and call his side to a hat-trick. My word, he's going to get a well-deserved drink here, Nathan Smith, being brought out by the 12th man.
I don't know what he's drinking, but by the bucket, my friend, by the bucket.
Home supporters, of course, saw this last week in pretty similar fashion. Lyndon James on his way out. If you think Jack Haynes had to rush and get his kit on, well, Lyndon James even more so. Not a great match for Jack Haynes against his former side. Didn't believe he believed from his reactions, you'd imagine he believed he got a poor decision at LBW in the first innings. There was certainly no doubt about that one. Cleaned up, losing his off stump for 1.
Well, Lyndon James, 96 in the first innings. 15 minutes ago, he wouldn't have envisaged batting. He was probably thinking about what he was going to have for tea. But he's out in the middle now. And he's about to face a rampant Nathan Smith.
On a hat-trick. Never been a hat-trick by either side in all the years that Nottinghamshire have been playing Worcestershire.
Well, the last man to get a hat-trick for Worcestershire was the man who is now the head coach. Nathan Smith at the top of his mark. The Stuart Broad end. We're seeing a Stuart Broad-esque bowling spell here. 4 wickets for 15 runs. All 4 wickets coming in the last 7 balls. On a hat-trick. In comes Nathan Smith. Lyndon James to face. Edged! Oh, it's just short of Jason Holder. Goodness me. Well, there was a distinct lack of peril in this game up until about 10 minutes ago, and it's Nathan Smith that's providing it. Who'd be a bowler? Nathan Smith would be a bowler. Showing real courage for his side here. And in this little purple patch, these Notts batsmen are struggling to get anything on it. Smith in again. James waits. Jammed down on the ball there by Lyndon James. Down to mid-on. It's got to be a nervy time as well for a batsman. Facing a hat-trick delivery. Dylan Pennington actually was the victim of a hat-trick, wasn't he? Last week.
Was indeed, yep. From the same end, the Broad end. Sam Cook getting his hat-trick.
In comes Smith again. 2 men on the drive on the leg side. Just delicately dropped into the offside. Full of focus, full of attention here. James, and played beautifully in the first innings.
Perversely, it's not what Notts want, but
if the ball starts doing things, then
yeah.
I know where you're going with this.
They've already got a lead of 171. You'd imagine might just be able to scramble a few more.
Smith then in again, and again confidently played. Solid forward defensive. 1 ball left of his 9th over. Slater shuffling away at the non-strikers end, trying to get the blood flowing, legs pumping. He has been an innocent bystander in the past few overs. He's had to watch Nathan Smith really drag Worcestershire back into this single-handedly.
Just been joined by listeners to 5 Sports Extra. All sorts of dramatic things happening here, which I'll run through in just a second.
Smith then into Lyndon James. And they just tucked into the leg side. It's another successful over. That's 4 wickets in the last 2 overs for Nathan Smith. Nottinghamshire reduced to 127 for 5, and the pair's back in this.
Just a wicket maiden for Nathan Smith there. His previous over, folks, was a treble wicket maiden, a triple wicket maiden. Nottinghamshire seemingly going along very nicely at 125 for 1. They had a 44-run advantage from the first innings. Ben Duckett, the England opener, on 63, playing very, very nicely indeed. And then he popped one up on the leg side, just ballooned up, and it was a good diving catch from Rob Jones. That was the start of Nathan Smith's previous over. Joe Clark came in, got a century against his former side in the first innings. Second ball, he nicked one. Really good diving catch by the wicketkeeper Rodericks. That was 2 wickets in 3 balls for Smith. The final ball of that over, Matthew Montgomery got a duck. Third ball, trapped LBW in front. So from 125 for 1, it became 125 for 4. An over was bowled by the spinner Josh Baker, and then Smith in the over just completed. First ball knocked over the off stump of another former Worcestershire player, Jack Haynes, for 1. So it's 127 for 5. We've got 11 overs to go in the day. Notts lead by 171 as Baker, the spinner, bowls to Ben Slater, who's on 16, having made 70 in the first innings. He's already at a 6. He was looking to really put the accelerator down here. Feel there might be 1 or 2 interruptions tomorrow due to bad weather, so whilst Duckett and Slater were together, it was clear they were trying to just get as many runs as they could this evening. But whether that policy will continue now with those 4 wickets going down for next to nothing. Slater does drive into the offside, and they'll get 1 run to Slater, so that brings Lyndon James back down onto strike, as Grace Ballinger and Jim Taylor were saying alongside me. It would have been absolutely frantic in the Notts dressing room. There'd have been pads appearing from here, there and everywhere, and players throwing off their track gear and getting themselves ready. Jack Haynes in particular, and of course Lyndon James, who followed. Certainly at the start of that previous over, neither would have been expecting to bat perhaps this evening, but it all changed quickly. Baker's going to go round the wicket to Lyndon James, who made 96 in the first innings and loosely looks to cut outside the off stump and doesn't get anything on it as it nestles in the gloves of Roderick.
Yep, Clark, Montgomery and Jack Haynes weren't there for a good time or a long time.
Here comes Baker again. He's bowled. Nice flight and guile here, the spin bowler's friends. Lyndon James cuts this to backward point. Joe Leach does the fielding in the watery Trent Bridge sunshine. Had blue skies for much of the day, a few clouds rolling in. It's chilly out there, but we've got sunshine, as this is dropped on the leg side by Lyndon James. Made 96 in the first innings and then slapped a waist high full toss to mid wicket and had to go. It seemed as if he was waiting for the umpires to call a no ball, but they didn't. Blocks this one, keeps Baker out, end of the over. So it's back to Nathan Smith. His figures were 7 overs, 2 maidens, none for 15. 12 balls later, then 9 overs, 4 maidens, 4 for 15. Grace Ballinger actually stood up and went to the back of the room for the treble wicket maiden. So we're, from the Nottinghamshire perspective, holding you entirely responsible.
Yeah, sorry, hold my hands up there, it's my fault. But yeah, it was a very, very different story that I came back to after about a minute, 2 minutes I was gone. So yeah, well, that tells you all you need to know about cricket, really.
He's looked a good cricketer all game, hasn't he? Batted nicely for his 50, got wickets in the first innings, wickets in the second innings. There's Nathan Smith. A lot of people saying he was a pick-up because he was relatively cheap in the fantasy leagues. He's getting lots of points.
Smith then round the wicket to Slater and just dabbed down towards third man. Should be enough to go all the way to the boundary, and does. So runs against Nathan Smith's name for the first time in several overs. But yes, we had Paul Franks, didn't we, in for a chat before lunch, and we're talking about the eye test. And he passes the eye test, doesn't he, both with bat and ball. Really impressive cricketer. And this is his third innings with ball in hand for Worcestershire. And it's 3 wickets in the first 2, 4 wickets this time round. So in what's been very batter-friendly conditions in England in April, he has found a way to eke out wickets. And he comes again to Slater. Round the wicket. Short, and it's dropped! Goodness me! Couldn't get on top of the bounce, Slater. And the man at square leg just parried it over the bar. And he's upset with himself. Roderick goes to pick him up, gives him a pat on the backside. That could very well have been the 5th wicket.
It's Jones again who's taken a couple in this innings. It was a great effort. He had to leap up like a salmon, got his hands to it, and almost toppling backwards, wasn't he? Trying to pull off a backward somersault and catch the ball at the same time. Couldn't hang on.
Well, he's taken a couple of really good catches, hasn't he? Diving forward, the one to get rid of Duckett. And he's not. He's a man of not the biggest in stature, is he? Had to get a good leap in.
Just on Smith, it's not unthinkable that he could be challenging for one of the leading wicket takers this season on what I've seen in this game.
It's certainly in his favour. Lyndon James on strike. Over the wicket then, Smith. Slip in place. Solid forward defensive. Back down the wicket. Mid-on will do the fielding. And there's no run.
Mike Brown's been in touch. He's actually on the ground. Guernsey resident. He's made the journey up for this one. Says it's a tough watch. They do make it hard to support Nottinghamshire. Living in hope, he says. Thanks, Mike.
Well, that's what you live for, isn't it? The tension, and that's what we've just been lacking, that bit of peril, haven't we, in this contest?
We were saying earlier, weren't we? It's been a good day of cricket, but not one that's got you right on the edge of your seats. I think everybody's on the edge of the seats, perhaps for the wrong reasons.
Smith then, a little bit too straight that time, just into the leg side, and picked up at deep backward square for a single.
That's from the Notts angle, of course. I'm looking at from the Worcestershire perspective. You've got an absolute Well, as Andre Adams said when he got in touch on the first day, he is a jet, a terrific cricketer. And if Andre Adams thinks you're a jet, he's referring to fellow Kiwi Nathan Smith, and he's a player.
Yeah, there's a Test cricket vibe about this young man. He looks good. Back round the wicket to the left-hander Slater. A very wide slip. It's the only catch, and that's turned round the corner. Looking to pull that. Didn't get much of it though, so it'll be Joe Leach to do the fielding. Single taken.
Ed's been in touch on Twitter at Brace Cricket. Hi Dave, been to Trent Bridge for 2 days this season, Saturday the 6th and Friday the 12th. On both days Joe Clarke scored a century. My son Ben, aged 12, believes he's Joe's lucky charm, it should be said. The evidence speaks for itself. Thanks Ed, and thanks very much to young Ben. Hope he comes again soon. Clearly not on the ground today because Joe Clarke in the second innings, what was it, a second ball duck this time around.
Joe Clarke should be paying for his tickets, shouldn't he?
Yeah.
Smith then into Lyndon James. Edged! Oh, just dropped short of Jason Holder. And a wide first slip. And it's just through the fingertips. They'll take a couple. Legitimate edge, though. Smith has been a real handful. Had one dropped short. He'll take his sweater from umpire Debenham, and he's causing real problems out there. And we've got like 9 overs left of the day, and there's an element of survival about Nottinghamshire, and we really weren't expecting that at all. But that's the nature of this fascinating and wonderful game.
Talking earlier and comparing the two overseas for Worcestershire, weren't we? There's one that's scoring runs and getting wickets. There's Jason Holder just ambling in his own sweet time from slip at this end to slip at the far end, out for naught. Hasn't taken a wicket yet in the match, and doing things in his own sweet fashion at the moment. But history tells us he's such a good player. He may deliver soon, and may well be with the bat tomorrow if Worcestershire need to bat that deep. Grace.
Josh Baker to continue then, and this one turned into the leg side and caught a brilliant catch. And Nottinghamshire in a lot of trouble here at 137 for 6, quite far off that 200 for 2, Dave.
Well, Slater caught it short leg. He just went to turn Baker away on the leg side, straight into the hands of Kashif Ali, who's been in there. He's worn 1 or 2. He's been hit a couple of times. Close in. You've got to be brave. He's brave. Cash Ali clinging on, and Ben Slater out for 23. Had a decent-ish game with the bat, scored 70 in the first innings, but Notts could have done with one of their established top order sticking round and being there overnight, but it's not to be. Just went to turn it away, and lo and behold, when he looks out, either individually or as a team, then those sorts of things happen. Just turned it straight into the hands of short leg.
We'll bring Calvin Harrison, you'd think, out to bat. Yes, it does. Well, it's been a good few days for Calvin Harrison, but he's going to need something special here to get his team out of trouble.
Yeah, he's had 3 career bests in this game. It's only his 10th first-class game for Notts. Career best 52 with the bat, career best 5 for 128 with the ball, and just throw in there the odd one as well. First time, may well be one of the few times in his career, but he is a great catcher. He took 4 catches in the innings as well, so a triple CB in the same game so far. But what Notts could do with him now is sticking round with Lyndon James until the close, and seeing what the weather brings tomorrow morning, and seeing where Notts go from then. Of course, it was with Lyndon James, who's going to be batting with now, that he shared that big partnership in the first innings.
Well, all the Notts supporters will be hoping they can do it again, but difficult circumstances here for the 2 Notts youngsters, and Josh Baker's bowled nicely here. He's bowled pretty much throughout the whole of the last couple of hours, and Worcester certainly with the tails up here as Baker left arm round to the right-handed batsman, and Harrison strong in defence in his first delivery.
Yep, these two batted beautifully, didn't they? Record 7-wicket partnership against Worcestershire in the first innings. But they've got some work to do here. Can they replicate it? Worcestershire on a roll.
Baker bowls, and this one's slightly fuller, but again Harrison forward, happy to defend.
Again, to reiterate for those that haven't been with us or weren't aware, playing on the same strip that Notts played Essex last week, so this is effectively a day 7 strip.
As Baker bowls, and very similar to the last, Harrison forward and Smothers prevents any real turn. Josh Baker into his 15th over, I think, on the bounce, as this one's slightly straighter, and again Harrison forward.
Yeah, Notts will be certainly hoping it breaks up on day 8 tomorrow, won't they?
They will. They lead by 181 currently. Final ball of the over then, and this one is left outside off nicely and stronger by Calvin Harrison. Notts 137 for 6.
Trevor's been in touch. Notts are wobbling a tad. Then hashtag again. You just know how Trevor's saying that, don't you? Again, remember they were bowled out second innings for 80 against Essex on Monday. This second innings appeared to be going along swimmingly well at 125 for 1. So since then they're 12 for 5. Of course they were not helped by that treble wicket maiden from Nathan Smith, and then a wicket maiden in his next one. And it's going to be Smith to continue with Jim Dale.
Yep, another successful over for Worcestershire. 3 overs of the last 5 have brought wickets. One of them multiple wickets, of course. 8 overs left in the day. In comes Smith. James to face. And he waits for that one. And just presents his bat. It's dropped back down to the bowler, and there's no run.
That's the other thing, Jim, with all these wickets going down. All day we've been saying we're going to finish at 6, we're going to finish at 6. They've been so far ahead of the over rate, both Nottinghamshire in the first half of the day and Worcestershire with Baker bowling in the second half of the day. But with all those wickets going, we're going to be in for probably 15 minutes of overtime now.
Well, the Worcestershire boys won't want this
No,
session to end, will
they? They won't.
It's whether or not they can keep Smith going from this end. He has been fabulous in the past half an hour. Turn the game on its head. In he comes to James. Oh, turned into the leg side. I think it's Jones there that was interested. 2 men looking for a mistimed drive on the leg side. But he's missed both of them, and it's gone out for a single. Man at deep square leg. Calvin Harrison now on strike. 5 balls faced, yet to score a run. He's got those same 2 men on the drive on the leg side. 1 slip in place. It's Jason Holder. A kind of regulation second slip position. No one at first. In comes Smith again over the wicket. Just tickled round the corner. Tickled fine, that might go. That's a good fielding in the end. And they'll pick up 2. So he's off the mark.
I think it was Adam Finch down below as a good sliding stop. The other thing I like about Smith, predominantly in the first innings, he bowled from this end of the ground, the Radcliffe Road end, and got his wickets. I do like bowlers who can just, it's 22 yards, it doesn't matter, skip, put me on which end you want to put me on, it doesn't matter. Did the damage this end in the first innings, and now he's doing it from the pavilion end, the Stuart Broad end.
And he comes again. Clipped into the leg side, straight to that man who's at short mid-wicket. No run taken. Nottinghamshire 140 for 6. The lead 184. As there's a consultation here, Jason Holder's come up for a chat. Dolly's there too. And Smith takes the ball from Joe Leach, who must be enjoying what he's seeing from mid-on. The stalwart for Worcestershire, leader of this attack. Not far off 450 wickets for Worcestershire in this format. He'll be disappointed that he's not got a scout today. Smith and Baker doing all the work, and Smith is in again. And it's a bumper, and Harrison ducks well underneath it.
Word for D'Oliveira as well, the skipper, because at 125 for 1, that's when he brought Smith back, wasn't it? And we were just wondering, maybe the captain have a go with his leg spinners, Brett D'Oliveira, because Duckett and Slater were as they say, playing them with a proverbial stick of rhubarb. It just seems runs were coming too freely. Needed to change something, D'Oliveira. Didn't agree with us. Put Nathan Smith on and fall for spit in 7 balls.
Hey, he should do it for a living, shouldn't he?
Yeah.
Smith at the top of his mark. Late evening sunshine here in Nottingham. And Smith's on his way in to Harrison and pushed down the ground to Joe Leach at mid-on. And it's going to be a no ball. Overstep, so a couple more will go to the total.
Brian's been in touch. Dave, I'm disappointed but not surprised to see Worcestershire right back in this game. There's been a positive buzz about them in the field throughout. Suggests a confident side enjoying their cricket. Thanks very much, Brian, for your contribution. Appreciate that, and can only agree with what you're saying. They've certainly been bubbly and lively, especially since getting rid of Duckett.
Smith then, in he comes, and again solid forward defensive push there from Harrison. He negotiates that over without any dramas. Yes, it's the thing about this side is that you saw when they were playing football and on the outfield pre-game that there's a real camaraderie. They really like each other. There's that team spirit that you absolutely need, and they knew what they were in for second time round, but they've stuck together, and some good fielding as well, some good catches taken, some good captaincy.
Sheffield outlaw, says Dave, I went out for a bit, came back to put the live stream on, and a few more wickets have gone. I thought Smith was very good when I was there on Friday. He was indeed. And says thanks to the team for the coverage. You're always welcome, Sheffield outlaw. And Joe, as Baker bowls to the right-handed Lyndon James, and there's a real mix-up here, and they're claiming a run out, but I think Calvin Harrison's got home. Considering this pair batted for hours and hours and hours together in the first innings, the first chance they got there to scamper a quick single, and it was shall we, shan't we, and just about got home. Wicketkeeper was taking no chances. Gareth Rodriguez absolutely demolished the furniture, bails and stumps flying in all directions, but umpire Debenham has been right on the money throughout this match, as Alex Wharf has at the other end, says not out. He had a good view of that. Harrison just getting home. Baker in again, bowls and defence. It's the sort of thing, Grace, that might happen when wickets go down. Everything just suddenly goes out of cock, doesn't it? Out of the norm, and that includes just the simple runs. Bring Grace in a moment, because Baker only takes about 3 seconds to go through his overs. A little bit of turn here.
Yeah, everything gets a bit tetchy, doesn't it? You forget how to communicate, you don't know what you're doing. Everything that seems so easy and so clear when things are going well can kind of go to pot, but if there's any two that come back well together, it'll be these two, I think.
Baker in again to Calvin Harrison, lunges forward, strikes him on the back pad, and there's no run. Casey were just dashing off to put 5 Sports Extra on. They've been here, dipped in, and now they've dipped off somewhere else. So we're back with just the listeners to the BBC Sport website and app, brought to you by BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC Hereford and Worcester, and those of you following on Trent Bridge Live. 143 for 6. All the games available on the BBC Sport website, and the live text service will let you know of all the wickets as they go down. Next one's cut into the offside. Cry of 1 run. That's from Calvin Harrison. 144 for 6. Even I can add 44 to that. 188 is the Nottinghamshire lead. Could be a cracker tomorrow. Could be an absolute. Might not. Might rain all day, but it could be an absolute cracker. There's Baker around the wicket. Bowls to Lyndon James. He's now got his 100 for the match, by the way. 96 in the first innings. He blocks this one. Stays 5 not out. 144 for 6. And we've got 6 overs left.
Well, momentum in sport is a funny thing, isn't it? As you were saying, Grace, it's just everything looks so comfortable, so straightforward. And now it becomes an element of survival, really. 6 overs to go.
This'll please not. Nathan Smith's having a rest.
Adam Finch is going to have another crack from the Stuart Broad end. Bowled well, actually, just after tea. and he and Baker managed to just slow things down and get a bit of a control on the run rate.
What you can't do is think it, oh, thank goodness he's off, and just take your eye off the ball a little bit, think it might be easier. One thing we can guarantee, it won't be easy out there.
No, it hasn't always been easy to start, has it? When you get set, you feel quite comfortable. Harrison on strike, sticking with those 2 men on the drive on the leg side for Finch as well. And it's banged in hard on to this rather benign surface, but dealt with admirably by Harrison. Just pushes it back to the bowler. Can't imagine there'll be too many expansive shots offered as we get closer towards the end of proceedings today. But this game continues to do just enough to keep us interested, doesn't it? As Finch is on his way again. Tall, fast bowler. And it's straighter and quick ball that pushed into the leg side. Fielded by that man on the drive. And it's been a good session for Worcestershire since the tea interval, making Nottinghamshire really work for every run here. In Finch comes again. He's bowled him! Off stump out the ground, no shot offered. And Finch has joined the party. Nottinghamshire 7 down. And Worcestershire are on a roll.
Seen that a number of times already this season. Players not playing a shot and losing their off stump. Think of Matthew Montgomery in the Essex game. There's been one or two others that I can't readily bring to mind, but Calvin Harrison, real error of misjudgment there for the first time in the match. Anything he's done, that's the first time he's sort of made the wrong decision. Lovely bit of bowling, and it came back beautifully. Not much of a seam on these balls over where they've been telling us. It jagged back off something. Lovely bit of bowling. 144 for 7. The lead 188. And Notts are down to number 9, who should be Liam Patterson-White, with just Luke Fletcher and Dylan Pennington to come. Crikey, what a game we're getting here.
Yeah, fabulous delivery, Dave. Just watched that on the replay and wasn't sure if Calvin Harrison had misjudged line. Well, he certainly did to some extent because he got bowled leaving one, but it definitely did jag in nicely. It looked like it was just going to sail through at 4th and 5th stump. Came in nicely, which maybe won't be a discouraging sign, as we say, for the Notts bowlers. Looks like this pitch has started to offer a bit, but we'll see how, as I drop my phone, Liam Patterson-White goes about in handling this innings. He needs to play a role for his side here.
Well, he's on a pair, and the pairs are on a roll. And Finch has looked a different bowler from the Stuart Broad end. Good first spell where he was very neat and tidy. Just stifled that run rate. And it's a fast bowler. Seeing stumps cartwheel out the ground. Seen that a few times, and Patterson-White will be more than a little nervous at this point. On a pair, he's siding some bother here. And my mum will probably tell me off for shouting. I got a bit excited, so apologies to your eardrums.
Totally understandable.
But I don't think any of us, or anyone in the ground, probably anyone watching on the live stream, expected this to be the state of play with just 5.5 overs to go. Round the wicket, Ben. In comes Finch. Dollied up! Oh, just on the bounce there to Rob Jones. Patterson-White into the leg side. And from several hours, really, where you just didn't know where a wicket was going to come from, and all of a sudden you feel like something's happening every ball, and that's the mentality of cricket as well. It's a funny game. And as you both have sort of alluded to, is that even if they get skittled out, you then start thinking 190 is enough, you know. But you're absolutely right, David. We'll see what the weather has to say. But if you have the time, you should certainly find a way to have the inclination to come down to Trent Bridge tomorrow, because we might well see a very, very interesting day's cricket. whatever the rain breaks say. I know they've got good scones here, so you can keep yourself dry and get yourself fed. Round the wicket, in comes Finch to Patterson White. Short ball, easy one to evade, bit too leg side that. And the left arm spinner who's facing up.
5 Sports Extra back with us with the news that Nottinghamshire have just lost another wicket, 144 for 7. Nathan Smith, who did the damage, 4 for none in 7 balls, bowled a really good spell, probably a game-changing spell for Worcestershire, came out of the attack. Adam Finch replaced him at the Stuart Broad end, and what was it, just his 3rd ball. Calvin Harrison, who's had such a good game, shouldered arms, lost his off stump. So 144 for 7, Notts lead by 188.
In comes Finch then, round the wicket to the left-handed Patterson White. Dropped into the leg side, it's just past the diving Rob Jones. There'll be a single out to deep square leg. And that completes another successful over for Worcestershire, 145 for 7. 5 overs left to negotiate for the Nottinghamshire batsmen. The lead is 189.
It's quite extraordinary that sort of between the 35th and 43rd over, these wickets have tumbled for next to no runs. Notts were 125 for 1, so they've effectively been 20 for 6 over the last 8 overs. 20 for 6 on a pitch that, as I say, is well used, but really I don't think anybody saw that coming.
It's been an example of excellent fast bowling, is it, from the Stuart Broad end. Very aptly titled for what we have seen.
It's going to be Josh Baker now. The new man is Liam Patterson White, left-hander. There are some footmarks there that Josh Baker might just like to land the ball in, just outside the left-hander's off stump and just short of a length. Here he comes in to bowl to him. Plenty round the bat, defended by Patterson White, who's back in the side. Got naught in the first innings. Taps his bat in the late evening sunshine and rocks forward and defends again. Few have left Trent Bridge, been a decent crowd in again. Crowd that's very much appreciated the chance to see county championship cricket on a Sunday, albeit out in the fresh air. We've had sunshine, but certainly everybody tells us it's been very chilly out there, as this one is blocked by LPW, Liam Patterson White. 4 overs to go after this one. There's Josh Baker, a couple of wickets to his name today. Bowles, lovely delivery, not taken cleanly by Gareth Roderick, and I think that is because I think he assumed he'd bowled him. It was a terrific delivery. Yeah, he's just sort of a little shot of Gareth Roderick on the live stream on our monitors in here, and I think he was suggesting he thought he'd bowled him, taken the off stump. Next one again, just narrowly misses by a coat of varnish and goes through to Gareth Roderick.
Well, we're seeing a bit of turn here, Dave, aren't we? Nothing elaborate, but it's just drifting in with the arm, a little bit of grip, some footholds to hit.
Comes in again, Baker. Balls again, tosses it up there. This time it's padded away, well outside the off stump by Patterson White. So a maiden, 145 for 7 here with 4 overs left. I'm Dave Bracegirdle. Jim Dale's here from BBC Hereford and Worcester. Grace Ballinger, the Blaze quick bowler, looking forward to the start of her season, a competitive season next weekend. Just remind us again where you're playing and what it's all about.
Absolutely, yeah. So we start off in the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy, which is the 50 over competition, and that's on Saturday at Edgbaston.
But you've got a warm-up game in the week.
Yep, up in York on Tuesday, weather permitting. We'll be travelling down tomorrow.
Well, Adam Finch has marched to the top of his run-up. He means business. He's on his way in to Lyndon James. It's just banged in. It's just pushed back down to long on. And the shadows of the players getting ever longer as we hit 6 o'clock in the evening. 3 more overs after this. So the best part of 4 overs for these two batsmen to negotiate. And the feel for tomorrow morning is going to be rather different. It's going to be eking out as many runs as you can, rather than pile them on.
Captain's not short of suggestions, is he? After every ball, players are running up to him, suggesting something or other.
Finch then on his way in. And it's just left alone by Lyndon James. It was a little bit closer for comfort than the batsman would have wanted. Yeah, there's hands on. Some chin stroking going on from Gareth Roderick. He's had a pretty good view of some pretty near misses in the past couple of overs. As Finch continues to probe. This young fast bowler will relish the opportunity. As Ben Gibbon and Tom Taylor both out injured for this one, and he's making an impact in the First Division. He'll be enjoying this. On his way in, 3 men on the drive on the leg side. It's full, and it's just dug out by Lyndon James. Does well, the batsman, to jam the bat down on the ball.
The Great Wall of Worcester on that leg side. 3 of them there.
They've put the slip cordon in the wrong place, haven't they? But again, with this Kookaburra ball, you're seeing a lot more catches in front of the square. Players on the drive, looking for a miscue. And Finch is looking to attack off stump, maybe move the ball in a little bit. Slip and a backward point. 3 men on the drive. That's on a length and it's just pushed back. No aggressive intent there from Lyndon James. It's just a case of protecting his wicket. 2 balls left in this over. Finch 1 for 17. Baker's been toiling away at the other end. 17 overs he's gotten through of it. 2 for 54.
I think just after tea, Grace randomly said, what's your close of play score, Dave? And I said 200 for 2. Just plucking a number out of the air.
I'd have taken the 2. Right, Finch comes in. Again it's full. Again it's dug out well by Lyndon James. Because it didn't see where a wicket was going to come from. But
Well,
fascinating hour or so.
all 3 of us know nothing, don't we?
Hey, we're just here to call what we see.
That could be one of the worst shouts of the season, I reckon, Dave.
But we do go casting a few lines now and again. We do go fishing to just try and speculate what may or may not happen. It is all guesswork, of course, on our behalf.
It's all fun and games. In comes Finch to Lyndon James, and that's pushed through the onside. There'll be a single here. That's taking on the throw of Nathan Smith at mid-on. I think they were home anyway. It'd have had to been a direct hit. Move the fielder to his right, but that completes another Finch over. A decent one as well, but watchful from Lyndon James. And the score moves on to 146 for 7. That leads 190 now. 3 overs left in the day.
Just seeing the partnerships: 81, 44, 0, 0, 2, 10, 7 and 2.
That doesn't make good viewing, does it?
From the neutral, Grace.
Yes, we have to remember there are 3 lots of listener and viewer out there. One with a particular leaning one way, one with a particular leaning another way, and one that just couldn't care less.
Well, there you go. Josh Baker to continue his 18th over. He's in, and this is defended nicely by Lyndon James. I think, well, these 2 batters will be happy to see stumps and still be out there. Don't think we'll be seeing anything outlandish from Lyndon James, as this one again defended on the bounce into the hands of one of the 2 fielders under the lid.
I don't mind being outnumbered. It's okay. I'm used to it.
Baker in again, and this one cut back of a length. Good shot, and it's well fielded out there at point by Leach. A good roll. Jim would probably call it unathletic. He hates any sort of roll in the field, I've gathered, but a good shot brings the left-handed Patterson White back onto strike. What do you reckon about that one?
Oh no, do you know what, that was like Starsky and Hutch-esque, wasn't it? Over the bonnet of a car. 1970s cop show. No, he did well, didn't he? You stop a boundary, you do your job, and you got the throw away quickly. It was a barrel roll, I think.
Well, there you go. Left arm over, Josh Baker, and has that just evaded the edge? I think it has. Thought for a second the shouts were for the drop catch, but I think it was just once again close to the stumps. There's been a few player misses there by Liam Patterson White, but he's still there nonetheless.
Not finding it easy, is he?
Doesn't look easy, in fairness, as Josh Baker said, and that's fuller and driven nicely this time by Patterson White, but straight to the only fielder that's on the drive, really, that sort of wide mid-off / extra cover where the skipper is. One more ball then in the over. Patterson White's 5, and covers it nicely, straight as delivery, another good over then, another quick over from Josh Baker. 2 overs left in the day. Can these two batsmen survive it? Notts 147 for 7.
Well, yes, the threat of weather, it's disappointing, isn't it? Because now you feel like it's more than likely there'd be a result if we got the full 96 overs in. That's wishful thinking, I know. But you could just imagine, couldn't you, tomorrow afternoon with Patterson, White and Harrison toiling away either end, batsmen crowded by close catchers. This game's being set up for a dramatic finish if the weather will allow it. Finch to continue. 3 men still on the drive. Into James, a confident push down to mid-off.
Tell you what, whilst Notts fans won't have wanted to see this collapse, obviously, it does allow, if the weather stays fair tomorrow and we miss the rain here at Trent Bridge, it does allow for an exciting watch tomorrow. It forces a result, which is what we said we wanted, Jim, isn't it?
Well, that's it. It's probably for a victory for either side to have happened, something calamitous would have had to have happened to somebody. Unfortunately, draw probably still the favourite, but Finch is in again. Again, a solid forward defensive there from Lyndon James. We wanted a bit of excitement. There's a lot of dreary cricket on offer in this round, isn't there? Some very impressive batting statistics, but a lot of draws in the offing. And you want a bit of drama, because that's what sport's all about, isn't it?
Absolutely.
147 for 7. Finch on his way in again. Ed, oh, I thought he'd nicked if he hadn't.
Well, I think this is good signs for the Notts bowlers, in honesty.
Well, I mean, that's the thing. It's going to make for all kinds of excitement if we can get the overs in tomorrow. Because you think about attacking fields, and then there'll be space for runs to be scored. Then you have to ask batsmen whether they fancy it or not. How's your courage? But if there's a little bit of turnout there, and there's suddenly a little bit of movement, then the bowling attack at Notts' disposal. They'll fancy defending anything at this point, as they're just 9 runs shy of 200. We're getting ahead of ourselves, though. 3 wickets still to be taken, as Finch is on his way in again. And beats the bat again. Roderick looks up skyward. There's been several near misses. Baker giving Patterson White a difficult time one end. Finch asking questions of Lyndon James the other. Both batsmen holding firm. And what's been a fascinating final session. 2 balls left. Adam Finch with ball in hand. His spell. Baker will get another one from the Ratcliffe Road end. Penultimate ball then for Adam Finch. In he comes to Lyndon James. Again, solid forward push into the offside. Picked up by D'Oliveira. Plenty of noise, plenty of chatter. These Worcestershire players. They smell blood here, don't they?
They do. It's not possible for Notts to be bowled out this evening now, though. There are just 7 legal deliveries left, or a maximum of 7. Wicket could go down now. One could go down in the final over, but that would be it. 9 down. They'd troop off.
Finch then, in he comes. Last ball of the day for him. It's a bit fuller this time, but a solid forward defensive from Lyndon James. Watchful. And the young quick from Worcestershire. The latest since Dylan Pennington's departure to Trent Bridge. And he's getting high fives and claps on the back from his teammates, rightly so. He's done his bit today. 9 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 18.
They needed to keep the pressure on after Nathan Smith's terrific spell, and did exactly that, helped by a poor decision from Calvin Harrison to shoulder arms and lost his off stump. Going to be then Josh Baker to bowl the final over of the day here on 5 Sports Extra and via the BBC Sport website and app. A thrilling day tomorrow. Weather appears to be a little uncertain. Let's just hope it doesn't spoil the day, as the first ball of the final over of the day is defended by Liam Patterson White. Nottinghamshire made 399 in their first innings. Worcestershire got within 44. They were 355 all out as Patterson White again defends. Calvin Harrison has had a good game for Nottinghamshire with his first 50 in first-class cricket, and then this morning duly completed his first 5-wicket haul as well as Baker bowls, and this has gone through Patterson White and past Roderick the keeper, herring down towards the boundary. Leaches after it, puts the slide in. The ball has gone for 4. We'll have a look at the umpire. In fact, it's buys against Gareth Roderick. A little bit of turn there. In a sense, that's not the worst thing in the world for Nottinghamshire. They do want runs, and they do, I think, need a little bit of assistance from the surface, because right now a lead of 195, and what we've seen so far wouldn't appear to be enough. But the chase, a final day chase for Worcestershire tomorrow, will they run into difficulties? Patterson White goes to pad this one away. I don't think he even touched it with his pad. It was so wide of the off stump, through into the gloves of Gareth Roderick. This innings, good start for Notts. Asiba Mead made 40 in an opening stand of 81. Again, it goes through to Roderick. Ben Duckett made 63, but then clatter, Duckett out for that 63. Clark and Montgomery, both for Ducks, followed in the same over, and Haynes in the next for 1. Ben Slater then fell to the spin of Baker for 23. Harrison shouldered arms for 3. And we are where we are, 151 for 7, as the final ball of the day is defended by Liam Patterson White, who finishes on 1. Lyndon James has 7. Terrific comeback from Worcestershire in that final session. In truth, watching it, it's been a terrific day of cricket here at Trent Bridge. We've had 3 unbroken days with the weather certainly playing ball, and we've managed to get it done, Jim, by about 11 minutes past 6. Your thoughts on what you've seen, and peer into that crystal ball of yours as to what's going to happen tomorrow.
Well, it's all about the past 15 overs, isn't it? 6 for 26. Nathan Smith grabbing the game by the scruff of the neck and saying, do you know what, we fancy a taste of this. It's been excellent by Worcestershire in the field. It was hard going early on, but a fabulous spell from the New Zealand overseas all-rounder. 4 wickets without a run being conceded against his name. Chance of a hat-trick as well from the Stuart Broad end. It was a Stuart Broad-esque spell, wasn't it, that has meant that Worcestershire have got a shout of winning this. And we were talking about it before, and you thought maybe that every result was possible, Dave, and I dismissed it. I just didn't think it was possible, but the way things are right now, Worcestershire will be absolutely delighted as they make their way off the field. Lots of high fives and backslapping, and they've dragged themselves right back into this, and there's plenty of work to do tomorrow. As for tomorrow, it's so weather dependent, isn't it?
Yep.
And I think with the 2 spinners that Nottinghamshire have got, they'll fancy defending anything. Cricket is a funny old game, and it's hard to bat fourth and try and chase a total, whatever the side. But let's hope for good weather, plenty of cricket, and the possibility of all 3 results on the last afternoon.
Thank you very much, Jim. Very much appreciated your company and commentary. The same with Grace Ballinger at the back of the box. Always enjoy having Grace and her thoughts with us, and I'm sure she'll be back before too long here on Trent Bridge. Huge thank you to our commentary crew. I beg your pardon, our camera crew all around the ground. Spence Lewis, Dominic and Barney out there bringing you the pictures. Kirsty and Aaron in the production office, and thanks to everybody that's either dipped in and out at various times during the day or been with us. If you've been with us, have a little drink on us this evening. If you've been with us all day, it's seen Worcestershire bowled out for 355 in their first innings. Harrison 5 for 128. Good knocks from Rob Jones 90. And Nathan Smith 58. Smith then went on to take 4 for 29. Josh Baker 2 for 55 as Notts closed on 151 for 7. Ben Duckett 63 and Asiba Mead 40. So after 3 days of this Division 1 match between Notts and Worcestershire, Notts lead by 195. All to play for tomorrow. Frank Watson will be back with me, Dave Bracegirdle, at just before 11 o'clock. Hope you'll join us then. And from all the crew, a very good night from Nottingham.